have a chord of that arc, dude.
So you're just denying the math. Well, you can do the math properly if you like, if you come to a different number.
No, I'm not denying the math. I'm going to fucking
strange-
ban you if you do that gimmick one more time.
Wait, what?
You do that debate gimmick one more time, I'm going to ban you out of this chat. Where I made an affirmative claim about how you were doing it wrong, and then you characterize that as a denial. That's the third fucking time you tried that. You do it again, I'm banning you. You've been fucking warned. I don't do debate gimmicks, dude. I don't do like little fucking debate gimmicks.
It's fine.
So, yeah, go on mute.
Okay.
For your own fucking safety.
I did have this one question, though, because I posted this, and you probably do.
Yeah. Save it. So it's really fucking simple, okay? I made a specific, well-reasoned, told him why, the geometric reason why, that's what he did was wrong. He said, I'm just denying it. I didn't just deny it. I didn't fucking not on it. And the fact you tried to characterize that either you don't understand what the objection was, but your claim that you measured the radius of the Earth using this technique and it matched is a fucking lie. Which is the third lie I've heard you say since I've been in here. Mark, if you want to know why, Matt, if you want to know why I'm mad, because this dude's a fucking liar, dude. And I don't like liars. I fucking flip out, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, the radius of the circle that arc would eventually make would not be 3,959 miles. No way.
Why?
Why? Because it's not the partial circumference.
Okay, think about this. You're looking at a ball, and on the surface of the ball, someone takes a fucking stick and runs it through the ball, and you're looking at it at a very low angle. Okay? From your point of view, is that going to be a fucking cord connecting those 2 points? No, that's not what it's going to look like. Even though that's going to be what it is. But he's saying, I'm going to go from what the camera pic shows me, and I'm going to just draw 2 points on that fucking arc and say that's the cord. Can't do it like that. Because you're not in a Euclidean geometry or orthographic geometry. We see shit in perspective. So it needs to be perspective corrected into an orthographic view, which you can't actually do. But this is the bigger problem. And why I get irritated. People like him would rather you believe his lies and keep believing the globe than to concede truthful things. I don't care if he believes it's a globe or not, but he would rather lie to you.
Right.
That bothers me. Would you really, like, if you really thought the Earth was a globe, you got to think about it like this. Say there's 100 pieces of evidences for the globe.
Okay.
10 of those you're unsure of. And then to give the illusion that the globe is rock solid and has no flaws, you lie about that 10. Just to keep people believing the other 75, which are true. Okay? Why would you lie to make someone believe something? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because
but the Earth isn't a globe; it's a sphere.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, it's not a sphere. No, sorry, I misspoke. It's not a sphere or a globe.
What is it?
Well, the Earth is a planet.
How do you know that?
That's you don't think the Earth is a planet?
Nope.
Okay.
Planet's a category, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what would put Earth in that category? That you observe, that we can observe.
We can observe it.
You've seen the Earth as a planet?
Yeah, I live on it.
Okay, what did you see about the Earth that told you it was a planet? Just tell me some of the properties or characteristics.
Well, we live on it for one.
Yes,
how?
but tell me some of the properties or characteristics that you observed about the Earth that justified you putting it in that category.
It's in space for one.
How do you know? How do you know that? You didn't
It's
observe the Earth in space.
yes, I do.
How? From where?
Well, I'm in space.
How do you know that?
Because it's a priori.
So you don't know that. You just assume
No,
it?
I just told you it's a priori.
Yeah, you're just assuming it.
No, I'm using different categories to apply to my experience.
It doesn't tell me how you know the Earth is in space or how you know you're in space. By
Well, that's
space, we're talking
just-
about
just-
a near infinite vacuum, right? Not metrical space, not the concept of space. We're talking about space as a feature of nature.
I don't know what that means.
They're okay, so they claim that Earth and all the planets and stars and black holes and everything are in a gigantic fucking void that's 90 billion light years across. That space, outer space, vacuum. That's different than space 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D, right? Dimensional space, metric, what they technically term as metrical space.
I'm talking about space in terms of just like your intuition of being in space. Like this, I mean, the basis of all relations.
The abstract idea of space.
Yeah, sure.
Not outer space vacuum. It's 90 billion
I'm
light
not.
years
Well, I'm
across.
not talking about outer space. I'm talking about space, like space.
Well, okay, that's fine. I don't care either way you refer to it. I have no preference. But you said
You don't
the
wait.
Earth is a planet because
Well, that's a category. That's a definition. A
it's a
planet, like
celestial body. That's what it means.
an astronomical body, a celestial body.
Okay, what did you observe about the Earth that told you it was a celestial body?
Well, everything about it.
Go, just give me one of the everything. Yeah.
Well, for instance, its magnitude,
What does that mean?
its size, for one.
So size tells you something's a celestial body.
Well, partially, yeah. And the fact that it's in space.
That's assuming the conclusion, dude.
No, the conclusion is just a priori.
Dude, sophistry isn't going to work. Okay.
I'm not being sophistical.
Yeah, you are. Okay, because you just did the word context fallacy again. For the Earth to be a planet, it has to be in the vacuum of space, not the metrical space concept. But you went right back to that. Doing a word context fallacy. We're not playing that game. We're going to talk about. So when you look up and you see Mars or Jupiter, they're supposed to be in the vacuum of space.
Just so we're clear, like you don't think space. You don't think Earth is a planet?
No, it doesn't fit. There's no property that you can observe about the Earth that would justify it going within that category.
So far as one, no. Doesn't meet the criteria.
It doesn't mean so. Earth isn't a planet.
No.
Not in the classical definition or by modern standards either.
Okay, what is it?
Earth.
What is that?
That's
a
it's not in a
circular
category.
definition.
No, it's not in a category. It's unique.
But I asked you what it is, and you said it's Earth.
It's Earth. It's unique. It's not in a category. You're asking us to put it in a category. Like planet, it's not in a category.
So you think we live on something
that's unique
not
and not like anything else. It's not. Look, it's not a part of the universe. It is the universe.
You think the Earth is the universe?
Yep, this is it. Just the Earth with the things above it that we see and can only see.
That sounds really dumb.
That's a great counter argument. That's dumb because you're so sophisticated. Because you believe the Copernican principle that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. Because you're sophisticated. And I'm sophisticated where I think that there's a giant void and everything is very far apart and was created from something for nothing 9 billion years ago. Because I'm sophisticated.
I don't
That
believe
sounds
any of
really
that.
dumb. Do you know that sounds really dumb? That you think
Well,
the star
why?
is a fucking nuclear reaction 93 million miles away, and the moon, by some odd coincidence, it faces us the exact same way all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and just happens to be the exact same size as the moon.
Well, okay.
Earth is the
Well,
only planet with liquid water. It's the only place with fucking life. It's the only place with all these things. But it's
how would you know
ridiculous to
that?
think that, from what we can observe, that's the case.
Okay, but where else have you gone that there's been no life?
There's nowhere. Did we take a telescope, look into space? Do you see life?
I don't know. Do you?
No. We don't see
How?
anything that resembles the Earth in outer space.
You think? Okay, so
I think the Earth is unique because all the properties that we observe about the Earth are unique from anything else we observe, which would tell you that it's unique. Now, you believe in something, a philosophy you didn't even know you had, in the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. That is a philosophical statement, right?
no, that would. I don't know what that
Really?
means.
That the Earth has no unique place in the universe, or what a philosophical statement is?
No, I don't know what it means. Like that the Earth has no special place in the universe. Like I don't know what that means.
It means that the Earth's not unique. It's like everything else. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet, because if you take this philosophy, right, as an axiom, Earth has no unique place in the universe. If you look up in the sky, you see a planet, you go, well, Earth's not unique. It's just like that. Earth's a planet.
Do you believe Earth is made of matter?
Repeat back to me what I just said.
That the Earth has no special place in the universe,
And
and
we
that
know
that's
after that. So when I look up in the sky and I see a planet, it's justified to have the conclusion that the Earth is also a planet.
wait. When are you seeing planets? I thought we didn't believe in planets.
We see planets in the sky. We named them.
How do you know it's a planet?
It's descriptive of what they do against the background stars. So there's the fixed stars, and the stars that aren't fixed is called planets.
Have you ever seen any of these stars?
Planets?
Or planets? Yeah, have you ever seen them?
Yes. I've seen Mars. I've seen Venus. I've seen Jupiter. I've seen Saturn. These are descriptive. They're qualitative descriptions.
When did you see them?
Through my whole life.
Okay, you've seen them your entire life.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to them?
No.
How could you? There's no space.
Bro, listen, you're confused. There's a difference between, hey, we see something and we named it a category, planet.
But what are you
It
seeing?
isn't a statement about what they're made out of, what their composition is. Okay?
Yeah.
Or
Right.
whether they're terra firma, whether you can go there or how far away they are. Those properties, right? All these things are not what makes it a planet or not. What makes it a planet is, does it move different than the fixed stars?
Okay.
Planet means the wanderer.
Yeah.
Okay? It means wandering star. That's what planet
How do
means.
how do you know that it's moving?
Relative to the fixed
You
stars?
see it.
I fucking
You
see
see
it,
it.
dude.
Right. You
It's
think that's
They
sufficient
even
proof?
in astronomy, it's known as diurnal motion.
sufficient
Wait.
proof
So
that one day I
just
go up and I
because
see it on the right side of one star, then the next night I go out and it's on the left side of that star. Is that sufficient proof that it's not that it's moving different than the other stars? Yeah, it is.
So wait, your proof is just that you see it.
That it is a planet. That's the definition. is that it moves different than the other stars. That's all I have to observe. Bro, that's all I have to observe to justify putting in the category planet, is moving different than the fixed stars.
Do you take what you see to be at face value? Do you take it?
Yeah, an event occurred. Yeah. The sophistry that you guys try, this ain't that channel, bro.
No, I'm not being sophistical. I'm just asking.
You're attempting.
No, I'm just asking you, like, when you see something, do you take it that's what it is? Like, if you see,
It's a qualitative description. We're only describing what it. We're not making any quantitative statements. Is it moving further, closer? Is it orbiting? None of those things. You see, we have fixed stars. There's a bunch of dots of light in the sky, in case you haven't heard. Most of them all move together uniformly, with keeping the distance in equal proportions away from each other. But there's these other dots of light that don't do that. The ones that don't do that, those are called planets.
Right.
And so if you see one of these dots of light not moving with the other ones, that's all you need to see to reach the conclusion that's a planet.
Okay. So if you were to see a magic trick, would you believe in magic?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That is intent. Nature isn't running around trying to trick you, dude.
Right. I didn't say nature is trying to trick you.
I'm try our actual equivalence instead of a false one.
Just trying to understand your logic here a little bit better, to be honest. Like,
how words work, how the dictionary defines things, that's what you're trying to figure out?
No, that would be kind of trivial, but like, I'm trying to understand your logic, like how you understand the world. Because I find
it's even described, like,
go ahead.
Sorry, if I may, just a moment. Like, even in astronomy, it's known as diurnal motion. They call it the apparent motion, right? It appears to move. All the stars, the sun, the moon, the planets, they appear to move across the sky daily, right, or nightly.
Right. I'll give you that they appear to move.
Right. Okay.
That's all we're saying,
that's what
dude.
we're talking about.
Okay, so you guys have a problem with descriptions and explanations. You just have problems with that. You guys don't understand. You think just seeing something and just describing what it does is making a statement about the how and why and all that. No, we're just describing. Hey, dude, we see these dots of light do this other thing. Let's call them something. Okay, we'll call them planets. We're not making a statement about what they are, what they're made of, how far away they are, what they're doing, or anything like that. It's purely descriptive of what you see.
Okay, but what do you mean by light?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Electromagnetic radiation.
What does that mean?
What electromagnetic radiation means?
Yeah.
Go back to school, kid. I'm not teaching you this shit.
I thought light was plasma.
You thought light was plasma.
Yeah, that's the kind of matter that light is. That's what I was taught, at least.
You better go smack whoever taught you that right in the head.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, they're wrong. Plasma's a fourth phase of ladder, fourth phase of matter, in which the nucleus of the atoms is disconnected from the electrons. In a plasma,
I don't know what you mean by atoms.
Atoms.
Do you believe in atoms?
We're on the brink of. What do you mean by that?
I believe in atoms. Yeah, we're not playing this game, dude. But Mom, why? But Mom, why? But Mom, why?
Exactly. I was just going to say we're on the brink of the infinite regression of what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
And then?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so?
And then? And then.
You're being a time waster, Mark.
Well, I'm not trying to waste your time. I'm trying to learn about your epistemology.
You're trying to learn about why you just ask me, what's your epistemology?
Yeah, empiricism.
Because you're obviously a brain in a jar person.
No, I'm not. Well, you think I'm like a rationalist or something?
No, I just think you think that you can't prove there's an external world.
Like a skeptic? Or do you think I'm a skeptic?
I think you can't prove the external world exists?
No, I think I can answer that question.
Do you think that the existence of the external world can be proven? Yes or no?
What do you mean by proven?
Proven logically,
Yeah.
deductively.
Yeah. Deductively, I'm not so sure about that, but
And the answer is no.
I personally don't know about that, but I can tell you that I would not question the reality of the external world.
So, India, can you ask him if he has hands? Go ahead. You know that one?
Oh, Jesus
that
fucking Christ. Can you prove that you have hands, Mark?
Dude, to be honest, I'm gonna level with you here and like kind of show you my cards. I wouldn't try to prove that I have hands or not. Like, it's evident that I have hands, okay? Just like you're an empiricist, I would say, look, empirically, here are my hands. Like, I don't have to prove anything. There's no logic or deductions involved in that.
Proved. Like, if you, well, if you're just a brain in a jar, bro, who you proving
I'm
it to?
not.
Yourself?
No. I'm not an external world skeptic.
Oh, good. Thank God. Couldn't take another one of them guys. I'm a direct realist. I start from the proposition that the external world exists and that there is no internal world without it, as opposed to, seems to be the latest vogue of the last 500 years of philosophy, that it's what's called, which Thomas Reid calls the ideal system.
Yeah. See, that is closer to something that I don't want to say
you're an
believe
idealist.
in. Basically, yeah.
Well, why would you start from the proposition that the internal world is prime and the external world comes after?
I mean, that's how we experience it. That's how we
Really?
experience the external world.
You experience the internal world first and then the external world.
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, I have like my thoughts.
Are you sure
my
about that?
beliefs.
Are you sure that
Yeah.
you didn't experience the external world first, which created the internal world as a response to that external stimuli?
Well, that I might not be so sure about, but as far as idealism and materialism, I think idealism is the stronger position.
Go read Thomas Reid. Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. Go read that.
Okay. I haven't read that.
It should be read because he refuted this ideal system in Descartes, and he lived at their time. He lived when they were alive, Malebranche and Hume, and specifically he wrote it to Hume.
Yeah.
And Hume never refuted it. Because the whole point, I get the gist of it is that the external world exists before there even is an internal world. The internal world forms from the external world, not vice versa. We aren't manifesting the external world through our perception. The external world exists, and like gives evidence, because there's plenty of evidence that this is the case. One piece of evidence is people in permanent vegetative states that have no brain function but respond to external stimuli. So it isn't their internal world and their thoughts making them respond to shit.
Well, okay, that's a really good point.
So if the internal world dictates whether there is an external world, how are these fucking people having any response to external stimuli when they're brain dead?
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, like what you put into the object is going to be constitutive of the object. I mean, like what you put into it is what you're going to get out. I mean, if you don't have a mind capable of understanding the external world, then it doesn't really mean much. You're a vegetable.
Yeah, well, meaning's a different question. It's a matter of existence.
Okay, yeah, sure. So maybe at like some kind of primordial level, there, like you're right that there's an external world and it's material and blah blah blah. But in terms of like everyday experience, that's all mediated through our faculties. Like that's all mediated through the mind.
Look, I mean, that's why I said not necessarily, because there's the sense, right? The sensorium, and that's just pure perception. You don't have to have thoughts about it. You don't have to think about it or draw conclusions about it, right? Like what is a sensory deprivation chamber, right?
Well, I don't. Yeah.
Why do people take drugs and alcohol and numb themselves? Right? They augment their senses to suppress their mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but the thing is, the sense is just pure perception. People try to tack on more to it than what it is.
Yeah, I mean, but like, okay, take the senses.
I have a unified view of this. I don't think the external internal world are separate. We can separate them in language through analogy, but I don't think they actually are separate. I don't think there is a difference.
Okay, I would agree with you on that.
I think they're just both they're intertwined and inseparable things. And if you want to separate them, you can just come up with different examples of how they're separate. But
you don't think
like no functioning adult.
You don't think like the internal creates the external? Like you think you think it works the other way around?
How would that even work?
I don't know. I mean,
even if you imagined, even if it was complete imagination of the external world, within your mind, you created a distinction, dividing them, even if it was illusory. But practically, there is an external world because the entire thing is a simulacrum, right? But within this simulacrum, there's an external world. So, like, you're not really even making a distinction in the end. You're creating a distinction within your mind. It's like here's my brain in a jar, and in my imaginary brain in a jar, I'll imagine an external world that is not inside my mind. So, but for all intents and purposes, it might as well be real, right? Because you created a distinction. As soon as you create the distinction, the separation, it's just it's the same thing. There's no difference. But this is all academic nonsense. Okay, and Reed's principal argument is this is just academic nonsense. No one actually believes this shit. Okay,
I mean,
so
I do.
If skeptics like Hume and Descartes and all that people actually believed what they thought, they never would have wrote a book for anybody to read it. Because who are they writing it to, themselves?
Well, people do read Descartes.
But really, no, because if we're all just figments of Descartes' fucking brain in a jar imagination, he's reading himself. Me and you are Descartes right now. We're all just an extension of Descartes' imagination.
Did you read Descartes? He clearly thinks there's an external world.
Well, really?
Yeah. I mean, he questions that, but like he doesn't conclude that like I'm a brain in a jar or whatever.
It's because that concept didn't exist at that time.
No, sure, but like you get my point that
But the evil demon, didn't he come with the evil demon analogy where it could just be tricking him?
He doesn't really believe there's an evil genius trying to trick him.
Evil demon, dude, not genius. Evil demon. So there's an evil demon creating a completely illusory world. It's the same thing as brain in a jar. I'm not saying whether he believed it or not. And even if he did believe it, he wouldn't have told anybody because he probably wouldn't want to face the Spanish Inquisition.
You think he was an atheist too? He clearly believed in like most of the things that he believed in before the meditation. But this, like you said, it's all academic, like play.
Yeah, they don't actually believe it though. Like even the people that advocate for this ideal system, they don't actually believe it because everything they do in practice negates it. They're like it's called the performative contradiction. They don't actually believe. They're just doing mental masturbation.
I mean, wouldn't you say though that like it for lack of a better word, like precludes any I mean, if you can't even establish like whether or not the external world exists, like then it's going to be hard to come up with the shape of the Earth or what planet you live on or
of
any of
course,
that.
of course. So
Okay.
this is the greatest. I'll tell you what Reed said, which is probably the greatest observation about the entire endeavor. Says the ideal system been around since Plato's time, right? And going under different iterations and different philosophers and different ways to approach it, right? This is the external and internal. If after that pursuit, right? Because the pursuit of philosophy is the pursuit of knowledge, right? So we can know what reality is.
Yeah.
If after that pursuit of going through the ideal system, you end up with, I can't prove anything, you've taken the wrong turn.
I mean, that was the Socratic position.
Well, what his argument is, they should have, all the philosophers, especially when Descartes came to the I think therefore I am, and then the ones that came after that added on to that, like Hume and Malebranche, Hume with his super skepticism, they should, if the entire endeavor of philosophy is to say, well, all we proved is that we don't know anything about the external world. They should have known right then that whatever they did, they took a wrong turn somewhere. If their endeavor was to know about the world. If you set out to know about the world, and then at the end of it, and you go, well, there's nothing I can do to know anything about the world, and you spent fucking 20 centuries doing that, you fucked up somewhere.
I think, yeah, not everyone concludes that, but
well, it means that there's something wrong in the foundation of the endeavor, right, where they started from, that was built upon.
I mean, I would even say that, like,
I'm talking about the field of philosophy as a general endeavor of humanity, not just particular people.
I mean, no one really believes that, to be fair. Like, no one really believes, like, they can't know anything.
Of course not. But we run into people that say you can't trust your senses. Well, what else can I trust? The mind? Should I trust the mind over the senses?
Yeah. I mean, maybe.
Maybe. If you were going to take a bet,
I would trust reason over your sense
happens,
perception.
Really? How many errors of reason have you made this week?
Oh, a ton.
How many errors of your senses have you made this week?
Probably
almost none, because if you did, you would have checked yourself in with the doctor that there's something wrong with you, that your hearing's not working, that your eyes don't work, that your sense of touch is fucked up. Right? You'd check yourself in. You'd go get a checkup. But you make mental errors all the time. We all do. Senses are far more reliable than the mind. So it's like the argument that you can't trust your senses. It's just it's horseshit on its face.
Don't you need your mind to know your senses, though?
No. They test your reflexes without you thinking about them, right?
Like, I'll give you your senses are reliable. Like, okay, sure. Like, let's just say they're reliable.
Not perfect, but they are reliable.
No, but you still need, like, the capacity to reason.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do.
That's why I said no.
Crossing the street doesn't take reason.
I mean, it kind of does. Like, you have to be able to, like, look out for yourself.
Okay, let me stab your eyes out, dude, and poke your ears out, and then I'll put you at the edge of the street, and you reason when to cross.
Well, yeah, then you would be using more of your capacity, like your innate capacity to reason.
Well, I did the calculation. Based upon my calculation, 55 cars come by in the next 2 hours, so I should cross now. I mean, come on. Good luck.
That's almost like more rigorous than just looking.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rigorous funeral too.
No, I mean, like, trying to create quantitative and intuitions about these sorts of things are probably more reliable than just like, oh, it looks looks okay. But like, I
Well,
don't know. I'm sympathetic to
I think the moral of the
empiricism.
story is topics like this, like flat Earth, is like we end up with a lot like that other fucking moron. We end up with a lot of specious arguments and a lot of nonsense, right? You heard?
mean,
I don't know
some
how long
people
you've
would
been listening, right? He was like, "Well, flat Earth can't explain X, so what?"
right, but you can't just
But
make an attack like
what are
that.
explanations mean in science? What's more important, the explanation or the experimental result in science?
I don't know. It depends. What do you
Well,
mean?
science is based upon empiricism, right? So it can't be the explanation. That's just a story. Quantum mechanics itself is completely, it's just a mathematical formalism that predicts the results of experiments, results of measurements, I should say. And that's all it does. It doesn't explain anything. And people are all pissed off that, the whole thing about quantum mechanics is shut up and calculate. They want an explanation.
Yeah.
So they come up with these many worlds and the Copenhagen and all these other ideas, right? Because they want an explanation. So people like him, though they try to pretend they endorse science in some way, they endorse scientism. They endorse dogma and storytelling. But if you ask them about experiments or data or any of the things that are actual science, they don't know anything about it. They have no idea what it is.
I would agree with you on that, but what I don't agree with is like the general like hostility,
Yeah, well, you don't know him. I do. He's a liar. And it's irritating. Why would he lie? I don't get it. The funny thing is he's one of the people that would ask why would they lie while lying themselves. Trying to deceive people. He's trying to deceive you.
Fuck, I burned the
You were in here.
bacon.
You don't know anything about.
Oh no! Did I really burn the bacon? Like,
I'll eat it. I don't fucking care what. You can burn the shit out of the bacon. I'll still eat it.
it's too burnt. You wouldn't
I
want
fucking
it.
love
Bro.
bacon, bro. You could drop it on the ground. I'll still.
Turkey bacon.
Oh no way! I don't want that. I mean, I would eat it if forced. No, I would just eat it if I was just hungry.
Too hot.
Bro, I'm cooking bacon wrapped chicken, and then inside the chicken is cream cheese and jalapeno
Holy shit, bro!
with barbecue sauce marinated. Yep, I'm going on.
Oh, you ruined it with the barbecue sauce.
Well, it's not barbecue; it's like hot sauce. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, okay. I guess we could do that. You ever have stuffed jalapenos stuffed with cream cheese? A bomb.
Yeah, this is kind of like how it is, except in the chicken wrapped with bacon.
God, Neil, you gotta send me the recipe for that.
I can just go outside, so don't need to clean.
I guess it's like what I would call naive empiricism.
That you have, or that the other guy had?
No, like the position you're laying out is like it's too reliant on your faculties. Like, okay, I agree with the empiricism, but it's too simple. It's like, okay, like I
Guys
agree
hate
with
simplicity.
I agree with the critique of scientism. I'm not trying to just appeal to science or whatever. Like, that's stupid. But
I really wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the other guy. That there's okay. The word science has different meanings to different people, right? Would you agree with that?
yeah, of course.
Sometimes it's used as like a political weapon. Sometimes it's used as a weapon to stifle debate. Oh, all the scientists, they all agree this. Okay, no, everybody has to shut the fuck up because you said all the scientists agree. Right? Or there's some story about something in nature, right? The universe was created with Big Bang, black hole, evolution. Pick a story, right? Now these are explanations, dude. But people think they're scientific explanations. They don't know how to distinguish what's a scientific explanation versus what's just an ordinary explanation. But it doesn't matter, whatever the explanation is. To be called scientific, it needs to be tested in the natural world. So we'll hear things like gravity. Earth can't be a ball, or Earth can't be flat because gravity would form it into a sphere. We hear this all the time. So Earth must be a sphere. Well, if you're following science, that's a great hypothesis. Congratulations, you made a hypothesis. Gravity would form the Earth into a sphere. Now let's go test that hypothesis. See if it's actually true.
But
well, that's what you would have to do. You don't get to just skip the empirical part.
Yeah, but of course I don't really care that much whether it's a sphere.
I'm just saying, you could prove the whole
plane.
9 yards. You could prove everything about quote unquote universal law of gravitation in every respect. But as soon as you make a statement, right, about some particular, like Earth would be formed into a sphere by gravity, you would need to test that hypothesis. You don't just get to assume it.
Yeah.
When you test it, then the claim becomes scientific. But when you don't test it, it's not scientific. They think the explanation is the scientific part. They think science is something a scientist said. That's what we fight against. That's what we ask them. And people like him go, "You're just denying it?" No. They think you asking for evidence is a denial. They make a claim, you go, "What's the evidence for that?" They think that you just asking for that evidence is a denial. No, it isn't a denial. I'm asking for the evidence, right?
I'm more inclined to treat science as something a little bit more flexible than just like you go and do an experiment.
Well,
I know that's how you see it. You see it in a strict.
Well, science has to. Its foundation is empiricism, right?
Right. I agree.
That's observation and experiment.
I'm willing to give a little leeway into what we, call science. Like, is linguistics a science? Like, I don't know, maybe.
No.
Well, yeah, I know you would say no, but I'm saying, like, well, we can do experiments about linguistics.
I'm talking about natural science, about the nature, not.
I know you are. I know.
Things that are not human.
Right.
Synthetic or man-made, right? So, talking about the natural world. And statements about the natural world have to be shown empirically to be true. Not just reason or logic or any of those things. Obviously, science uses reason and logic to reach inductive or conclusions and inferences and correlations and all these things.
Yeah, sure.
It uses them, but it's not. Those things alone don't make it scientific. You need that. It's the empiricism, that freaking cherry on top, that makes it scientific. And that's how we can. That's why people used to. I mean, that's how, because when you say science proves it, people hear this is a statement of absolute truth. And why do they think that? Because they think that people have gone out and tested it, many people, and that, like, if they go out and they test it, they're going to get the same result. They think that's how peer review works. They think peer review is they replicate the experiments. You know how many people I've heard say that? That if someone publishes a paper of some experimental result, the peer review process before getting published was the people that reviewed it replicate an experiment, which is not the case, ever. I mean, this is all fine and dandy, but what we're talking about here, at least, is flat Earth is about the shape of the Earth, which isn't science. It's just simple geometry. Because when you say Earth is a globe, Earth is a sphere, Earth is an oblate ellipsoid, that's a claim about the Earth having some geometric form. And we know how to figure out what a geometric form is. Take your measuring tools, and then you measure, and then you figure out what it is. That's why when dude was like, yeah, I measured the radius. I took a photograph. Then I was like, what instrument? What were the units? Right? I'm asking very specific questions because when you say you measured something, I want to know what the instruments used and what the units of measure were. They'll say they measured the curve of the earth and be like, okay, what was the instrument? Stick. What were the units? An angle. How do you measure the curvature of the earth with a stick and an angle? Well, if you assume the sun is 93 million miles away and that rays of light are parallel, and then if you assume your Earth's on a globe and that the shadows would converge at the center of the globe, then the Earth, it's not even a measurement of the Earth. It's normies' lack of shock which shocks me the most. Because if I ran into this topic for the first time, especially now, like when I ran into it, I was everything I did was based upon myself. I researched it myself. I had no breadcrumbs along the way. But after like what we tell people, everything we say can just be fact checked. You can just look it up. It's like we're not trying to lie to people to get them to believe the earth is flat. We're not trying to convince people of anything. Trying to test it yourself. That's it. Like just go test it yourself. I don't hear NASA saying test it yourself. I hear NASA saying, "Oh, watch more TV, drink some Tang, buy some swag at our frickin' place in Houston."
Where are you buying swag in Houston?
At the frickin' NASA Goddard Space Center or something, wherever they got the good old tourist trap.
That's a great point you made, Indio, about how these globe believers think that asking for evidence is denial. I mean, it just highlights how it's a faith-based religion for them. So if you ask for evidence, then you don't have enough faith. They get agitated.
Yes, you're being impious.
Yep. Just turn to page 43 in the globe hymnal. Start singing about the beautiful globe. Don't ask any questions.
Do you think he's got the whole world in his hands? Do you think that's a globe propaganda song?
Oh, does it talk about a shape in that song?
Well, how are you going to hold a flat Earth in your hands?
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be hard to imagine what those hands would look like. Yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe you can hold it without hands.
Yeah, you got the whole world in your lack of hands because it's too big.
And when did Atlas start carrying the globe on his shoulders instead of the celestial sphere?
I know. I want to know when too. Do you know?
No idea.
Yeah, we should find out.
I have a question for flat earthers.
You got a whole bunch of them here to ask.
Great. So, I'm in love with this girl, and she's a flat earther, but unfortunately, I'm a glober. Can I still marry her, or is that not acceptable?
No, it's forbidden. Nope. She will be kicked out of the Flat Earth Club if you do that. No, I'm just kidding. No, you should your globe religion and join her in reality. That's what I would recommend. Why not do that?
I don't know. I think it's because I have more than 70 IQ.
Doubt it.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. Yeah, prove it. Give me the certified copy of your results, please.
Also, by the way, just as a glober, I'd appreciate if you guys did the soft A. You would say globa instead of glober. The glober that has a lot of history behind it. My people were very oppressed. So can you guys say globa?
I'm going to just say globa anyway because I got a Boston accent. So
I guess that's true.
So if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, how would you have figured it out yourself?
if no one told me 1 + 1 = 2, how would I have figured it out?
Yeah, this isn't the same thing.
How's that not the same
That's
thing?
because that's an equality. It means the same thing. It's like saying globe equals globe. It's just dumb, dude. You don't have an IQ above 70. 1 + 1 = 2 is an equality. It's a law of identity.
Okay.
So now we're talking about what nature is, right? So how, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion on your own?
I've never been to Arkansas. If no one told me
How come you're dodging the question?
I'm just showing you how stupid your question is.
It's either
Have
yes
you ever
or
been to
no.
Arkansas? Does Arkansas exist?
No.
Does Antarctica exist? Actually, wait, no. You guys believe like the ice wall and shit, right?
Oh God. So I'm going to ask you for the third time. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, how would you have reached that conclusion yourself? It isn't from like something that you've seen in nature that would have led you to that conclusion.
That the Earth is round. Time zones.
Time zones.
Yeah.
What if you lived in China?
If I lived in China, what do you mean?
Yeah, because China has 1 time zone and it's supposed to have 4. So if you were in China, you'd be a flat earther because there's 1 time zone.
I think I would understand that there.
You don't even understand your own argument.
Do the Chinese believe in flat Earth?
They did until the 20th century. Did you
But
know
they still
that?
only operate under one
Did
time
you know
zone.
that the Chinese are flat earthers into the 20th century?
It's almost like time zone is really a man-made concept to describe the angle at which the sun hurts the Earth, not necessarily a universal constant, as in like
Wasn't my argument.
theory of law.
It was his argument. He said he would have figured out the Earth was a globe from time zones.
Well, the time zone is merely a descriptor of a relative idea of what time of day it is at any given moment in relation to another area. Like, it's not like a necessary function of science, but it is a function of science.
It's necessary function of science?
It is a necessary observable phenomenon that the sunlight moves across the nation of the United States and North America as well as it does in the eastern continents at a progressive rate from one side to the other and returns on a cyclical rate across that same diameter, more or less, according to the seasons, which are predictable yearly.
It's painful to listen to. Yeah, because they happen over and over again. Congratulations.
Why would that happen over and over again on a flat Earth basis?
We don't need to know why at all. You don't know why.
So you just posit that it would happen.
Did people predict day length? Did people predict day length and year lengths before the globe, or did they have to wait until they invented the globe to do that?
The globe wasn't invented. The globe was a very well established idea of the plane
nonsense.
of Earth.
You're making shit up, dude. I can't stand it. Why are you lying?
I'm not lying.
Okay. So why in 1947 they were firing teachers for teaching the globe in America? Why were the Chinese flat earthers into the 20th century?
The fact is, there were philosophers and astronomers that had predicted the size of the Earth as a sphere as far back as ancient Greece in Africa, in modern day Africa at least.
How did they predict it?
Via mathematical equations based on
Dude, you're just so foolish. They predicted it based upon mathematical equations. Can you post them?
Does a sundial equate with time in a localized area, or does it not? Is it not?
Yeah, and the sundial pre-exists the globe concept, dude.
Yes,
by thousands of years.
It doesn't.
Eclipse predictions pre-exist the globe concept by thousands of years.
Just yelling doesn't make you sound any smarter, dude. Before you
but what I'm saying are facts that anybody can Google.
He just he didn't back up his claim. Just noted there. You asked him to show the mathematical equations that prove the globe. So
well, he didn't ask me that even. He just
he did. He did. Yeah. Do you want to rewind? Do you want to rewind?
Do you want to speak for him?
No, I want you to back up
laugh
your
about
claim
mathematical
before you
equations.
move on to your next tactic because you're being asked to
Oh,
back up
he's
your
on
claim.
Xbox. He's
I'm
just a
standing on
troll.
the same tactic.
Yeah.
I'm standing on the same
Mhm.
tactic,
No,
or the same
you were
topic.
shifting on to a new topic where you were trying to tone police because
So
he asked you for the mathematical equations
exactly.
that prove the globe.
So
Where's your mathematical
once someone
equations?
posits,
Are you
an
backing up?
idea, you get scared, and now it's time to change the
Are you
topic. I got it.
conceding? Are you
Feel free to
conceding?
change the topic. No,
Are you saying that your claim that
threatened to
you
change
have
the
mathematical
topic.
equations to back up the globe was wrong and you don't
I never
actually
said
have
I
those?
had mathematical
You
equations.
said that
You can
somebody
go.
has them, so go get them. Let's see them. You
I
said
said
somebody's
there.
got them. You're sure
I
they're
said.
there, so why don't you have them? If you're
See,
so sure.
this. I
Why'd you
guess
say
this is
they're
what
there
you
if you
guys
don't know
do.
what they are?
I'm not
No,
even like a
what we do
super
is ask people who come
No,
in
what you do is
here
yell
and
over
try
someone
to
who's
use
trying to
their
make a point.
authoritative voice to try to
What you
make
do
it
is
sound
yell
like
over
they know
someone who's
what
trying
they're
to make a
talking
point.
about when they actually
All
don't.
you've done
No,
is yell
you're
over
actually
me.
talking over
Both
me
of you,
now.
all you've done is I'm
No.
talking over you to make to
We're waiting for your
respond. Because
mathematical
I'm not going to
equations.
sit
We're
here and
waiting
be
for
sunned
your
by some
mathematical
Then leave.
equations.
who won't
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah, you can either
No,
give
kick
us
me.
that claim
Kick
or
me
back
if you're
off
so
and
much
say
of a
you
pussy
don't
that you need
know.
me to leave and talk over me. Kick me. Go ahead.
You just threatened us with leaving.
I don't give a fuck. I didn't threaten you with leaving. I said I don't give a
Okay,
fuck.
real simple. You said you were
Kick me
trying
if
to
you
make a
want to talk
point.
over me, or
What
else I'm
was
gonna
your
keep
point? That
talking
you have no
over you.
evidence? That you have no evidence for your claim was your point? Was that your point?
The point was, in the same method you can set up a sundial right now without a government conspiracy is the same method that people were able to predict, or not predict, but they were able to create the same rationale that we have confirmed for the basis of a radial motion of the sun throughout the course of the day and through seasons, based
You know how
on
stupid
shadows
you sound
of
right
large
now?
stars. See, okay.
Because
See,
listen, brother,
kick me.
we
You're
know
a
this.
retard.
We know this topic very well. Okay, and what you're
If you
looking
know it very
for
well, then who
is
am I talking about?
What you're looking for is Eratosthenes, not sundials. Okay,
I didn't
sundials
say. Oh my
predate the globe
god.
by thousands of years. Thousands.
You niggas are actually retarded, man.
Oh, as if that was an argument. You're the dumbest person in here right now, dude. The guy
Okay,
with the
then,
fucking Arabic
then,
name that was gonna marry a flat Earth girl was smarter than you.
Yeah, I
then
like
go
that
ahead
guy
and kick
better.
me.
Is he still here? Did he leave?
No, he left. That's what
He
this
was
dude
so
was
much more
doing.
entertaining than this guy. Too bad.
This dude's only goal was to throw his body into gears to make us stop talking to
You're
the other
so
guy.
right, because that guy was real. You're so right. Absolutely, that's what happened, and it worked. Too bad.
We should have a Dr. Phil about a fake relationship between a flat Earth girl.
It's more entertaining than you lying about having mathematical equations to
Set
prove
a
the globe that you don't
prediction.
have.
I never lied. I never lied. I made a reference to a
To what?
historical record.
Oh yeah. Okay, post the history book.
Sorry, I don't have the. I'm playing a video game on Xbox in a 24-hour flat Earth chat right now. I don't have the Sumerian scripts to reference to you right now.
The Sumerian scripts. Oh, so now in Sumer, on clay uniform, they predicted the radius of the Earth.
Yep.
Dude, stop making shit up, dude. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're an embarrassment to Glovers, man.
I mean, Indio, you've been asking the same question for years now, getting the same answer. Why are you? First of all, why do you ask the question?
What was the question? Hold on. What was the question I
And
asked?
second of all, why do you respond like that?
Hold on.
That's
What was
not
the question
normal
I asked?
behavior.
What was the question I asked for years? What was the question that I asked for years? I've been asking for years, dude. You just accused me of asking some question for years. Can we hear it? For the audience.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be able to remember since you've been asking for years.
Crazy how you just come in here and just make some stupid accusation and embarrass yourself. You guys have no shame. No self-awareness. Gatebreaker, you going to tell me the question that I've been asking for years? Because I keep switching up my questions. Hey, here's a question for you, Gatebreaker. This very important question. If the Earth was flat, how would you feel? Here's your time to emote. Emote some more. about how you feel about flat Earth, and if the Earth was flat, how you would commit seppuku.
I don't know. He's gone silent. He must be making toast or something.
He's talking to his DM's probably Professor Phil. Making toast.
Yeah, he's got to focus. Making that toast. Don't want it to burn.
You sure he knows the recipe?
I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. All right. Anybody else have any questions about the flat Earth? You're right. We had a semi-entertaining dude, and then these other weirdos had to come in here and wreck it. Sad. Maybe we can find another real person. Could happen.
Oh, yo, Indio, you are there. Yo, did you see the side chat me and 20 Cups posted?
No, I guess I'm reading it.
Go look at 20 minutes after the hour, dude. Me and him posted up gifs of what that dude sounded like. We want to hear your opinion on which one's more accurate.
This is the one with the bacon wrapped chicken. No, just kidding. You sound like bacon wrapped chicken. 20 after?
Yeah.
You're talking about computer voice guy, Mr. Slicko, who doesn't want to back up his facts. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think it was Fentcom.
Yeah, that was my description of FENCOM. Sorry if it
Oh.
wasn't clear.
Oh my God. No, that's my bad. No, sorry.
He sounded like a computer-generated voice to me. I don't know. Nobody else thought that?
Oh my God.
But no, me and 20 Cups posted up gifs of what we each think he sounds like. We need a
I
general
got to
consensus.
go with 20 Cups rendition. The macaroni and cheese, definitely.
Ah, damn it, man.
Though like it's probably a blend of yours and his. It's like eating the macaroni and cheese shirtless with the fedora on.
Fuck. All right. All right.
Dude has moves, man.
All right, you got this one, 20 Cups.
Dude
All right,
needs a
bro.
bra, man. What the hell, man? You're gonna hurt your back. How do you get like that?
Tell me about that mac and cheese, bro.
What's in the mac and cheese? Is he freaking making it with just like lard?
He's still staring at it, bro. Mesmerized by his bouncing man titties over there.
I swear, I looked up in like the gift, whatever thing. I swear, I looked up fucking Cheetos fat guy and it gave me mac and cheese instead. I'm like, I'll take it.
Oh, damn.
It's probably not even mac and cheese. It's probably like macaroni, and he took the Cheetos and like crushed them into a paste and like mixed them in with some, milk Cheeto paste. I bet you that might actually be good.
Oh man,
Neil, try it, Neil. He'll try anything.
No,
Okay.
it's like at the beginning, he's like resting his arm on his breast. Did you see that at the beginning? I didn't even notice that, dude.
Oh, this low IQ freaking video.
Oh man.
Oh,
Have you
Neil's is
seen it?
good,
Have you
too.
seen this
Hell
video
yeah.
before? This is a video that this clown posted.
Oh, which one? Oh, the trans dude?
Oh, teach kids to be trans. Where is he in here? Oh, of course
Doubt it.
not.
Oh, no, he is here. I see him in here. He's at the very top.
Dude, do you think you can defend this video? But we got moon rocks. Oh, they're fake. Yeah, they are fake. When they tried to have them insured, the insurer said, fake. When they said, oh, you can only find them on Earth, that turned out also to be a lie. Or that you can only find tranquilite on the Earth, or on the moon. Turned out you can find it on Earth, too, in the middle of nowhere in Australia. Like, you want to defend this video?
That's wild.
Everything in here, every point, if they would have done like 3 seconds of freaking research.
That's crazy. Where should we research things?
Well, as far as the moon landing,
Yeah, what
3 of the
sites
points
do
are dealt with, and by so there was Russian scientists that calculated the trajectory of the Saturn V and demonstrated that it never would have reached higher than 200,000 feet.
Where should we
Base.
research this though? Like, I want to learn for myself.
Then why? And why are you asking me where to research it if you want to learn for yourself?
Become a rocket scientist.
You said it
Become
takes,
a rocket scientist.
you said it takes 3 seconds of research, and I'm like, okay, well, I have 3 seconds at least. So, like, where do I
Research
go?
it then.
Obviously, that was an
That's
exaggeration.
why you guys are never going to
Sure,
make
I
it
mean,
in this
obviously,
world.
3 seconds is hyperbole. I'm not holding that against you. I'm just saying I
Okay,
have some
so
time
each
to
one of these points in this video, because it's just Gish Gallop, there's probably like 10 points in there. Each one of them, that's why it's Gish Gallop, are weak arguments because they've been dealt with, and you could have easily found how they've been dealt with before that.
Where can I find out how they've been dealt with?
Just go by each point and then look on the internet.
Well,
Yeah, sure.
does he? Do you want him to like? Do you think a funny thing happened on the
No,
way to the
I
moon is a
agree with
good
you
one,
that
or there's that other book that talks about the whole Apollo 1 thing? What's that book called? I'll find it.
Well,
for you.
okay, let's deal with the first point I teach kids, Trent. Let's deal. He says,
Wait,
I
please,
got
please,
video.
please.
Hold on, dude.
I
No,
want to
let's go through it.
respond. I think you made a good point earlier when you said that we should do research point by point. I think it's a good thing, but I think you would agree with me that there's like good places to do research and bad places to do research, right? Like, you would not trust CIA.gov, and I wouldn't either. Fuck the CIA. So it's like, let's find, like, where should I go to figure out the truth about the moon landing? What
You
should
can
I
go to
trust?
NASA.
I should go to NASA.
That's right.
NASA.gov.
And look at the particulars, right? The actual details of what they say they did, and you'll find out that they didn't go to the moon. Okay, you got to read past the headline, dude. So this says, got video proof of going to the moon. It says, nah, that's fake too. Do they have video proof? Okay, how was their video generated? With what camera? How was it transmitted to Earth? Who picked it up? How was that signal transmitted to fucking Houston? How was it filmed by the TV stations in Houston? Because we didn't have all the method. We didn't have the video transmission technology we have now. So how was the video created? Is it video proof?
Let's go to nasa.gov and figure out where they answer these questions. This is good. So nasa.gov.
No, you got to look up the camera first. What was the camera they used? What was the camera even capable of filming?
NASA.gov moon landing camera. Okay, let's look this up.
You're gonna get a bunch of shit because of the recent thing, dude.
I know I'd have to filter by like not recent
Okay,
year, but
I'll give you
that.
I'll give you the rundown. The camera that they say they had was transmitted. The transmission was picked up in Australia at a place called Honeysuckle Creek. Okay, they supposedly got the video downlink. Now that video is supposedly, according to the camera, it's called scanline interleave. Okay, so it's not frames per second; it's half frames per second. And it did 5 half frames per second, and it transmitted 5 half frames per second. So you have odd and even lines, right? So there's something like 246 lines. You get half of those, and then the other half, right? At 30 times per second, they alternate. It's called scanline interleave. It's how transmissions were done back then. So this is how it supposedly came back to Honeysuckle Creek. Now, how do they transmit that image? Now, how do they transmit that image to Houston, where the TV cameras film the fucking screen to transmit it to America?
I'm looking at this Honeysuckle Creek tracking station on Wikipedia. There's a NASA.
HoneysuckleCreek.net.
Oh, it's got its own website now? Shit.
Well, the people that worked there during Apollo create a memorial site for it.
All right. I want to learn more about like the transmission things they say they have.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to research. I don't want to distract from what you're doing, but I put 3 other things in the
I think
side
we should
chat.
just focus
So.
on the camera.
Yeah, we should.
that
So
they
yeah, but
use.
you asked about where the things were that you would find in 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, I just found you 3 more. But focus on what you're talking about now, and then later maybe you can research these other things. Because every single thing in I watched your little joke propaganda video there. Yeah, every single thing in there is easily disputed.
Easily. All right, Honeysuckle Creek tracking station.
It's been disputed for like 30 years at this point. This isn't new. People were saying the moon landing was fake back in the 70s when it happened, right? They were saying it was fake then.
Give me a second. I got to read
it. Current people that just went all of a sudden, moon landing's fake. They were saying it then.
I'm going to tap out for a second. I want to read this. Give me a second. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, go on. Click the Apollo 11 TV link, and it'll give you all the particulars about the camera, how the camera worked, and how they say they filmed it before they transmitted it to Houston, who filmed it off a projector screen. And then I'll tell you why it's impossible to have filmed what they said. Just because of the specifications of the camera. If you go from 5 frames a second to 30 frames a second, what happens? Where do you get all that extra information? What does the video look like? Oh, it's sped up. People run around at high fucking speed. Is that what you saw? Hell no. But it has to happen because they're only transmitting at 5 frames a second. So, video proof? My fucking ass.
Did you see how his little thing has that ridiculous lie they started in about 2019, 2020 of it'd be way easier to actually go to the moon than to
Oh,
fake
yeah.
it. Remember when they introduced that one? Everybody was like, oh, that's right. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. Like, at least use your brain a tiny bit. You know what I mean? Just don't accept a trope just because somebody says it. It's just like so nonsensical. It's not even funny.
Literally, especially what they said, right? It's easier to fly to the moon 300,000 fucking miles with a 10-story freaking rocket than it is to fake it. Are you like, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. It's easier to fly to the moon than to make like one really bad low budget version of like one tiny little scene in Star Wars. You know what I mean? That they've already done like 100 times over, 1,000 times over. I mean, it's so absurd. Like, how can anyone that has a tiny brain believe that? I mean, and he's got it in here in his propaganda video as if that's proof. It's just so obnoxious. At least the dude is willing, at least appearing to be willing to look at some sources. That's cool. He's back now. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Misty. So I went on the Google, as one does, and I found the National Museum of Australia, and it talks about exactly what you guys mentioned, Honeysuckle Creek. In 1969, the world watches the first ever moon walk with the help of Honeysuckle Creek tracking station and the park's radio telescope. Yeah, it was an interesting read. I think I learned about the moon landing and how they observed it. I think it's really cool.
Cool. Quick question for Indio.
They observed it. That's hilarious. They didn't observe anything, dude.
Because I was like watching.
I wanted to know what they observed too.
Really quickly before it gets lost, Indio, you mentioned the 5 frames per second. Converting that to 30 frames per second. Couldn't they just repeat one frame 6 times per second? Just have the same video?
How?
I'm just like set up.
Yeah, you could do it in Adobe Premiere today. Can you do it then?
It says here. I went
There's
to
actually a movie about the Parkes telescope. You can go and watch that movie. I don't know how we transmitted anything from Australia back then. They were too busy playing cricket in the dish.
Isn't that where the moon rocks, the petrified wood came from? Australia. I think it came from the same area as that place you're talking about.
Okay, so check this out.
Yeah, the Park.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
The movie's called
Yeah, the Parkes dish. Yeah, I've seen it. I've actually been to Parkes and seen the big radio telescope or whatever the hell they call it, the dish. Yeah. But yeah, you can watch the movie The Dish, and I don't know how we did anything back then in Australia. We were too busy drinking beer and playing cricket.
Okay, I did some more of the Googling on.
So check this out. So if you go on the honeysucklecreek.net, so one of the people that worked there took a 45 millimeter camera and snapped photographs of the screen that actually, so they captured the signal supposedly came down from the moon, and they captured it, and it was displayed on a phosphorus screen that they watched. He snapped a picture of that screen with a 45 millimeter camera. Okay? Want to see what it looks like? This is before it got transmitted to Houston and then what you saw on TV.
So I went on the Google and found some more from this honeysucklecreek.net site. It says TV from the moon. This is more specific. This is more about what you guys were talking about. It says here the television camera taken to the lunar surface was a Westinghouse designed and built slow scan black and white camera with a vertical resolution of 320 lines scanned at 10 frames per second. This camera was chosen because the available bandwidth from the moon 500 kHz, kilohertz, I don't know, was not sufficient for a standard TV signal, right? Fair enough. On Earth, the received slow scan signal was converted to a standard TV picture. I don't know if they like added frames or something, interpolation bullshit. I don't fucking know. The standard. Okay, so they had to use some special scan converter equipment thing.
Yeah, and it says 10 frames a second, but that's half a frame. It's not a full frame.
What do you mean?
Because it's scan line. A frame back then was the even lines, and then the next frame was the odd lines. They didn't have pixels; they had scan lines.
I'm not familiar with the difference. I always thought a frame per second was
Okay,
just
so line 0 through freaking 300 and something, whatever they had, 320, right? All the odd numbers is one frame, and then all the lines, right? The horizontal line on the screen. So the 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. So there's the actual physical count of lines across the screen. Same on any screen. But these are lines. These are scan lines because there's a little electron gun that went left to right that drew the fucking image on there. Right? So scan left, did all the odd lines, and then scan back the other way, forming an image. But it does it fast enough, so it tricks the brain, so you don't see all the half frames. Okay? The 10 frames a second is half lines. The full frame, the 5 frames a second is full screen. So to get a full frame, because it's going to be converted, you understand? So to go from the scan line to full frame, it's pulling out 2 frames. You understand? To make a full frame. So
are you
10 frames a second scan line converts to 5 full frames a second.
So are you saying that when
which is a
video,
slideshow.
Sure. So you're saying that the video they took was actually 5 frames per second. That's what we're seeing from the moon landing.
5 frames a second on conversion.
On conversion. Okay. So we only saw the moon landing at 5 frames per second. Got it.
No. Because then it would be a slideshow.
What? Yeah.
Then when they piped it into fucking Houston, and then they filmed it so Houston supposedly projected what they were getting onto a screen, the same like a movie screen, in the media room. And the media filmed on their TV cameras what was supposed to be being broadcast to Honeysuckle Creek. Honeysuckle Creek got the radio signal down. They sent the signal via undersea cables via AT&T to Houston. Houston broadcasted on a big screen. The networks, all 3 of them, recorded the fucking the screen with their TV cameras. So now you have an up conversion.
Yeah, I would imagine that the resolution and frames per second broadcasting from the moon would not be as well as if doing it from
Well, the
Earth.
funny thing is, what they showed on TV is better resolution than what I just showed you with that 45 millimeter camera, which the guy took at Honeysuckle Creek while they were receiving it.
Can you post something in side chat about that?
It's actually even I got this 45 millimeter. Yeah, I did post inside chat. I got this 45 millimeter photograph from that website, the honeysucklecreek.net.
What?
I have another one that shows the horizon. You can see the horizon through the fucking guy's body.
Was this with like a camera that was done with the same kind of technology at the time?
Okay. A 45 millimeter camera's film. Okay. So this is a photograph of the screen that was at Honeysuckle Creek, which was the first place that was supposed to get the radio signal from the moon. Understand? They have a giant fucking antenna. They're picking up the signal. They have a little fucking screen so they know that they're getting the signal. This dude, while he worked there, while they were doing this, snapped a photograph.
Okay.
I don't know if he photographed the replay. I think this is they played back the tape and this is a replay. Because they had some what was it called, an Ampex something or other, where they took the fucking photograph.
Well, the great thing about cameras is that they are just one frame every second. It's just a frame, just a picture.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that what they tried to say is that the phosphorus screen, because it has a delay, acted as a frame buffer, but that's ridiculous. It's fucking utter nonsense.
Well, he just took a picture of the thing that was like 5 or 10 frames per second. He just like captured one of those frames. I don't know if there's like a contradiction here or anything. It just feels like
No. The point is that what people saw on TV, the so-called video proof, couldn't have possibly happened like that, because the camera they used and the way they transmitted it would have never looked like that. It would have been either it would have looked super sped up because you got to insert the other frames, right? You have to stretch it, so it actually would appear slowed down.
Yeah, I imagine
it wouldn't have looked right. I mean, they would have solved like, hey, dude, oh, we have to fucking convert from 45 frames a second to 30 for television. Oh, just do what Apollo did.
Did they broadcast it on television like at 30 frames per second?
Well, it's a standard, the NTSC standard, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like if I were to show
It's
you
like 29.97 frames a second.
No, I get that. I get what you're saying. Like that is true, but it's like if I were to, let's say I made a flash animation, and the flash animation is like really garbage. It's like 5-7 frames per second, whatever. And then I show you that while you're recording it on a camera that records at 60 frames per second. It's like
I'll record a slideshow.
Yeah, basically, I guess. Sure, yeah, but it's like.
So say it's 5 frames a second, right? And I'm converting
it's
to
like
30 frames. One frame, right, will take up what's 5 into 30, right? So the first frame will take up 6 frames. The second frame will take up another 6 frames. The third frame will take up another 6 frames. And then in that 1 second span, I'll have taken the 5 frames and converted them into 30 frames. But one of those frames is going to fucking be, 6% or 1/6 of the whole frame.
Yeah, I would imagine that like when they showed it on television, it would
be so choppy, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. It would have to be choppy. I mean, if it's like only like 5-10 frames per second, and then putting it on television, like obviously it's not going to be the 30 seconds on television because they're showing a video of something that is 5 frames per second. So I would imagine that what they showed on the television is like really choppy, almost a slideshow. Like, it sucks that we needed like better technology. We didn't have better technology when we went on the moon, but now we're going on the moon a second time, and I assume the cameras will be better this time.
Can I say something real quick?
Also, the length of the video was reduced when they sped it up.
Yeah, I mean, the cameras back then weren't great. I'm just really impressed we were able to get pictures on the moon at all.
Come on, man.
And then we've got these 9 million K version pictures of them on the moon playing golf and all this other shit. But these guys are amazed they had cameras.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Artemis has to show. I don't know if they're back yet, but
No,
we'll see
yeah,
what the
no, they're
resolution
probably
is.
out there doing something. I think they were going to an outing somewhere. I think they were going to go back around the moon, take some pictures, scout it.
Oh, here's the one giant leap for mankind. You ever seen this?
Oh, you know
How come
something?
how come I can see the horizon through his leg?
I don't understand the question because there's the horizon.
You can
behind
see
his
the
leg.
line of the horizon through his leg, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
behind
his
his
leg
leg,
is transparent, dude.
I don't think it's transparent. I don't.
No, I see what
Bro,
he's
there's
talking
yeah,
about.
you can see it. They're different colors gray.
But these weren't
And on his foot, there's a little black thing sticking out. You can see that through his foot too.
these weren't
Oh, I don't
CCDs.
know.
They had strong ghosting.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, they're supposed to be phosphorus screens, dude. I was
Well,
alive
maybe it's
during this
something to do with it.
period. My father's the cable guy. Literally.
I was alive during this period too. I watched
I know
that
how
shit
all
on
this shit
TV.
works. You don't have to tell me anything. I know how all works like the back of my fucking hand. I grew up fucking nerding it out on this shit. Sure, Radwin did too.
I'm
Well,
nerding out on all the new tech. I haven't stopped nerding out on technology. So give it all you got, new guys. But we've seen it.
That is a weird picture with the leg and the horizon and stuff. I wonder if that has something to do with the quality of the camera. I'm not exactly sure. Like even if the moon landing
fucking
was
dude, that'd be a
even if
great quality camera. It's an X-ray camera.
like even if the moon landing was fake, like how would you make such a picture? It's so weird.
Because
that-
they're compositing it, dude.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Is that a picture of the CCTV display, or is that from a photographic film? Originally,
I
I'm
think
not familiar with like the technology of cameras. I'm sorry. I'm not like up
let's
to
see
date
where I
on
got
that
this.
shit.
I'll show you where I got this from. Okay, it's
I'm gonna Google
from.
the Artemis thing. I want to learn more about the moon landing they're doing right now.
So you
This
understand?
this came from Honeysuckle Creek, just for the record. I'll post the video I pulled the screenshot from. It's the tilt corrected. Now you'll just read the. You'll be able to read it. Fuck. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Teach, understand that the point here is to refute your propaganda cartoon where you think that that video is proof that they did something. So, to understand, this is just one small example of the large number of anomalies from the so-called video proof. Do you understand that due to the nature of photography, that just showing a video of something, especially one that has clear flaws, questionable aspects to it that make it look like there was trickery, is not proof that they actually did the thing.
I'm not sure if my argument was refuted or anything, but I am looking. I do see that the pictures here from the Artemis are definitely much better quality. They might even have more frames per second. I'm not exactly certain what they're going to be doing there.
Oh, Artemis has got so many problems, dude. There's Camelback Earth. There's fucking different size Earth. There's transparent Earth. Fucking.
I don't feel very refuted, but I'm hoping we both had a fun time here today.
I don't feel refuted.
I
We're
don't
not
know
refuting
how-
you. We're refuting the video that you decided you were on the spread, which this
I don't know
video
what
is
I
just
said
garbage.
I don't know what I said is wrong, but it's whatever.
No,
We'll
you just
agree
tell
to
us your feelings. It can't be wrong. You feel the
I
way
just
you
don't
feel.
know what was said in the video that is wrong.
It said that the video is there's video proof of the moon landing. That's nonsense.
Yeah, but we took videos of it and stuff.
Do you know what
We
proof?
talked about
How
the
do you?
videos.
No, we just proved that the video that they showed couldn't have possibly been taken on the moon.
How did you?
The video
I don't
that
recall
he's
you doing that.
seen. Well, you
I don't
admitted yourself it would be choppy, and that's not what they broadcast.
What? I
I
mean,
also showed you the guy's leg is transparent.
The leg is
So-
transparent. I already addressed that by saying that even if the moon landing was fake, that picture doesn't make sense. So I don't know what difference it makes.
Because
when it comes to like
the point is,
choppiness,
it constitutes proof, dude. Video proof. You not understand what proof?
But wait, I don't get an answer to that question though. Like, even if the moon landing was fake, it makes no sense that his leg would be like, what's the word, transparent like that.
It does. It's called opacity, dude. They blended the opacity, but the way they did it back then was analog.
Okay.
Okay.
I
So all
guess
they
I
did was
that
take two video feeds and then composite. You said you don't understand what. That's the funny thing is you said you
that-
don't understand what compositing is, but
don't.
but your understanding, your lack of understanding is the reason you don't feel refuted. I guess you'll never be refuted if you don't know anything. So just take a big fucking drill through your fucking cranium and scramble your brains, and then you'll never be refuted because your brains will be mush and it won't matter.
Okay. No, yeah, I mean that's cool.
Well, I mean, what
so
are you saying, dude? You don't know anything about video or how video's taken or how it's made, but you're drawing conclusions that it's real
how
based
choppy
upon
was
ignorance, dude.
how the video that they showed on the TVs at the time, like how choppy was it? You said it was like 30 frames per second, but it's like, well, the TVs themselves are like 30 frames per second, but it's like the example I
TVs
did
are
with,
like 8 inches by 8 inches.
I was still talking, man.
Yeah, but like it's even worse. Well, I'm agreeing with you. It's
Like
even
the
worse than
video
that.
on the TV was definitely like 30 frames per second, but it's like I said with the animation, it's like if the animation is like 7 frames per second that I drew, like it's still going to be 7 frames per second. Like I don't think the thing they showed on the television was actually 30 frames per second. I don't think that makes sense.
Okay, they broadcasting that.
I don't know if you heard anything I said because
I did.
I
They
talked
broadcasting that.
They broadcast the 30
Yeah,
frames
so
per second.
there's a TV standard called NTSC. So when they made TVs, right?
Yeah.
It only picks up a signal that's broadcast in NTSC. It's 30 frames a second. They're not making any TVs that won't capture that. So
Can
the
we
TV
see-
stations broadcast in
see it.
NTSC. You don't have
Hey,
an
I didn't
option.
see it all choppy.
I
I
would
don't
like
remember it
to
being all
see-
choppy back then. I just remember it being black and white.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see not a video of the moon landing, but a video of like what the TVs were showing of the moon landing at the TVs at home. Like, what did that
I did.
look like?
I did you one better. I showed you a photograph of the screen of where the video first fucking arrived.
Wait, no, that's a photograph. That's literally one frame. We're talking about is it 1 frame or 30 frames?
If you go on that site, they have multiple frames of photographs. I guess you could fucking make your own slideshow.
Wait, but I don't think you get it though. Okay, so like in America, okay, there was a family, okay, and the family was watching a TV, and the TV is like 30 frames per second, right? And they're watching the moon landing. Now, the claim that you seem to be proposing is that the moon landing that this family was seeing was in 30 frames per second, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have like where is that video of the video?
How would they have that? There was no method to actually film it. You would need a film fucking recorder. Meaning you would need to get like a Super 8 or a fucking, what was the other one? I don't remember what the other video camera was. I don't even know if they're out then at that point in time.
So if we don't know, if we had no way of recording what the television was broadcasting, then how do we know that it was in 30 frames per second, which would...
Because it's an NTSC standard. The TV won't pick up a signal that's not in 30 frames a second.
I don't think you get what I'm saying.
I don't think you get what I'm saying. The TV won't pick up any signal that's not in 30 frames a second because they analog technology has to be synchronized because you have vacuum tubes and shit. Okay?
Yeah, they don't know what that shit is. They should be lucky they're talking to us.
I know, Jesus Christ.
Nah, bro, they think that vacuum tubes are just gas floating in the middle of the television.
Good one.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Okay, I did some more
Pete, you
Googling.
just oh, he's Googling some more. You just really want it to be true.
I
You
like
just have
attention,
faith.
but
Yeah. What
I
did
like-
your new Googling? What'd you find with the Google this time?
So I asked the Google, if analog TVs could show things at less than 30 frames per second.
No, that's not the question. Pick up a fucking television broadcast from a goddamn antenna at less than 30 frames a second.
I thought you said it had to be at 30 frames per second.
Dude, we all had antennas
Are you a
on our
retard?
house.
How do you think a television worked back then? Did they have cable?
I'm pretty sure you told me that it couldn't show things that were less than 30 frames per second.
That's right, because there's a signal that's transmitted from an antenna. And in that signal, it's encoded little fucking impulse of electricity. The TV receives it, converts those impulses of electricity, electromagnetic radiation, and amplifies that with vacuum tubes via an electrical impulse, and those are synchronized with the fucking goddamn electron gun that's in the CRT, which draws the fucking picture. They have to be in sync or the fucking thing don't work.
Okay, so you're saying that the 5 frames per second was like sort of
Don't say so, you're saying.
sort of like interpolated to make it seem more than like a slideshow. Yeah, I guess
It'd have to be done. It'd have to be done somewhere else. It can't be done mid broadcast.
It would. I guess it would just look like a very slow moving, or there'd be a lot of jumping between the frames.
Dude, the technology. Listen, friend, you're not getting it.
I'm not.
There's no digital. There's no digital interpolator that can make the frames, bro.
Yeah, it was probably pretty choppy or something when they converted it to 30 frames per second.
He's a lost cause without even understanding what we're talking. It's like we're trying to explain something that he thinks never happened.
And he's fucking up the terminology too. What do you mean by interpolating? Like fill in the gaps between frames, smooth it out?
That's my understanding.
Like for every
AI?
For every 5 frames, you add 4 that don't exist to make it smooth.
I don't know if interpolating.
Analog. Listen, brother. Analog televisions can't do that, dude.
Oh, okay. I don't know the correct terminology then.
Interpolate would be like, say you have 2 frames, one frame taken, say they're taken 1 second apart, and you don't capture the motion between the frames. Interpolation would be creating the motion between the frames.
Oh, okay.
Which AI can do, but fucking you can't do it with analog television or analog video or anything like that. Way back then, didn't exist.
Okay, I understand.
All you can do is repeat the frame, the same frame.
Okay,
you repeat it 5.
yeah,
I tried to explain it to you, like if you took 5 frames
Yeah.
a second and stretched it to 30 frames a second, all you're gonna do is take 6 frames and replicate it again and again and again and again.
Hello, my fellow.
Did you even listen to a goddamn word I said?
It definitely would have been.
No, he's screaming the entire time.
Dude, that guy's never gonna listen to you. That guy's subhuman.
We don't do that, dude. Don't call him subhuman. Though his name is might be indicated.
I will take this moment to say, hey, teach, shut up, thanks.
What the moon landing looked like when people saw it, like in real.
We got you, bro.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to know about it?
All right, I'm gonna head on out. It was nice talking to you guys.
You're lucky my finger don't work.
Stop spreading propaganda. Thank you.
All right. But I have the Glober argument that easily solves this. Indio is correct that the technology didn't exist back then. Therefore, clearly this is proof of a time machine. Because you start with your first premise, the Earth is a globe and the moon landing was real. The technology didn't exist in the past. It existed in the future. Therefore, they must have went back in the past and gave the dudes the technology. Now the Earth is still a globe. Man, that's a big cope session. But there was somebody who was just asking to get in, so maybe now the other guy's gone, he could ask.
I think they might have gone out. I saw them. I think they left, but couple other people have joined in. If anybody's got something to say, now would be the time. We've got Awaken. It's just joined us. Some other people that I don't know if I want to call their names. Yeah, I just think it's unfortunate when, this individual who was just here apparently was moved by this propaganda cartoon that he shared with us, and he really just demonstrated why that type of propaganda does work, because it tells people what they want to hear. It also feeds upon their desire to feel superior, even though each one of the points made in that propaganda cartoon can be refuted. But it makes people who really don't know what they're talking about feel more confident to remain in their ignorance and even feel superior in their ignorance. It's really just sad.
I don't think I heard that frame refresh thing argument before. If I did, I forgot about it because it's pretty interesting.
The honeysuckle site says that it actually was non-interlaced. So wouldn't that mean it was 10 frames a second?
Jesse,
Yes.
congratulations on making it a week.
Oh, has it been a week already?
You're usually rebanned by about this time, so you're making progress as a human.
I better be on my best behavior, huh? And it's good to see you, Dandelion. I think you were among this group when I first showed up and had my first big discussion.
I recall. Yes, I do recall. Yes, I recall you bringing in your little whatever it was, Google Doc, and us having the same argument 3 times over before I asked you if you wanted me to say something different than the last time we had the same argument or just repeat the same thing. And now it seems like you're just, are you just continuing on, like, years later, repeating the same thing, or you have something new now?
Oh, I don't know. I'm always learning new things and trying to figure out new ways to measure new things, so it's interesting for sure.
Is that when you showcase the Fisher Price theodolite?
Hey, it's not a Fisher Price, it's a Toys R Us. My theodolite is very sensitive about that.
Yeah, you showed me a lot of charts, diagrams, drawings, graphs, and you told me that was your globe. Yeah, I remember that. Your graph was the globe. Yeah.
It would
You
be
think
all home week if Miggy was here. Go ahead.
I don't know, you just think if there, was a globe that we would, observe curvature in the manner predicted by a sphere with a radius 3,959 miles. You wouldn't think you need a graph. You'd think you could just, observe it in reality that, objects would be disappearing from your view and that curvature would be increasing at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which we never observe in reality and which has been soundly rebuked so many times. You would think if there was a globe, like, we'd observe curvature, wouldn't you?
Speaking of which, I had an idea that I think would be a cool new way to show flat Earth, and that is to take the Rayleigh extinction coefficient and calculate how far you're guaranteed to go with a certain laser, and then do some mountain peak to mountain peak shots, but at way too far to work on a globe, but not so far that the Rayleigh extinction coefficient would, lose all the light. That would be cool. That's never been done.
What is it you wanna do? Have a laser on top of a mountain going to another mountain? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yes. Yeah, just like the long distance lake, water laser tests, but from mountain peak to mountain peak instead. But the principle would be the same. If Earth was a globe, there would be 6,000 feet of other mountains sticking up between you and the other mountain. Whereas if it was flat, you would then have a straight line of sight.
Yeah, go for it. Let us know when you document your results. I'll be interested to see them because I know you care so much about the truth that you'd just be right out there doing your field test. Can't wait.
Due to leave to go figure out what analog is.
He did leave. I don't know what he's up to.
Hey, Indio, do you know if the SSTV receivers that they were using for the Apollo stuff, do you know if they used digital storage or some sort of image storage, or did they just use a slow decay phosphor on the display?
I mean, it's on their website. I'm pretty sure they recorded it analog on tape, on magnetic tape.
Right, but when they're
The
playing
display
it-
was analog. There was no such thing as digital back then, Jesse.
Okay, so it must have been a slow decay phosphor.
Dude, their memory for the AGC, the Apollo guidance computer, was fucking made by, what do you call them? Seamstresses.
memory?
Yeah, rope core memory was made by seamstresses, weavers.
Well, it's beads and thread. Why not?
It's just so ludicrous. You know that those were all shorted out, right?
All the core memories were shorted out?
Yeah. There's a if you go on alice.com, there's a guy, his name is Xavier Pascal. He's a computer scientist in France that went over the documentation for the rope core memory. So the sense line would have shorted out it would have demagnetized the ring. And so it would have been read once, everything.
Right, that's how
Every time they read out the computer program, it would have been gone. And they would have had to reprogram the computer.
Right, every read was followed by a write to put it back. That's how core memory works. And it wasn't just used there.
Okay, what was the buffer? The read erases it.
Right, it has to read into some sort of random, temporary memory. The core was just the storage.
What do you mean temporary memory? What are you talking about?
Dude, it had a GTX 1050 on the side.
I'll post a link in the chat, Jesse.
All right, thanks. So it looks like that was actually 10 frames a second, non-interlaced, right? That's what the Honeysuckle page says.
Well, I don't know how they did that because it was SLI camera.
Wait, is that the rebroadcast format, or the format that it was received in?
I never understand why you guys just try to defend fucking horseshit. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, you can believe in the globe and still realize that the moon landing hoax is complete hoax, both times, all the times, every time. I mean, you can still be a glober. You don't have to defend NASA like to the death.
Well, some of us don't have to agree on the shape of the Earth in order to still enjoy the topic of vintage slow scan TV technology, because it was fascinating. Even if it wasn't used for the moon landing, it was used for other things.
Slow.
And
They ain't slow, bro.
what's that?
They're not slow.
What's not slow?
The old scanline televisions.
The SSTV, that the 10 frames per second that the
Well, maybe the one back then was, but the newer ones are faster. In fact, they're highly desirable by gamers who want to play video games because modern LCDs and stuff suck. They can't refresh fast enough, and they look like ass. But if you run a modern system on those old monitors, they look awesome. They look like you're looking through a window, like it's real.
Man, the ViewSonic monitors, even though they costed a fortune, dude, they looked really good. CRTs.
I had the first Sony widescreen. It was a scanline widescreen HD TV. So it was a RayTube TV. It was freaking awesome. It
like a
broke.
rear, like
It weighed 200 pounds.
like a rear projection.
No, dude, like a CRT, cathode ray tube.
Oh wow. Well, the rear projections ones were also CRTs, but they had 3 of them in there.
Those suck.
Yeah, I don't know if the alignment was ever quite right on them.
Back then they were all blurry and just muted. Just was a big waste of time. Yeah, it was bigger, but just sit closer.
They did have very nice Fresnel lenses in them, and I have 2 of those lenses now. You can catch a wet stick on fire in a half a second with the sunlight.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's what she said.
Jesse, I need to level this floor. Should I A, hold my level horizontal, or B, balance my level on a giant ball? Which one?
Definitely balance the level on a giant ball. Definitely.
Or, yeah, how do you
Every
do
day.
that?
Very, very carefully.
Jesse, once I get these lags in, I'm putting my flat panel flooring on top of these joists, and it's going to be very flat, bro. In fact, it's so flat that the company that makes it, it prints right on it, flat out best, right on the thing. And if I get it horizontal, then it's actually parallel to the plane of the horizon, because that's what horizontal means. So it's like parallel to the level line. But in your worldview, It's not parallel. It's actually a reciprocal slope where the center of the board is lower altitude than the ends of the board. That doesn't make no sense, bro.
Although on the scale you're doing it, unless you're using laser interferometry, the natural roughness of the building supplies probably far exceeds the claimed amount of Earth curve.
How about a salt lake? What if a salt lake was flat and it only had water in the very center of it?
Oh, wouldn't be as big, would it?
Why not?
Well, if the lake is only in the very center, then it's not as big as it could be if the water was over the whole.
Yeah, but you don't get it, bro. Is that if you have a lake, right, and the bottom is flat on a globe Earth, that would actually be two slopes going down towards the center. So you'd actually increase in depth as you go towards the center of the lake, even though the bottom is flat.
Right.
Again, that makes no sense, bro. So you got any evidence that any of this exists in reality? It sounds retarded to me.
Well, so far, all of my vertical angle stuff is optical, so you can just dismiss it. Because we all know that optics cannot be trusted unless you're looking very close to the surface of water. And then it could never lead you wrong, except when it does.
No,
you guys
you
think
got
the
the
lower you go, the further you see. I mean, how fucking stupid is that?
Hey, Indio, Jesse's a 7.6 earther. He thinks that if you go up to a certain altitude, it mitigates refraction to where all observations can be solved with 7/6R. And since 7/6R is globe math, it therefore reiterates that the globe is true. As long as you can apply 7/6R to it at high altitude. So I was asking Jesse, how do you just don't know that the Earth is just 1/6 bigger than you were told?
Was that a question for me?
Yeah, you say 7/6R solves everything. So how do you know that the Earth is actually 6/6 and not actually 7/6, and that when you experience 6/6, that's the refracted event?
Well, obviously, I don't know anything with absolute infinite certainty. However,
except for that,
right? Except for that, no. I do have what to me is very compelling evidence that it can't be exactly 7/6R because I do have firsthand experience measuring air pressure at different altitudes, and I do know that air density does predominantly decrease with altitude. So I do know that predominantly light has to be curving down a little bit at least, because I do know that light does curve towards the region of greater index of refraction in a gradient of that. So I know it can't be exactly 7/6R because I do know light is curving a little bit predominantly, and I do know which way it's curving predominantly. But as far as knowing the exact amount under 7/6R, no, I don't have personal evidence of exactly how much. But I'm working on it. I have done calculations based on the Sitter equation and the speed of light under different conditions, and compared that against to the typical conditions of air reported by weather balloons, and that does actually come pretty close to the 6/6. But again, the balloon people could be faking the balloon data, right? Well, not the pressure, but they could be faking the temperature, and I wouldn't know it. But if anybody has an explanation how my high line of sight measurements all come so close to a 7/6R Earth on a flat Earth, I would be delighted to discuss it. I could be wrong, I'm just doing the best I can, and the best I can do is go
Dude,
measure.
What the heck is a 7/6R Earth, bro?
Oh, well, R being 3959 and 7/6 being, well, about 17%.
Oh, right. So you realize how much you just played yourself with that statement, bro? Think about it. How come my observations are of a Earth that's larger than the actual Earth I believe exists?
I didn't play myself. It's like, hey, on one hand, I have people telling me the Earth is flat. On the other hand, I have the Globers telling me, oh, there's what you expect is a 7/6R drop over, whatever. That's what they say. They can tell me what my expected angle measurements are going to be with a high line of sight. It's like, well, it matches theirs. If flat earthers want to say, hey, here's how it happens on a flat Earth, I'm all ears.
Right. So what you just said is it matches a globe that's constantly changing radius. How does that even work, dude? But thanks for admitting that that's how you solve it. You go out and you see the observations. You clearly see things you shouldn't, and then you just inflate the radius till it fits. Good job.
I was going to ask Jesse, do you only have one instance of this, or have you gone out multiple times and they all happen to align to the same more or less value?
Get a little closer to your mic.
Is this better?
I think so. It's still a little, but try again.
Sorry about that. I was wondering, dude, did you only go out once and take these measurements, or have you gone multiple times, having each time result in values that are more or less the same?
The latter.
Okay. How many times?
What's that?
How many times?
Oh, let's see. I would say altogether hundreds of times, but I've got one data set where I did the same 75-mile shot to the same mountain from the same location 36 times at different times of year and different times of day over a couple different years. And those were all showed a average 3,200 missing feet with a plus or minus 100-foot variation, peak-to-peak variation.
Hundreds of times.
Well, that was just 36 times for one pair of endpoints. Then I've been
hold on
going
a second. Just pause for 1 second.
Hey, DJ.
Hey, Jesse. Most of okay, so at least 16 or something of those were done one after the other at the same time. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes later, 20 minutes later. Eight on one day, 8 on another day, and so on.
Oh, come on, man.
I was looking at the variation throughout the day as best as I could. I didn't have all day to do it, but I wanted to find out what is the variation throughout a day, and so that's why I did a bunch during a day.
Okay, so let's say, okay, fine. So let's say you took 8 a day and you have 32 measurements. So you have 4 blocks of days worth of samples?
I can get you the data. I've been handing it around for years.
I was just wondering, but okay.
Yeah, I'll tag you in the side chat with the link to the spreadsheet.
So if you would to do observations okay, so surveyors kind of try to avoid what they call, no, this probably isn't the technical term, but hotspots, right? Like doing an observation when you've got a highway in front of you, or if you're doing it over land, right, where you've got housing estates with streets and heat coming off the ground. They try to avoid situations where you've got what would cause a unique temperature pressure situation right in front of where you've got this theodolite set up. Now, every single one of these 36 was done with a highway directly in front of the theodolite, and the theodolite was only what, maybe a meter, a few
5 feet.
meters,
At the
5
my,
feet
at my
of,
end, it was 5 feet. Yeah.
5 feet, well, 5 feet high, and then you've got a little bit of drop. Then you've got a highway, and then you've got 3 kilometers worth of terrain that's fields, housing, estate, blocks, streets, directly in front of the theodolite. And then you've got a huge drop off, and then you've got a giant body of water for a long distance, and then some more land, and then you've got the mountain way off in the distance, 75 miles away, something like that.
Yeah, 75 miles away.
Right. And some of the terrain that's in front of you is just a few feet or almost at the same level that the theodolite is at. I think your theodolite's 55 meters altitude, something like that. I mean,
Yeah, whatever
elevation.
187 feet is in meters.
Yeah, and then there's trees and terrain and fields and stuff that's approximately 53 meters, so just a tiny little bit lower. And then
And then all the water, of course, was sea level.
and then all the water, so it's kind of like a unique spot that you would to do it. And I just find it odd, right? Because you guys always say that you need to go up high to do these tests, and when you're doing them at low altitude, you get extremely inconsistent results because of the the ever-changing refraction gradient when you're lower to the ground. But all of your tests were done basically at low altitude. Even though you're at elevation, you're still doing it over 3 kilometers worth of ground, right? Always during the day, when the ground common sense would tell you that the ground is going to be warmer than the air above it, and the normal lapse rate of the temperature, or the decrease of the temperature as you go up. So I mean, to say that you have to guess 7 over 16R would be consistent for 36 observations, where it's always approximately that. It seems kind of unrealistic that would be the case. Not that I'm saying you're lying or anything like that. Absolutely not. But maybe there's something else going on in that certain situation where you have the opposite. I mean, Dr. John D says that from these lower altitudes, not even super low, when you're just above the surface, upward refraction is absolutely the normal situation. And occasionally, very rarely, you can have a thermal inversion where you get some cooler air trapped lower to the ground, and then you get superior mirages and stuff like that. But most of the time, from his experience, right, shooting lasers over large distances hundreds and hundreds of times, he's never seen the laser bend downward, ever.
Sure.
Ever. And I've never seen a laser bend downwards. And I mean, if you're doing all of these observations low to the ground, when you have a highway in front of you and all that kind of thing, I mean, it would be cool if you could get a laser and do some show us that laser bending downward. That's all I had to say, really.
Oh, okay. So as far as getting up higher, I actually did, because I was shooting to something that was almost 11,000 feet tall. So that put the average height of my line of sight significantly above the ground. So sure, a little bit was kind of close to the ground, but most of it. Right, and how many kilometers was above that region?
Yeah,
Let's
a
see,
lot, but
like
obviously,
100
I know, but that's
yeah,
the
it's
most
like 100
important section. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me just convert miles to kilometers here. So 70 miles is 112 kilometers. Right, so let's see, what's 3 divided by 112? Right, so that's less than 3% of it was close to the ground. And now, if anybody wants to bring in somebody who understands how the gradient changes the speed of light and wants to discuss this with me, that's great. But my understanding is that the amount of angular change of the light is accumulative. So if I have a certain gradient for the entire line of sight, let's say it's 1 arc second per mile, and it's 10 miles, the accumulated angular change will be 10 arc seconds. So the reason I got such consistent results was because only 10% of my line of sight was anywhere close to the ground. The rest of it was way up high. And because because the portion that was subject to large changes was short, it had a small overall effect. Does that make sense?
It does, but I don't agree with it because I think that, I mean, from the research I did, everything states that some small change close to the camera can skew the results off in the distance and actually way more, right? Let's say that you had 3 kilometers worth of that terrain in front of you, and then your target was just three more kilometers past that, right? Just hypothetically. Then, and let's say that you had upward refraction over that 3 kilometers, because that's what you would expect when you're doing an observation over a highway and that kind of thing. So let's say the light was deviating upward, and then the following 3 kilometers, right? That deviated light would only deviate by a certain amount. But now we're going to take that extra 3 kilometers and turn it into 100 kilometers. That slight deviation can turn into a much larger amount.
Can we discuss it? I think.
Well, this is the problem. I mean, you don't have any data to discuss other than the angle measurement from your theodolite, and you don't know what happens with the light between point A and point B, unfortunately.
Well,
but I mean, if you're doing an observation over hotspots, like over hotter ground than the air temperature above it, you would expect that you would have upward refraction, because at lower altitudes, temperature absolutely dominates the refractive index, not the natural air pressure gradient.
Well, let's see if we can work on one thing at a time, because if we're constantly changing topics, we'll never complete anything.
I didn't change the topic.
Well, I still want to comment on, because see, I try super hard to not interrupt anybody. So help me the delays of Discord. But you mentioned the changing of the angles, and
yeah, me too. I try not to interrupt it. Oh, sorry.
I think we would agree that without air, a ray of light would go straight from the target. Should I? I'm going to call it a ray. If you call me out, we'll come up with a better technical term for it. A ray of light that would go straight from the target in a straight line into the pupil and would be seen, right?
There's no experimental evidence for that. It's completely conjecture, hypothetical at best.
Well, this was in a vacuum.
Nothing. No, there's no vacuum, dude. Where is there a 200-mile, 50-mile, 30-mile, 20-mile vacuum where they're measuring the deviation of light, whether it's going straight or not? The answer is there isn't. All these vacuum chambers where they measure light, hold on, friend. All these vacuum chambers where they measure light are like a couple of feet long, dude.
Or maybe
so listen, the reason why I said that is I just want it to be known that if somebody concedes this point to you, they're conceding a hypothetical at best. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's obviously hypothetical, but I mean, the whole discussion is, well, does the path of light affect how we see, if we can see something and where we see it? John D, of course, argues that yes, the only way we could see this is if light is going straight. He's assuming a path. So it's like if we're just going to say, well, we have no idea what light does, then there's even no point in discussing anything. John D's evidence is no longer evidence of flat Earth because we don't know what that light is doing, right? It's just pure hypothetical, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, we just have the base axiom. We have what everybody experiences, and that's a flat Earth. Even you experience the flat Earth from your perspective. So that's just kind of like the starting point. When we're going out doing these tests, we're just trying to find the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, and we can never find it. It's very different to what you're trying to do with your observations. Right? You're making what I call hyperspecific claims. And we're not doing that. We're saying, hey, this is off by orders of magnitude. Consistently, we can't find that geometric horizon. I mean, that's what our tests generally are. They're geometric horizon tests. Or they're curvature tests looking for the drop over distance, and we can't find it. So when you're going out doing specific tests, right, saying this matches a globe perfectly within X amount, I'm saying, okay, well, there's certain conditions that have to be counted out that could skew the results that you didn't take into consideration. So therefore, it is not something that is really factual.
Okay, so what conditions do you honestly believe are probable that affected those 36 measurements? My 105 one to Mount Shasta, a bunch of ones to a lighthouse, a bunch of ones over to Canada, a bunch of ones from my local mountains at 87 miles, all
and a bunch
bringing them
over
to
water, a bunch over water, right, which you added into your chart as well, like over just small sections of lakes at low altitude. Obviously, doesn't consistently match up with 7/6R, if ever. So I don't know why you added in those. And then 36 of them, right? Remember, 16 or more of those were just done at the same time, basically. And all of them were done with a hot highway in front of you. So I could just, it's more logical for there to be a little bit of upward refraction each and every single time, because you had the exact same situation each and every time where you did it during the day over a bunch of ground that would, it would be reasonable to say that there could be upward refraction, but it would be disingenuous of me to say that that was absolutely the case, because none of us have any idea what was going on with the refractive index.
Okay, is there any possible time of day or time of year that you honestly think I could go back to the same spot and take the same measurement and get something closer to flat Earth prediction? Like maybe just before the sun has risen and it has, and everything's, the ground's cooled off.
What are you talking about? No, hold on, friend. Hold on, listen. Every observation is consistent with the flat Earth prediction. Everyone. Let me explain. It's very simple. Okay? You already
DJ
admitted.
can't speak for himself.
Hey, kid. Get muted. Thanks. You already admitted that you never actually get direct measurement of the Earth curve via optical means. It's always within some error bar or some geometry you got to apply after the fact. So you never have an example that demonstrates a globe Earth. So that means everything is default to flat Earth. All right, go ahead.
But I'm asking, what could possibly be causing, what practical, honest thing could actually be possibly causing every single one of these high altitude lines of sights to come so close to 7/6 compared to flat?
I don't think that's the case. I think you're the only one that somehow magically has a small amount of observations that seem to match up with that. I don't think that's the case when I'm not sure. I mean, I guess surveyors don't go out and do it the way you're doing it. It's kind of like just a flat Earth debunker thing to do what you're doing. Otherwise, you'd be able to present people that weren't trying to debunk flat Earth, that have done these, and show that it is consistent. I don't think it's consistent. And I think, I mean, I don't know. What about some of these infrared high altitude long distance observations? For example, the one that I'll put in the side chat now, I don't think that matches up. I do need to go over it a bit more. But
yeah, we can. Speaking of Jay Tolan.
Well, no, I wasn't speaking of Jay Tolan. I was speaking of this one here, right? Taking it from someone that wasn't trying to prove anything either way. So here's one in the side chat. Bunch of information's in that video there. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can see that body of water there. in the thumbnail, the horizon should be close to where the edge of that, the geometric horizon should be around where the edge of that water is. Anyway, I do need to do up like a proper presentation on that particular one. So
yeah, and when you do that, hit me up, because I vaguely remember finding the actual full resolution image, and
we have it. I think I have it.
and doing some
Yoda's definitely got
annotations
it.
and stuff. So yeah, glad to go over that with you. But
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'm not the only surveyor that has measured these drop over distance angles. A lot of globe surveyors have done it, like Kozlowski, Schubill, Rutledge, and just a few that I can think of that's in this dogfight, you know. But Jay Tolan also did it, and he also got the same drop. So
right, but he also has a whole stack of other ones that are orders of magnitude off matching the globe.
Right. Well, obviously, when you get near the surface, you can pick flat, globe, concave, whatever you want. You just wait for the right conditions. You can get what you want. But
no, from planes, from 30,000 feet.
Okay, pick your best one. You brought that up before, and I asked you to pick the best one. We'll go over it. The one I went over, where he claimed to be seeing Mount Shasta, I lined it up super careful in Google Earth, and he was actually looking at something much closer. But as far as surveyors, he was not surveying from that airplane. He didn't have a theodolite up there. As far as actual instruments that are actually made to measure elevation angles, lots of globe
Well, I disagree
surveyors.
that. Sorry.
I'll be quick. Lots of globe surveyors have reported this drop over distance, and every single flat earther who has got their line of sight above the surface with a theodolite has also reported the same drop over distance, approximating 7/6 globar. Go ahead.
So, because he's not using a theodolite, so you can only do long distance observations with a theodolite.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying we were talking about. You were saying I was the only person who was using theodolites this way, and that's just not true.
Well, over huge distances. I mean, surveyors. That's why the only people that you were able to bring up were flat Earth debunkers. Right? Do you have any
And
that
Jay
want
Tolan.
flat Earth? Yeah, but okay. Does Jay Tolan agree with that or not? Probably
He
not.
says he speculate. Well, he measured the drop over distance, and he recognized that it did not match flat Earth, and he speculated that it was due to the gravitational pull of the mountain behind him, or something like that. But he
Well, is that
acknowledged
something that the globe side doesn't say that happens, right? You
Well,
don't
he was-
have
he was
curved plumb lines on the globe,
he
according
was-
to the mainstream literature when it comes to geodetic surveying.
he was claiming the entire drop over distance was due to gravitational anomalies. The amount that the globe model claims is much, much, much smaller than that.
I'm sure he has a whole stack of videos on the Mount Shasta thing. I saw about 3 or 4 at least videos on that where he went and did it again, or he went over the information. I do need to watch them again.
Cool. Yeah. I'm
Well,
always glad to
how
go
would
over it.
how would gravitational anomalies change what you're seeing through your eyepiece, dude?
Well, because the theodolite measures elevation angles relative to local plumb, and if something is deflecting local plumb, then it would deflect your reading. But
Okay, so you're saying that your theodolite, even though you think it's level, is actually diagonal from an expectation, right? Which we
Right.
know that the surveying book by the Grand Poobah Daddy himself, Helmert, says that whenever that happens, you just reorient your plumb to the celestial sphere. And Bob's your uncle, do a mathematical transform, and then the Earth's still a globe. Hopes and dreams.
So the thing with the deflections from the vertical is, let's say the vertical was deflected 10 arc seconds due west. When you were reading something due west, it would say lift up your target 10 arc seconds in reading. But if you turned around and went due east, then it would drop it down. In other words, it would be the same deflection, but it would be opposite signs depending on whether you're pointing due west or due east. And that it's different from this drop over distance that we measure, because the drop over distance increases in all directions around the observer.
Have you looked over Jay Tolan's Rocky Mountains one? I think it's 300 to 500 meters distance he's claiming from the plane.
I don't remember. Drop me a link.
All right.
By the way, Jay Tolan was at one time, and still may be, advocating for upward bending, consistently upward bending light. And he actually engaged with me a little bit in his YouTube chats about it. But then when I asked him what specific air gradient conditions he thought would cause that, then he stopped responding.
Right. Dr. John D also talks about that, and he shows a bunch of evidence of it, and the fact that he's never seen a downward bending laser in hundreds of different tests that he's done over many years using different spectrums of light, different observations, repeated, daytime, nighttime, all sorts of different conditions. Yeah, he says that the optical density is controlled by the temperature, because we're not talking about a huge span vertically. We're talking about over a small area vertically that we're looking through. So the natural change in the atmospheric gradient doesn't compare to the constant flowing convection and whatnot of the temperature. And he shows in tons of diagrams why it upward bending would be the normal, which it basically is. I mean, the lapse rate shows that the temperature decreases with height, and less dense air is more optically dense. So if we're looking through a small band, then the temperature is always king, and all of the definitions claim that that's the case when you're lower to the surface. Right? We're not looking through a huge portion of air. Like you're not able to show a downward bending laser at all. Don't you find that interesting that you're not able to show a downward bending laser if it was the normal that light bends downward?
It would also be the normal that you wouldn't see it, because if you're also viewing that glowing path along essentially the same path that it's traveling, whatever bending is happening to that light will also be happening to the light coming back from that, the light reflecting off those dust particles will be bent the same way coming to your eyes, and it will actually make the bent laser appear straight.
Well, no, look in the side chat, right? This is what I'm talking about. Like you can see it bending upward.
Right? In that case, there's another phenomena where if a straight laser beam or even a slightly downward curving laser beam is going over you, but you're down below it looking up at it through a strong bottom heavy density gradient, then it will appear to bend up, not because it's actually bending, but because the light from each of those scattered particles in the air is bending on the way to your eyes, making the beam appear bent when it's actually not bent.
Well, you can see it's bent up very clearly in the side chat there. I mean, this is just if you just get your fish tank, right, with the where the laser looks like it just bends down because it's more optically dense down lower, right? Flip that upside down, and now we've got what we're seeing here. We've got the same thing with Lanolins shot as well. You know, we're getting that side view, and we're seeing that it's not bending down, it's bending up. And same with Dr. John's work here. I mean, and he's showing in these diagrams why that happens. I mean, it's definitely not bending downward, right?
It is actually possible for a laser beam to be bending downward or straight and appear to be bending upward.
All right, so you can see what I posted at 54 minutes after the hour.
Oh, it's beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, you think that could be bending downward?
It actually could be. I'm not saying it is because the available information isn't here with us to know, but there's actually a physical phenomena where a straight laser beam can appear to be bending up when it's not.
Right, so from Dr. John, he says, so the air directly above the sea is warmer and less dense than the air higher up. Less dense air rises upward. If it is rising upward, then the air above, in comparison, must be less dense and cooler. Otherwise, air would not continue to rise. This is an undisputed scientific fact. The fact that these breezes occur on a regular basis in coastal areas about the world indicates that the air temperature is the dominant influencing factor and not the pressure difference between air being 1 meter or 20 meters above the sea due to the column of air above it.
Check out this video I dropped you.
You want to explain it?
What's that?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to give me a briefing on it?
Sure. Yes. There's certain circumstances where if you're viewing a straight or downward curving laser beam from below it, but you're viewing it through a strong bottom heavy density gradient, it can actually appear to be curving upward, even though it's actually not curving upward in reality. Because you see the laser beam because the laser light is scattering off of particles in the air all along the path, and the light from those particles to your eyes is also following a curving path if you're looking at it through a strong gradient. So for me, when I see a bending laser beam like that, it's like I don't know if the laser beam is bending or if the path of light from the laser beam to the observer is what's bending, because they both give the same result, the same apparent result.
But what if you're looking at like a side view, like a third position, looking at the laser beam? I mean, you're looking in this one, you're looking from air to glass, right? You're looking through the fish tank, right? So you're looking through the air, and then you've got a layer of glass, and then you've got the water inside that, and then you've got the water is modified with, did you use salt or sugar water?
Salt.
Salt, and then you've got all of these different things taking place. So I mean, the side view, I mean, which end's the laser on? The left or the right?
The left. Or would that be the right in Australia?
I'm not in Australia. So I mean, so you're saying this isn't bending upward if the laser's on the left?
It's sloped upward. That's different than curving upward. If anything, the laser is through a bottom heavy density gradient. So if anything, the laser itself is actually curving down, but it's pretty fresh water up there, so it's pretty straight, but there would be a little bit of a salt gradient.
Yeah, look, this is the thing. I mean, you've got so many different layers of refractive index that you're looking through here. It's kind of hard to know exactly what's going on. Reflections do all sorts of crazy things. But do you have any of these demonstrations? I mean, surely we would see a laser bending downward in some footage, right? So you're saying if it's bending upward, it looks like it's bending upward, and if it's bending downward, it looks like it's bending upward.
No, I'm saying that you can't know because
So it always looks like it's bending upward in all the footage, and you don't have any evidence that it's bending downward, but you're saying it could be bending downward, but we just don't know.
Well, I do know, basically, yes. And I also know that a laser that is bending downward, if viewed from the same height as it's sent or received near either endpoint, it appears straight. Somehow the same refraction that bends it makes it to appear to be straightened out. So you could be standing by a lake and the laser could be curving massively, but you're looking at it, and hitting you, but you're looking at it through the same air that it's going through. So the air that you're looking at it through makes it appear uncurved. I have a fish tank video for that too, if you like.
I mean, do you have any of these that are done through the air?
Hey, in your fish tank video, did you mark the fish tank that the laser was at the same altitude on both sides?
Did I? What?
Holy crap. Did you mark the fish tank of the entry point of the laser on one side and the exit point of the laser on the other and get the altitude of them from the bottom of the fish tank?
No, I could.
Well, dude, that's crucial for this whole thing. Holy crap, man.
Well, don't come down onto me too hard. I'm doing the best I know
All right.
how.
Yeah,
Other
listen.
people.
I'll give you credit. That you're shooting a laser through a non-analogous setup to try to analogize what the Earth's doing. Okay, I'll give you credit that you're doing it. Don't worry.
They did legalize flat earthers having fish tanks now, so I don't have to be the only one.
Why would I care, dude? Why would I want to use a fish tank with particulates in it? Like, seriously, you think that's anything like the atmosphere at all, dude? Not even close. But anyway, I give you props that you own a fish tank. There you go.
Thank you. I have also done some laser bending in fish tank without any salt or sugar, just by using hot and cold water gradient in the fish tank, and it works too. And I've actually also done it with hot and cold air in the
Yeah, but see, here's the problem, Jesse. Check it out. So if homie DJ says I've seen lasers curving upward, and you say, oh, when you're seeing a laser curving upward, it's actually going straight. So that means that it's either going straight or curving upwards, but certainly not curving down. Oh, you played yourself.
I don't think I played myself. I just said that it's objectively true that a straight thing can look curved if you're looking at it through a strong gradient. And I think I proved my point on that. I don't think anyone disagrees after having watched my video that I posted. There are circumstances where it is possible that refraction can make...
Right, but what was it? Right, but you said yourself that the base starting point is a straight laser, correct?
It was probably curving down a tiny bit, but not much.
Okay, so what you need to do is get one that's clearly curving down and then show it looking like it's going up. Because if it's straight, then you have a straight standard that you can use to do a laser test and prove the globe is garbage, dude.
If it was bending down as well, like the laser would just hit the water. Which we don't see that happening unless the actual laser is pointed down towards the water.
Where do you want the laser pointed?
Horizontally.
Oh.
And then the laser should bend down and hit the water pretty quickly. If you've got this this heavy downward refraction. I mean, there's just no evidence of that ever happens. I mean, Dr. John D actually goes out with all different spectrum lasers for years doing all different tests. And unless you're saying that he's lying, he's never witnessed the laser bending downward, only upward or straight. He even goes over exactly which times of year and which times of day you see these different effects. And it's never a downward bending effect. I mean, the citations of atmospheric refraction all say that temperature is the dominant factor.
That's not been my experience, but...
Well, you haven't ever measured it. You haven't measured it. You've just assumed that it's bending downward. You've never actually. You don't know which way it's bending.
Well, when
Yeah,
I can,
Jesse, real quick, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way you measure the ambient conditions is just apply 7/6R and see if it fits.
that's not a measurement. By the way, the reason I staged that fish tank with the laser at an upward slope is because I was trying to mimic the instances of people shining a laser over a body of water over their friend's head on the other side and their friend seeing it curve up. Because you'll notice most of the ones that show an upward curving laser, it is shooting over the observer's head.
Well, that's great and all, Jesse, but what DJ started with is he's never seen a laser being photographed curving down. So how does you showing a straight laser that's not curving down do anything? All this seems to do is indicate that you have a straight laser standard to work with. Sometimes it curves up, and every time you employ it, it debunks the globe. So far, that's all I'm hearing from you.
It can look like it's going up more than it's going up because of the way perspective works as well.
The only time I can think of a laser bending downward would be in a tank filled with sugar water.
Exactly, which would be the reverse situation, right? The upside down situation of what we should expect over a body of water in the real world, because the optical density would be greater where the air is cooler. But in the sugar water or whatever water example that he's using, the optical density is at the bottom. So we're seeing the opposite effect. You would have to switch that upside down for it to be analogous to what we have in the atmosphere.
Wait a minute, dude, DJ, that's easy. Just have our Australian friends do it.
They got salt down there, don't they? And sugar?
No, I mean they have upside down fish tanks, Jesse. Holy crap, dude.
We have upside down fish as well.
They must swim backwards.
That's what would have been. That's what would have been super impressive with all of this. Like, we can zoom in even with just consumer technology and see the moon amazingly. I mean, surely with billions of dollars going to the moon in 2026, they could have zoomed in on some upside down shit, like a mountain, Mount Kosciuszko. Show me that upside down. That's what the globe, like that's what the normie globers were hoping for, and that's why there's all these videos coming out on social media saying, like, come on, like, what a huge letdown. Zoom in on some upside down stuff, guys. That would be the ultimate.
So are you doubting my claim that a curving laser beam would appear straight if viewed from one of its endpoints?
It doesn't matter, dude. What DJ is telling you is it's not analogous. And why haven't you answered why you can't show a downward curving laser in the ambient atmosphere?
Well, it would be quite a large project because you can't just set up a laser and then take a picture of it, because you won't know if the bending is caused by the gradient it's going through or the gradient you're seeing it through. So you need to actually set up some.
Right. So guess what, Jesse? I'm going to wreck your worldview right now. Check this out, Holmes. So in all these fish tank observations, bro, the fish tank itself is straight. The bottom of the fish tank is straight. The settling of the striations of the particulates are anatomically straight. In other words, the alleged curvature of the Earth is less than the width of the molecule of the particulate. So that means that you have essentially horizontally perfectly parallel striations, and you get a dramatic light alteration effect with particulates in the air. So basically, all you're demonstrating with these fish tanks is that if the Earth was flat, you could get all kinds of visual effects that would cause things to not be seen in the distance. So good job. All you're doing is proving that nothing you do doesn't prove the Earth is flat, bro.
I'm not sure how you got that out of it, but congratulations.
Well, think about it. You have horizontal striations, you have varying lasers moving through, and you can't see certain things, and the laser moves downward. So, and scale that upwards, right? And then you have a flat Earth where the path of light makes the Earth look weird and never actually match the globe. There you go. Problem solved.
Oh, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Did I understand correctly that you think that actual geodetic surveyors that aren't in the flat Earth dogfight, that they don't measure the same drop over distance that I'm reporting from high altitudes?
I said I don't think it's consistent. I don't think they consistently get 7/6R. And I don't think any of them are doing it over the distances that you're doing it, because that would be it wouldn't be something that they would do. It would be inaccurate because of a whole list of reasons which I've read out to you a bunch of times. Right, small errors in the leveling of the equipment, in a whole bunch of different things, in the atmospheric conditions, can add up to huge errors over large distances. So I don't see why it would be consistent. I mean, like, it wasn't consistent when they were doing the observations in the arc of the parallel, things like that. I mean, they were getting all sorts of results, and then they were throwing out results that weren't close enough, and just putting it down to instrument error and abnormal refraction conditions and blah blah blah. I mean, all of the ones on your little chart your little spreadsheet, right? They were all done by flat Earth debunkers, right? Or maybe one J Tolan one.
One J Tolan one, and then of course Bev's auto level shot of Blackpool Tower.
Yeah, but Bev's he's not a flat earther.
But he had a surveying instrument, and he recorded the view through the instrument, which recorded the approximate elevation angle to the top of Blackpool Tower. We know his location. We know the location of the Blackpool Tower. So it was a recording, regardless of, he is an anti-glober. Otherwise, he wouldn't have debated me on it.
I know. I'm sure I could compile a chart of different observations that show the opposite, right? That show that it never matches up with the globe, and then go around presenting that, saying, look at this chart, here's 30 different observations, and not only do they not match the globe, but they're huge amounts off the globe.
I wish someone would do it with high lines of sight and actual empirical angle measurements.
Yeah, well, high lines of sight with over long distances, I would argue that makes it inaccurate, and you still don't know what's going on with the refractive index. And I'm sure I could compile a whole bunch. I mean, 16 of yours on that chart were done within minutes of each other. So I mean,
well, but don't forget that I've also been doing them from other mountain peaks and different states in the United States, and every single one of my high line of sights are very close. So you could say, well, this particular case had the highway here, and it just happened to cause it to match a globe, but the same. I did it in a lot of.
I could just also just make up that every single time was the opposite of what you're suggesting, and it perfectly matches up with what we would predict on a flat Earth. It would be equally disingenuous to do that.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Okay, so I could just reverse, right? I could say, okay, so instead of a certain amount of downward refraction, it's a certain amount of upward refraction because you're doing it over a condition that would cause the upward refraction every single time. So therefore, you have the same amount of upward refraction every single time, and it perfectly matches what you would predict on a flat Earth. I could just do that, and it would be completely disingenuous, right? I would never do such a thing, but I could.
But aren't you kind of suggesting that the reason all of my measurements did come so close to a 7/6 globar prediction that is because of a very consistent upward bending light?
No, you're saying 7/6 hours downward bending light.
I mean, is it not true though that you're saying that?
You're saying that there's always 7/6R, and then it matches the globe within a certain margin of error. I could just say it's the opposite of that. Okay, we're assuming a flat surface, and then we have a certain amount of upward refraction, and therefore it matches the flat Earth every single time. But that would be, it's super dishonest to do that, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, if it's what you believe, you should say
Well,
it.
it's not what I believe. Well, okay. Well, the temperature, the lapse rate would align with what I was claiming. I could make an argument for that. I could show the citations, definitions of atmospheric refraction, saying temperature's dominant. Okay, we know that temperature, cooler air is more optically dense. Okay, and always it's the normal for it to decrease, the temperature to decrease at a certain rate as you go up. Therefore, upward refraction would be the normal, and every single observation would fall within a margin of error if you included that natural upward refraction that should be present there. Therefore, every single observation that you did matches perfectly with what you would predict on a flat Earth. But flat Earthers don't do that because that would be dishonest. Because we have no idea really what's going on with the refractive index. And I find it interesting that it's so consistent when you're doing it in all of the different years, different temperature conditions, different weather conditions, and it always seems to be the exact same refraction. That's strange.
And it's not just me either. You can go get a surveying training manual from the 1800s through a modern one, and it's all going to be in there.
Right, but not one of them ever accounted for the refraction, measured the refractive index. They're all just guessing, and then they're pre-assuming a globe in the first place. I mean, even I was watching, I think it was Jesse Kozlowski the other day, and he was doing them over the surface of a lake and saying, oh, look, it perfectly matches with the globe over the surface of water. And
wow.
then, okay. Yeah, like Fight the Fat Shirt was posting it. He's like, this is proof of the globe. Look, Jesse Kozlowski goes to a lake, and he does it over 3 miles distance, and at a 1 mile distance, I think it was. And look, it's perfectly matches up with the globe. Super hyper specific claim, right over the surface of water. And he's teaching the audience that that's what you do to prove the globe. Whereas nearly every single observation, when you go out and do long distance observations over the surface of water, doesn't match up with the globe at all.
Hey, yeah, your router's coming through there, or whatever that is.
Well, that was someone else.
Oh, was it?
Oh man. Hey, listen, you didn't hear the big saw, but you heard the little vibrator saw because it has a different frequency. Cool.
Hello?
What's up?
So, DJ, I did calculate it would take an upward bending rate of 6.85 inches per mile squared for the light to match the globe Earth 7/6R on a flat Earth. But so, I mean, if Earth is flat and all high line of sight measurements match the globe prediction, then that would kind of have to mean that on a flat Earth, the light would be bending up at 6.85 inches per mile squared, right?
Well, yeah, I disagree that all high altitude observations match up with the globe.
I'm talking specifically.
I'd argue that none of them do. You might get lucky if you have a particular situation and you just assume there's no refraction or something like that. But I think none of them actually match up with the globe unless you try to increase the size of your globe to try to, globalize the flat Earth a little bit more by increasing the radius. But I mean, like the one that I posted before in the infrared, that doesn't match the globe. The horizon should be at a certain distance, and it's not there. I mean, the globe fails
Well, to
every
be
single
fair,
horizon.
To add to that point, he already confessed that the only way it works is if he applies a 7/6R penumbra for which to have his observations fit. So he already had confessed that it never matches the globe ever. It only matches a giant globe, not the actual globe he believes in.
So let me see if I can, because there's a whole bunch of things that have been brought up. One seems to be the suggestion or the assumption that, or the belief that geodetic surveyors at large are completely unaware of this optical drop over distance that I'm reporting with my theodolite.
Not what I said.
Oh, so do you agree that they almost certainly are very aware of this and do experience it?
No, I think most of the time they do their observations over in short segments. And I believe that when they do their observations, it doesn't match the globe. And then they have to, guess the refraction, right? They're guessing downward bending refraction when upward bending refraction is the normal, right? Because their observations are leaning more towards a flat Earth, but they have to fudge the numbers using their little turning knobs afterwards, right? Which is done. Refraction's one of the main little turning knobs they use to try to make the flat Earth fit the globe.
Do you mean a turning knob on the instrument or in their math later?
It's just hypothetical. Like it's just a
Okay.
in their math, right? So
Okay,
so it doesn't match the globe, so I'm going to turn this knob a little bit. Oh, now it matches the globe.
Yeah. Let me explain it to you, Jesse. Real simple. So 7/6R, right? You've already agreed to that. We all know how you feel about it. So if you go into any Earth curve calculator that applies 7/6R, do you know you can just keep scaling it up? So for example, if it doesn't fit 7/6R, you just scale it up more, and then you scale it up more. In fact, on Bislan's, you can scale it up to the radius of the Earth being 60 billion miles, my friend. You just keep turning the knob. Turn till it fits.
Well, that doesn't explain why all high altitude lines of sight all match these standard 7/6R prediction. I mean,
don't think it does.
Can you show a single one where an high altitude angle measurement?
Dude, 7/6R isn't a prediction, dude. Holy crap.
Well, it's the globe prediction. I know it's not the flat earthers' prediction. The flat earthers predict that on a globe it would measure absolutely exactly 8 inches per mile squared drop or whatever, and the air could not possibly affect it. But the globers, when globers surveyors make predictions, then it's 7/6R.
Dude, it's not a prediction, dude. Unless you could show me how they devise 7/6R from the ambient conditions without going out and get measurements and then retro-engineering them to a model in the first place, then it's not a prediction at all. It's a fudge factor.
I am working on that actually, but it's a lot of work to actually measure the air gradient along the line of sight corridor. But anyway, I am working on that. But DJ, did you see that picture I tagged you with of the survey map, the theodolite shots?
Mm-hmm.
Could you bring that up and make it big on your screen for me?
Yep.
So these are just theodolite shots in my area. You can see there's Elk Mountain, Dodger, Hurricane, Mount Pleasant. See where there's a yellow box that says Blue Mountain? A blue highlight and it says Blue MTN.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then up from that, you see kind of a dot that a lot of lines come to. It says Dungeon 1629.
Mm-hmm.
That's the new Dungeness lighthouse. It's over 100 years old, but I guess the old one was even older. Anyway, there's a little blue line that connects that Dungeness lighthouse to the mainland there. That's like 5 miles long. So that gives you an idea of, what's that, 8 kilometers there? So you can see that these geodetic surveyors were taking long shots, like the kind of shots I'm taking. They were in the mountains that I'm in, taking the kinds of shots I'm taking.
Sorry,
So
how long did you say the shot was?
let's see. Well, all of these, see this like spiderweb mesh? See like all these lines going between round circles?
Yeah. From these old surveys, they were getting super inconsistent results though, and then they were throwing away the inconsistent results and just sticking with the ones that were more trying to fit them, match their model.
What the fuck happened here?
Oh, shit, it's Rick. Look out, guys.
So, but these are the shots that they were using. So it's like they would be using them in
well,
this.
you can't show any of the specific tests that they did, right? You just get the finished product.
I could go up to any of these points that's on public land and shoot to the other point, and I'd get the same numbers that they reported.
Yeah, but you're just getting the reported numbers at the end of the test. You're not getting they don't just go and do these things one time either. Like in all of your tests, you just went and did it one time. Like they would never do that. They would never go out and take an angle measurement over a huge distance and just do it one time and come back and say, "Oh, look, guys, this is what it is."
Anyway, I'm telling you, this is how geodetic surveying is done, and it's not as inaccurate as you think, and it's common practice.
Okay, but most of the tests are done over smaller observational areas where the difference between a globe and flat is it's not a huge amount of difference. Okay, and that's why they have those little turning knobs, which is instrument error, guessing the refraction, right, to fit the mathematics onto their datum that they're trying to fit it onto, that they have imagined in, that's what they're trying to do. They're not trying to prove if it's a globe or flat or anything like that. They already think it's a globe. They're using a particular datum to make predictions, and then they're trying to fit it and to refine it or whatever they're trying to do in the particular survey. I mean,
Can I address one of those things?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Of course.
Okay, so I try to keep up, but you mentioned so many things, and I don't get a chance to address each thing. You mentioned that they weren't using them at the lengths that I'm using them, so that thus Earth curve wouldn't have even been significant to them. But if you look at these, there are a bunch that are around 5 miles, but almost all of them are 10 or 20 or 30 miles. So they definitely 100% would have seen the amount of drop over distance that I'm seeing.
Okay, so where are the raw results? Where are the did they document one of the observations where we can see what they saw or anything like that, or were these all done back when people had horses and carts?
I don't know, actually. I know that a lot of the brass markers are still up there. I've seen them, some of them.
Next time we chat, I'll have all of the information about that long distance infrared, and then we can go over that
Oh,
one.
cool.
And I'll pull up the J Tolan one that I was talking about, because
cool.
you know, I'm not a huge fan of J Tolan myself. I
Well-
find him kind of annoying, to be honest. Like,
And he talks about gravity, so I understand.
just the way he talks in general, just I kind of like get salesman vibes from him or something.
He is very pleased to talk, isn't he? Can you take a quick
Well,
look?
that's not to do with his actual work, though. It's just
Right.
Anyway, I'm just
Understood.
Look, I'll pick one right now.
Can you take a quick peek at what I just posted before, and then we can, and then that'll,
yeah,
because it's about the surveying topic.
Mm-hmm.
This is from the book Surveying Theory and Practice by some MSCED engineers, some very well-known surveying engineers from 1953. So this is what they were teaching surveyors in 1953. So if this drop that I'm reporting, for whatever reason causes it, even if Earth is flat and it's just an consistent upward bending light, if this drop that I'm measuring, wasn't a real consistent thing, all geodetic surveyors would be all up in arms, because they're taught to expect it and to correct for it. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. They're taught that this will affect their line of sight, and they're like, literally the diagram is showing to a mountain peak, and they're also taught that the light will be curving downward slightly and all that. So even if Earth is flat, that's still their expectation. So
yeah,
I
everyone knows
encourage-
that they're presupposing a globe, and they're going out with, you know, trying to fit their observations to a presupposed globe. And in most cases, they're just guessing the refraction. Anyway, I get your point.
So
Right.
yeah, it's just, if you were to rent a theodolite and go up and do a high elevation site to site, you know, you would get the same thing I get if you're actually measuring an altitude angle high above the surface. And so that's why I'm so interested in trying to understand how it's possible on a flat Earth, because it's not just me getting these results. Ooh, look at this, Colorado Rocky Mountains.
So even, okay, the thing is, the horizon should be at a certain distance, even if we're doing a high altitude observation. And that's why I was bringing up that infrared one, because we can very clearly see where the horizon should be on a globe, and it's not anywhere to be seen. Even in the observations that you show, even if it's over a small body of water, you'll say that, oh, this thing in the distance looks like the angle is down a little bit, but that means that the horizon should be at a certain distance, and it's not. It's not there. That's the geometric horizon's like a physical byproduct of the curvature on a globe, and it's never there. It's never, like, I don't think you have a single observation where we can say that, look, this horizon's a geometric horizon that matches up with the globe.
So tell me straight up about this picture I just tagged you with. The habitat platform, the closest one there, does that appear way beyond the horizon, way near sight of the horizon, or pretty close to the horizon to you?
Well, I can see in the bottom image that we have massive ocean swells on that day. So what you're seeing there is called a local horizon, blocking your view of the actual horizon. We also have extremely unclear conditions. I mean, when we go back and look at that same place on a day that doesn't have these big ocean swells and whatnot, it looks completely different, and we can see
I agree,
far beyond.
But the claim was that the horizon never appears where it should. Now, the claim wasn't that it sometimes does and some. If you said sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, I'd agree with you. I already have.
No. What I said was it's never validated to be in the place where it should be on a globe after the atmospheric conditions have been taken into account.
Oh.
Yeah.
Meaning it could
Big
be
difference.
It could be that it appears exactly where it should be on a globe, but because we didn't
you could get super rare. You could get super rare situations where it looks like it's close to where it could be on a globe, but that would just match.
Well, hold on. What does that even mean? Because we're hearing this term, nobody knows what it means. So when you say I have an observation that the horizon is where it's supposed to be on a globe, how do you know? Like, what are you looking at? What are you determining? Jesse, go.
I think for this, I just put the observer height into the Earth curve calculator with no refraction, and it said it was at like 10.7 miles.
Dude. Wow, dude. It's painful. Okay, one more time, Jesse. You're looking at a photo. There's no 10.7 miles in any photo, bro. You're looking at a photo. How do you know the horizon is where it's supposed to be?
Well, in this photos by BMLS B69, there was a platform Habitat at 10 miles, a platform Grace at 20 miles, and a platform Gale at 25 miles. So we have these like markers along the surface, sort of. And the one at 10 miles appears to me to be just shy of the horizon, but very close to it.
And then where's the 25-mile one?
The 25-mile one, just the top, shows above the waterline.
Okay, so you actually have no idea how much resolved water is at where the horizon is there at all. None.
How much what?
Okay, bro. Listen, apart from any demarcation, right? If you have a resolved water line, you have no idea how far away it is at all. So the only hopes and dreams you have is to place it between one rig and the other. So you actually have no way of knowing where this horizon actually, quote unquote, physically is, or how much water is between the edge of the horizon and platform that's 10 miles out, dude. So we all just heard you say it just looks like it. You have no way to quantify it at all, dude. So nice try.
Well, the way I quantify it is I can see the surface of the water up to the horizon, and then beyond
Doesn't mean anything.
And then beyond the horizon, I cannot see any of the surface of the water. So
okay, right, Jesse. So let's say that's true. So how much distance is between you and the end of the resolved water line?
Well,
I'll give you a hint. Hey, Jesse, I'll give you a hint. You don't actually know how much distance is there. You don't. Now, you could give me a range, but that's about it. So a range between 10 miles and 25 miles, which is all you could actually do, isn't showing me where the horizon's supposed to be, bro. But nice try. Give you an A for effort.
As far as the suggestion that this circumstance that BMLSB 69 reported was rare, he said he went as many times as he could in 3 months, and almost every day it was like.
Okay, let's agree with that. Let's agree that it's rare. But keep in mind, this is supposed to be an example of the globe horizon being where it's supposed to be. Holy crap, dude. Your story's falling apart quicker than a molasses sandwich with no bread.
Also, I mean, if I was to do observations in the area that I grew up, I mean, it's a surfing location like this. Most often we see surfers out at this location. Most of the time there's big ocean swells. It would be rare for me to go and do observations in the area that I live in, where I would get nice clear conditions like this, where we don't have waves. Right? That might happen once every couple of months. I could go out and get some perfect day where we've got extremely clear conditions and minimal ocean swells, and then bam, I can see way further. Right? I mean, in this observation here, we can see it looks like more than double the distance to where the horizon should be. I mean, we can see the horizon should be at 10 miles, right where that first rig is. Okay, but clearly it's not there. Clearly it's way beyond, and we can see that second rig that's over 20 miles away.
Oh yeah,
I think you're
I already
roboting.
know
Roboting.
of
Jesse.
a bit of water surface.
I don't know if you're roboting for me or for everyone.
Oh, was I roboting?
You were for me.
I am on my Starlink now, so I could have been. Am I better now?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. So yeah, I definitely don't deny that there are circumstances where you can see the entire water surface until finally it just gets off into the haze and you can't see it anymore because of attenuation. Yeah, I definitely know there's conditions where there is no visible horizon, even though there would be if there weren't refraction.
Well, I think most of the time there's a haze horizon, and it looks pretty sharp from a long distance away. It's not until you zoom right in that you can see, oh wow, okay, that's actually technically counts as a local horizon because there's a whole bunch of haze blocking your view from where the actual horizon would be.
Right, and that's what's cool about.
Jay, hold on. I got to talk to DJ, bro. Hey, DJ, anywhere in there did Jesse tell you how you could locate the globe horizon where it's supposed to be?
Nope.
Are you talking? Oh, sorry.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I did say
Jesse,
that there.
Jesse, we want the globe horizon where it's supposed to be, please. Do you know what that means? Because you don't seem to know what it means. Even though you claim there's all kinds of images of it where it's supposed to be, and then when you asked, it's like you don't know what to talk about. Kind of weird.
Yeah, when my speech impediment starts kicking in, I start backing off.
Dude, you don't have a speech impediment, dude. You sound way more coherent than Rumpus. You sound way more coherent than Fight the Flat Earth. You sound way more coherent than about 30 other Globers, dude.
No, well, it's a very unusual speech impediment, but basically, when I start trying to make a point or answer a question, I start hearing voices and they make me stop talking.
I don't think people have been interrupting you much, to be honest. It's been a pretty polite conversation going back and forth.
It has been, by and large. But it's like, I kind of have this, if I start getting immediately cut off too many times in a row, then I start backing off with that individual. It's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it helps keep me calm and helps everyone keep calm.
Right, so basically, when you don't talk about the thing you're asked for, and then you don't talk about the thing you're asked for to someone else, and then the person who asked for you in the beginning decides to bring you back to it, then you don't want to talk about it because you know you can't, because you can't provide what you said you could. I get it. That's not a speech impediment, dude.
This is too high level for him. He needs to go back to Geo server, my friends.
Oh, if it isn't Deck and Frost, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, buddy, I've been listening like for an hour now, guy. You're getting smoked fucking real hard there, bud.
Oh well, it hasn't set in yet, so.
Oh man. Yo, anybody who in here who believes in evolution or?
Jesse probably does.
Not me.
Yeah, dude, evolution proves the Earth is flat and that eternal sentient agent is the cause of all reality. Good job.
Well, I don't think outside of microevolutions, I don't believe that evolution actually exists.
Well, that's fair.
Microevolutions would be like, different colored hair, different eye color, tall, short, you know what I mean? Things like that.
Well, listen, dude, we just witnessed evolution. Due to epigenetic stressors, Jesse just manifested an evolutionary adaptation to develop a speech impediment on the spot.
That's not an, and that's not
That's a
Dude, that's
negative.
true.
That's a,
That's true.
that's a
That's
degeneration.
facts right there.
That's a
Facts right there.
that's a
Bro,
degeneration.
bro.
That's a degeneration. It's not an evolution, dude.
Hey, bro, we gotta breathe into a paper bag so we don't have any live air deaths.
It's spreading to me, bro. Sorry, baby. Oops. Sorry, I gotta feed my cat. But yeah, I've been doing some research, and there's they say there's 60 sextillion stars out there, and they say that the world is only 22 billion years old or something like that, and so that means a star would be forming what? I don't know, a bunch a minute, basically. And there's no one's ever seen a star form. Does that make sense? Kind of odd, right?
Yeah, the heliocentric model is kind of odd.
It is. I didn't. All I seen was dots, right? And I did look a little bit into. Oh, what is this? The Hubble's Nebula, which is actually just in the very center of this gas cloud is already a star that's been formed. And so it's kind of interesting. But we see stars blow up, though. Isn't that weird? Oh, this actually is an explosion. This is an explosion, but it's a dwarf star. Still has a star in it. It's like a last stand star or some shit. It's pretty cool. Looks cool.
Hey, can you show me a video of that?
No, they didn't. There's no video. They actually, to be fair, this is what they think that happened. Yeah.
Oh, so they explode, but there's no visual evidence of them exploding.
Let me see here. Actually, visual evidence. So I'm actually just looking at the evidence of stars forming right now. Hold on. Let me see. Visual evidence of stars exploding.
If it's anything like the Artemis 2 mission, it's probably all fake.
Hold on.
Hey, AI, you there, buddy?
Let me
I'm
see.
still talking in a
Chara
while, buddy.
array.
I
don't know
can't
if you're
really
gonna
talk.
find.
I gotta put my phone on the plug.
Oh, okay, cool, no problem, bro. I'm just saying, what's up, guy? It's been a while.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
I miss my friend.
I'm gonna start streaming more, hanging out on the main server when I play games. That way, if people want to talk to me, but not it be in a chat like this.
Well,
Where
I mean, fuck, they don't let me stream. If they let me stream there, it'd be fucking more fun. People will be coming in there. Fuckers don't let me stream. So it's like they can suck my balls.
you could stream in. I think you could stream in here.
No, I hear, yeah, but not on the other one. Not on 24/7.
Yeah, you got to go in the
They-
right room, dude. Oh, you mean in the
Yeah, but
live stream? Nobody can stream in the live stream.
they should be able to, because you can stream even if there's 100 people in there. Christ.
Well, we might change it. We'll see.
Well, I mean, you should,
Because
because then it'll encourage people will fucking
well,
to come in there, because it's a desert right now. If you guys are gonna have all these like fucking
yeah,
Nazi
but
rules and shit,
listen,
or
bro.
commie rules,
The thing is, there were reasons for that, but then it evolved to where none of that's going to be broadcast, so it wouldn't actually, affect anything. You know what I mean?
right?
So
Anyway,
we'll see. All right, I got to go on mute. I got to go back to work.
idea work. Carry on, my star exploding friend. Did you find an exploding star video? Please, I'm so curious, my guy.
No videos, just pictures.
Oh, and they're probably CGI too, right? Just like the Artemis 2 missions, right?
Well, have you ever been to a like a
Friend,
telescope?
please. Friend, please. If you can't find me
I mean,
like a image,
I'll believe the
right?
image. I just don't know. I just can't. I believe that image exists. I believe
But you're a
that
glober,
was
you'll believe
literally.
anything,
Hold
bro.
on. No.
Yeah.
Because it makes because this is similar to what I've seen before through a telescope. Because I actually have I live close to some mountains, and so
Sick. And so
we actually have a
it's like you're the only person that has that.
No, of course not.
Right. So what I'm trying to explain to you is if people had telescopes, right, and they have fucking cameras, right, they can take images of these telescope fucking shots.
What? Yeah, but I don't know if. So here's my argument. Right now, they're saying that this is like a double detonation. I can't confirm that is what it is. Does that make sense?
Bro, I don't buy anything
This is
that's
what
fucking
they're saying.
CGI well, they say a lot of shit, bro. So I'm trying
I
to
mean,
tell you.
honestly, like to be fair, I mean, I don't believe the Earth is flat per se. Okay,
Yeah, I know you think it's a ball, right?
I do think it's a ball. Yes.
Oh, there you go. See, there you go. So you're gonna believe everything. You have to, because if you don't, if one of those things falls apart, the whole thing falls apart. So you have to believe it.
Well, the thing is, for example, like there's just things that happen like in real life that we can experience that kind of support that. Like for example, when like somebody flies a plane around the world.
Yeah, majority of
The
pilots know it's flat, my guy. They even have videos, actual videos, like of them saying it.
Do you know a pilot? Have you ever met a? I'm actually really good friends with a pilot.
Yeah, I'm not friends with pilots, but I've argued with plenty of pilots, even in real life, and they don't like talking to me because I crushed them.
They probably just think it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? A little bit.
No. There's real pilots that know it's flat. They're on video. You can even Google it, YouTube it, whatever. Say real pilots admitting the Earth is flat, like on Instagram, TikTok, whatever. And they're fucking everywhere.
Yeah, there's actually a pilot you can look up called Pilot Alex on Facebook, and he's a flat earther, and he shows images from his cockpit windows every single day, the sun, the Earth, all that stuff, and yeah, 100% a flat earther.
It's not just some friend. There's video. There's Facebook shit. Oh my god, bro, go look at it if you need it.
Yeah, dude. I'm
Yeah, me too. I'm kind of. I just don't like this. Oh, my friend is this. I'm these fucking anecdotal fucking stories. Shit.
Yeah, well, it's just like kind of how he has like if he's flying long distance, how he has to like angle it because of the curvature of the Earth and things like that.
Cool story. Oh my god, bro, Jesus. See, that's an outright lie, my guy.
I don't think he has a reason to lie, brother.
Yeah, brother. They fucking tilt their nose up at a certain angle. They have to maintain lift.
No, once they're at a certain height, once they ascend, they have to actually angle. Like for example, if I was to fly from LA to New York City and hold my nose straight, I would be much higher in New York City than I would in LA because the curvature of the Earth. So you have to basically angle the plane downwards in order for it to make sense. That's how every
that's not
commercial
what the
airline
flight
does it.
manual say. The flight manuals say the opposite. Both military and civilian flight manuals say to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, otherwise you will crash. So no, that's not true at all.
Yeah, they have to fly nose up or they're pitching up. Otherwise, they don't have lift. Yeah, they're designed to fly slightly nose up the entire flight.
Yeah, you like bring up something fucking that's been discussed fucking over 15 years ago to death, number one, and then you're trying to fucking lie about it, which is crazy.
Disciple.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, you put up some good points. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying. Don't get mad at me, all right?
Nobody's getting mad at you. We just don't like liars, bro. Straight up.
Yo, dude, I'm just telling you what I heard, bro. Chill out.
Yeah. But that's the thing. I heard your mother was a whore. Oh, I'm sorry. Pause.
Oh my god, dude, come on,
No,
man.
but I'm
We
just
ain't
saying.
gonna
I
go
heard.
down
I
this
just
route,
heard.
bro.
No, but I just heard. You know, I'm
Yo,
not
we don't
saying
have to
it's
go down that
true.
route, bro. You know what I mean?
What?
Like I heard
Do you know what
you
I
were
say?
inbred, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Oh,
why you
no.
think like this.
Hey, see, that's what I'm saying. I heard you smashed your sister too,
Come on, bro.
brethren. Hey, I just
Yeah,
heard.
I
I
don't
just
even
heard.
have a sister. I don't even
I got
have
a
a sister,
question.
bro. But if
Your
I did,
brother,
I
bro.
would
I
have
don't know
sex
what.
with her. You know
I
what
don't
I
know your
mean?
brother. Oh,
I don't
see,
even
there you
have a
go.
brother,
See,
bro.
I just heard, man.
Hey, I got an idea.
Yeah,
Let's
you're just mad. You're just
do
mad if I
Justin
did
a
have a
favor
sister
here.
and me myself, we both look better than you. You know what I'm saying? Type shit.
Gentlemen, what the hell does this have to do with flat Earth?
Exactly, bro. Like tell him to stop with the ad homs, bro, because he's ugly and upset.
I highly doubt that. Everything you just said, I
Well,
highly doubt it, bro.
Yo, bro, he wants to
Anyway,
sit and call my mom a whore, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not a liar,
That's
bro.
cool.
I'm
It's
just
cool.
saying.
I
I'm
just
just saying
heard
what
it,
I.
man. I'm saying what I
Yo, I
heard,
just
right?
need you to relax, bro. I just need you to
I
relax. I'm
just,
also here.
I just, I just
Relax,
heard some shit.
relax,
You know, I
bro.
just heard some shit,
Relax,
and then I just told
relax,
you
Vlad, what
what
are you
I
going
heard.
on about? Shut up for a
bro.
second.
I'm just teaching him
All
a
right, so
fucking
hey,
lesson.
discipline. Have you ever heard of these questions? We call them the 3 points. Have you ever heard that? Heard of these 3 questions?
No. I haven't.
All
Yeah.
right, so there's 3 questions. You might even want to write them down because they're really good. So the first question is this: do you know of any time when anyone has ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? What was the method of when they did that? How they did that?
Hold on one second.
Chat GPT, friends.
Absolutely, bro.
See, fucking.
Well,
These
I
guys
just
are
want to,
AI brains.
I just want to do some
That's
research, bro. Like,
cool.
it's not like
Yeah,
I'm
AI
about to go
brain.
out there with my, it's not like I'm about to go out there with my walking stick and my ruler, bro. Come on, chill out.
Jesus Christ, bro. This guy's ridiculous, my friends.
Come on, bro.
I just heard. I'm saying, you know.
What a candidate, dude. We heard you the first time.
I heard also, man. I also heard the first time. That's what I'm saying. That's why I have to kind of relay the message to this guy because I heard, man. Jesus Christ. All he did was like, here's some shit. And fuck, two can play that game. Fuck me.
Fuck's sake.
What's up? We're just having fun, friends. Come on. Keep this going, lively. Because this guy's
So,
chat GPT's not working.
well, what would this shadow experiment prove? I'm curious. Like this one that
Eratosthenes.
yeah,
I was gonna bring
yeah.
another
I
one from
never
the
heard of
past.
this.
Yo, blast from the past, friends. Yo, how new are you to this topic? Just so before we start with you.
Oh, I came in here talking evolution, brother. You know what I mean? I was
No,
just
no.
talking about evolution.
What I'm asking you is, have you ever heard about like flat Earth in the past, like, or have you ever like researched it in the
Yeah.
past?
I mean, I don't want to be rude, you know what I mean? But skeptic. Okay, I'm skeptic. All right, just to let you know. You know what I
Rude
mean?
about what? You're not being rude. I'm asking you a simple question. When did you first hear of it, and when did you actually start looking into it?
Just now, bro. I'm not gonna
Okay, so
lie,
that's what
bro.
I'm saying.
I've never
Okay,
been
so you're
bothered
fresh
by
as
it.
fuck. Okay,
Yeah,
so you're
yeah.
fresh. Friends, this guy's gonna pose all the newbie questions. Go ahead. I'll mute. I don't even want to talk to you. Boring.
All right. What is this? So the shadow experiment, like, what is this? Actually, what does this have to do with curvature? It's comparing the lengths of shadows cast by columns at the same
It's
time in two different cities showed that the surface is curved.
yeah, it doesn't show that. It's just because he made presuppositions, right? Like, if he
I can
existed
understand
at
that.
all, if he existed at all, okay, let's say he did, which there isn't any evidence of, but anyway, he already pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he did his math based off that assumption that he's standing on a sphere. And then he made another assumption that the sun is so far away that the light rays from the sun come in perfectly parallel. Based off those two assumptions, he did some calculations and came up with a circumference value.
Right.
But if he didn't make those set of presuppositions, he would have had a completely different result. So if he assumed that the Earth was, if he assumed that the Earth was flat and that the sun rays were coming in, right, like diverging away from the sun and coming in on different angles, and that the sun was much closer, then he would have had a completely different result, because the Chinese did the same test and they had that different set of presuppositions, and they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat. So both methods have baked in assumptions, which means it's kind of invalid.
Interesting. I can understand that.
Like, imagine if I did this. Imagine I could just recreate the Eratosthenes test in a room in my house. And if I had the light on the ceiling, and then I put one stick underneath the light, it doesn't have a shadow. And then I put another stick on the other side of the room, and then there's a shadow. Now, if I make the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made and assume that my floor is spherical, I'm standing on a ball, and that those rays from that light on my ceiling are coming in perfectly parallel, I could calculate the circumference of my flat floor. That's
Have they done it?
Done what?
So what did the Chinese do?
I can link the PDF. I think they basically did the same type of test, except they pre-assumed that the Earth is flat because they were flat earthers, and they assumed that the sun is more localized, right? Like in reality, in the bedroom situation that I was just talking about, right? The it's a local light source, and the rays from the light bulb are coming. They're going out in all directions, right? They're diverging away from the source of the light, and the floor is flat. Okay, so they used that set of assumptions, right, which kind of matches how we experience reality. But Eratosthenes had a completely different set of presuppositions.
So at the same time, at the same sea level, basically, you're saying that the shadows, if they're complete, if the two pillars, who knows if the two pillars are completely symmetrical or anything like that. You know what I mean? I'll toss that. Now, the second one that the ChatGPT gives is the ships at sea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when observing ships, the hull disappears below the horizon before the mast, revealing a curved, not flat surface.
Yeah, so that doesn't happen most of the time. I can see why some people might have thought that the Earth, if they thought that the Earth was a globe and then they see a ship that looks like it's disappearing from the bottom as it's sailing out, then it would be logical that they could, assume that that's because of the curvature of the Earth. But now we have a lot more footage, we have a lot better technology, we have a lot better understanding of optics, and look, it doesn't happen most of the time. If you have nice, calm, clear conditions, the boat will just sail out. It will get smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective. And then once it gets below a certain size, you can't see it anymore. You can still see the horizon because it's big, but the boat looks like it's gone. Now we have good technology. Now we can zoom back
good
in and we can see.
telescopes. Yeah.
Yeah, we can just zoom in and we'd be like, oh shit, the boat is still there. I can still see the entire boat. Now,
what's the
sometimes
furthest that we've been able to locate a boat? So from in theory, right? If the Earth is flat, in theory, you should be able to be 20 or 30 feet above sea level and see directly to the other beach in Europe. Is that possible?
Well, no, you're limited by the atmospheric conditions and by perspective. So the atmospheric conditions, if you look up the weather report, it'll say the maximum visibility. right? That means how far you can see due to how transparent the air is on that particular day, due to how much pollution, how much dust, how much moisture, etc. is in the air. So usually it's
Okay.
limited. Usually we can only
So
see 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, something
hold
like
on,
that.
hold on, hold on, hold on. So this is something that they use in space a lot in order to try to pinpoint where stars are located. And
Right, but you
so
don't have
you could use infrared to see through any sort of gas, completely transparent.
it doesn't infrared will allow you to see further, but it won't completely cut it out. Right? It's still a physical obstruction. The light still has to push. Basically, this is what's limiting it. The light has to the light is bouncing off the objects in the distance and it's making its way back to the camera or back to your eyes. But that light has to travel through a shit ton of thick atmosphere to make it back to the optic. Okay, and that light gets scattered and absorbed by the atmosphere on its way back. So if the light's just not making it back to your infrared camera, it's just not making it back. I mean, you'll be able to see okay, so where the light can make it back to your camera, it's going to be able to see clearer than it would be able to without the infrared lens. Right? But the light that's too far away from it, that's not even able to make it back to your lens at all, you're not going to be able to see anything. Does that make sense? Right, the light's not making it to the optical device, so you're not seeing it at all. You're just going to see blackness. Like in your visible range, it's going to make it clearer if you're using infrared. So you'll be able to see through the haze within the range that the light is able to make it back to the optic. And yeah, when we use infrared, we can see much, much further. So we can see things that are way, way beyond where the curvature limitations should be on a globe. Like, for example, we could set up a camera at the shoreline and we can see a ship that's 20 miles out into the ocean that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. That kind of thing. Right? Not just by a little bit, it should be completely hidden by hundreds of feet.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I'll show you an example.
Well, the gas thing is interesting.
Right, check the can you see the side chat?
$50 kilometers. Hold on.
Friends, you're gonna snap him back to reality, and then he's gonna start talking about gravity.
Well, I mean, no, I'm a huge. I'm really interested in like Bible theory, and none of this kind of refutes anything. If either one is true, it doesn't. None of it refutes what the Bible says. So it's just like it's very interesting to talk about, in my opinion.
Yeah, it
And the
leans
fact that
much
you're
more to
kind of
what the Bible.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It leans much more to what it says in the Bible. It matches the ancient Hebrew depiction of the Earth system that we live in, and it matches all of the other ancient cultures as well, right? They all said that the Earth is basically stationary and flat within a contained system. They all agreed on that, even though they had different depictions of it. They all kind of were the same thing, right? Big contained system with a flat Earth inside it. And then if you look into the history of the globe, that's when it starts to get interesting and sketchy, because it's not like people went out one day and did some measurement and they were like, oh my God, look at this. We've found the curvature of the earth. This is the test we
So,
did. And
what do
everyone can
you
go and do this test. That's not what
what do you
happened.
think? What do you think about somebody flying across the world? What do you think about that, for example? Like, how do you end up if it's not round and you're not flying over a circle? How do you leave New York on like you leave on the east side of New York and then end up on the west side of New York when you come back? How do you do that?
Well, okay, I'll give you a super simplified way of picturing it in your head, right? Let's say you had a giant lake, huge lake, and you've got islands in the lake. And those islands could be considered like continents. So you could leave from the east side of one of those islands, let's call it North America, and you could go around the lake, and then you could come back to the west side. And then so you've gone around the lake, you've come back, and you've re-entered from the opposite direction. That would work just fine on a flat Earth, and it would work just fine on a globe. That would be maybe considered a east to west navigation, circumnavigation.
Yeah, because we use compasses.
Yeah, like it's east and west are circles around a north pole, basically. Whether the Earth's flat, whether the Earth's a globe. Now, what you wouldn't be able to do on a flat Earth is do a north to south circumnavigation, where you started in the north, and then you just went south in a straight line, and then you went over the top of Antarctica or around Antarctica, but you kept going on that southern path, right? And then you came back around, and you came back to where you started. That wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth. And the interesting thing is, countless people have done the east to west style circumnavigations, but no one's done the north south.
Actually, they say in 2019, the One More Orbit team in the Gulfstream G650ER, Robert
but all
Del
they did,
Laurentiis.
Yeah, but look at
did
the
a pole
path they
to pole
took.
flight.
If you look at the path they took, this is what they did, right? They started up towards the north, and then they went down towards Antarctica, and then they just cut over a little section of Antarctica and basically jackknifed and did a U-turn and went back up again. They didn't keep going and then come back up around the other side of the globe. They just turned around, skimmed over a little bit of Antarctica, and went back up.
How did you find that out?
Which is look at the flight path that they took, right? And then look at the live stream. I don't know if the live stream's still available, but the live stream shows that they didn't even take the exact path that they said they did, right? They didn't cut over as much of Antarctica as they claimed, and their claimed path on different projections doesn't line up. Okay, but if you have a look at what they did, they didn't just keep going south. Okay, they turned, they went over a little bit of Antarctica, and they kind of came back up again.
I believe they claim that they turned like 25 degrees, right?
Yeah, I'll post the
That's weird, bro. You guys are tripping me out, dude. I'm about to eat some mushrooms, dude. Yo,
Hey,
this is weird.
make sure,
Why isn't it?
minimum
would be
3.5 grams,
straightforward.
bro.
Hold on.
Listen,
You think it
4
would
grams if
be?
you're brave.
Hold on. Hear me out. Okay. And this is gonna. I'm on your guys' side on this one. Okay. It's awfully weird how not straightforward the information is. Like, I'm really having to dig for this shit as far as like the flight path is concerned for the pole to pole 2019 to 2020 flight with Robert DeLawrence, Delarentis. It's real funny, dude. Why isn't it just straight up? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yo, I'm not gonna cap. I'm not gonna cap, bro. It makes me
That
want to
is
do
why
a flight,
flat
bro.
earthers deny vaccines. They won't take vaccines at all for some reason.
I don't take. I'm unvaccinated.
Yeah, these guys don't take vaccines.
I do not take vaccines.
But I do. But dog
Yeah, that's why this guy sounds like he does. You know, look at him. He sounds so fucking stupid, friends.
Yo, this guy is mean, bro. But to hear it not towards me, it's nice. You know what I mean?
So why are you guys anti-vaxxers?
Yeah, we don't talk about that in here because
That's
it's
how you
kind of like a
believe in the
fringe.
globe,
It's a
is you
fringe
take the
TOS.
vaccine. You
It's like
haven't
a
taken the
TOS type of topic, and we're live streaming on YouTube. We can't talk about
Okay,
medical
but
stuff.
again, you guys don't take vaccines. Why?
Yeah, did you
Because
hear what
that'll
I just
make you
said?
believe in the globe.
If you didn't
No.
hear what I just said and you keep talking about that,
No, I
then I'll
didn't
just
hear
bet.
anything yet. I haven't heard nothing. What I have
Yeah.
heard is that you guys don't take
If you keep
vaccines.
talking about medical stuff, you're gonna get banned. I'll just click a button and you'll be gone.
Hey, I just inoculated the room from that moron's voice. There, vaccinated, bro. All right, move the topic
Okay.
on. Thanks.
Okay, so I can't find this guy's flight path to save my life. I don't know if I'm retarded or what. Probably a little bit of both. I'm sure that
Let me
there
see
is a
that.
flight path, but it looks very confusing. I'm like looking at this one right here, and it says he went like in a circle, bro. I just need a direct north to south, and then just keep flying all the way. Well, you said there's a stream on it?
You're talking about one more orbit?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, just go to their channel and have a look at their shitty footage, right? They don't even show any footage of them going over Antarctica. They just tell you that they went over a little section of Antarctica. But there was a guy named Antonio Subrates, and he was he was watching the live stream. He was doing his live stream while watching the One More Orbit live stream, and he was showing the coordinates weren't matching where they said they were, and that they didn't even touch over Antarctica, which would kind of explain why they don't have any footage of them going over Antarctica. I mean, you can go to the One More Orbit YouTube channel and have a look at their footage. Most of the footage is just taken inside the cab of the plane, not even looking out the windows. Shows them landing at a few airports. It claims that we did this and that, but it's a huge, big letdown.
They do claim that they went over Antarctica in the dark, in complete darkness.
It would be nice. It
How
would be
convenient.
nice. Yeah, it would be nice to get some clarity on that, honestly. I mean,
Why would you choose to do that part during the nighttime as well? That's
Wait, where do
kinda
you see
crazy.
this
But they didn't
footage?
go over
Where
and
can you
they didn't
where
even
can you see this footage?
apparently it's probably on
Orbit.
YouTube.
All you gotta do is go
Yeah.
on YouTube, dude.
Yeah, One More Orbit YouTube. They have their own YouTube channel.
One More Orbit.
One More Orbit. Yeah, I think it was 2019.
It's like why hasn't anyone done come on, dude, it's 2026, man. Like why hasn't anyone done this? You know what I mean? Like we got billionaires, we got people sending cars to space, but like no one's gonna fly, you know what I mean? Like dude's just shooting his Corvette up into space. For what reason? You know? Just can't fly a straight line across the entire earth. What's going on, man?
Lamester.
And then the other guy, I think it was I forget exactly when it was, but there's this guy called Sir Ranulph Fiennes or something like that, and he claimed to have trekked across it. But if you have a look at the guy's name up on Google, you'll find that he's like a bit of a con man, and he actually got taken to court for faking footage and stuff like that. So
No
it's
way.
kind of like a sketchy character to be. All right, like I'll type it in right now. So Renault finds faked footage. Right, Renault finds faked accidents to get exciting TV. So Renault finds faked mountain falls. Blah blah blah. It's like
It's weird, bro. I'll admit that it's weird. Definitely weird. I mean, I don't trust the government. You know what I mean?
Good, as you shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't never trusted the government.
You're almost there, buddy. You're almost there.
Stop, dude. I'm not a little kid, man. You know what I mean? I'm a grown man, brother.
Yeah, how
Well,
old
hey,
are you?
along those lines, do you want to know what the second question is?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Sorry, we got stuck on the first one, dude. This is the freaking rabbit hole, dog.
I get
Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured or detected axial rotation of the Earth?
I don't even know what
Shit,
that
we were
is,
stuck in
brother.
the first one, eh? Oh, he doesn't even know.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, bro.
We were raised to believe that the Earth spins and rotates once a day, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, Google that shit up before you start. Google what they say about it, and tell me if you believe it.
Hold on.
How fast does it spin at the equator?
Well, what they say kind of changes. Like at one point in time, they were saying 900 miles per hour at the equator. Then they were saying 1,000. Then they were saying like a little more than 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. It kind of
Okay,
changes, but
whatever. Just let the guy fucking Google what they're saying now.
and I was just
Change a
letting
lot.
them know, like, you know,
Well,
technically,
they change a lot of shit. They have to change a lot of shit. Every time they fucking they get stuck, they have to change something. Like
yeah,
the
the
start of the
most wild one is the distance to the sun. Like at one point in time, they were saying, "Oh, 3 million miles or 1,000 miles," and now it's 93 million miles or whatever. Like,
Hold on. Noting that recent increased melting of ice and shifting water mass are causing the planet to wobble and shift its spin axis.
A cool story. Look at that. Another one. You know what's a cool story? It's this when that lady astronaut that came back and then she was doing like the interview or whatever on the stage there. She was like half mid sentence or saying some shit and then just fucking froze. It was amazing. Like completely froze. Like she was caught in a lie. It was funny.
All right. Kind of crazy, dude. What a rabbit hole, dude. This is a rabbit hole, bro. I'm about to go take a shower, eat some mushrooms, and I'm gonna be right back.
Yo, 4 grams. Make sure it's 4 grams.
Dude, listen, bro. Last time I did 8 grams by myself.
Oh,
Okay,
cool. That's good.
I almost fucking
Oh,
ended
you're
it,
almost there.
dog. Let's just
Friend, you're almost there. Buddy, I did 6 hits of acid. Don't worry, man. One shot. You're almost there, buddy. You're almost there. Don't worry.
I'm good, brother. You know what I mean? We're probably gonna start off at 1.5 grams, and we'll see how we feel, buddy. You know what I
Nah,
mean?
man. See, you just, it's no bueno.
No bueno, no, puto
No bueno,
pinte,
man.
mucho pinte, or pinte punta, whatever the hell that is. You know what I mean? I ain't no bitch. You know
Pinche
what I'm saying?
puta.
I
Yeah,
ain't
but
no bitch, boy.
that's why you're
You know
starting with the gram. That's like
they
a
used
bitch
to call,
thing, bro.
they used to call me La Verdad. You know what I'm saying, boy?
it may be healthier to make tea out of it.
Mic check.
You're coming through.
Just something weird. Somebody cut out. I don't know. Something's happening. Just stop talking.
Well, it's just like old times. It's been so long since I heard Miggy's 3-point takedown.
This is fucking. That's the gayest shit I've ever heard.
What's that?
I said that's the gayest shit I've ever heard.
No, they used to call it that. Have you
Yeah,
measured
yeah, I
curve?
know.
Have you measured rotation? Have you measured gravity? No. Well then, you don't know what you're talking about. Earth must be flat.
Well, Jesse, please. You know it's flat. That's why you keep coming back. brain. It's in the psychology in the brain of you globers, right? Especially you staunch ones. Instead of just letting shit go and saying, "Oh, we're crazy people," right? No, you guys keep coming back for years. What's about 10 years for you, Jesse? Right? Nonstop, straight, every day almost. Yeah. So I mean, it just the psychology of it all, right? Just proves it.
Yeah, and the 3 points was never presented as a flat Earth proof. It was to demonstrate to.
So how many of you flat earthers are evangelical stupid?
One sec, bro. It was demonstrated. It was used to demonstrate to the person that was speaking that they simply have a belief, right? That they don't have enough information, reliable information, on which to rest a defense for the globe claim.
Okay, so
We
how
knew that.
many? So how many of the flat earthers in here are evangelicals?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. We don't talk about that generally.
That's just a belief.
Yeah, I don't know, but I feel like
not me, not me.
yeah. Okay, so you're a flat earther and you're not a Protestant.
No, bro. And when we talk about this topic, no one in here is ever bringing up that as evidence of flat Earth, right? We're
I mean,
talking
it may not
about
be.
actual
It may not be something that they bring
testing,
up.
actual testing. Yeah. You're not going to get like too many soy boy atheist flat earthers, though. That's for sure. Right? Most flat earthers lean toward there being some kind of creator of some kind.
In fact, we've had atheists that figured out the Earth was flat and then recognized that there must be a creator and stopped being an atheist.
Well, yeah, and
Did
even
they end
beyond
up
that,
becoming?
we've even had an
Did they end up
atheist.
becoming specifically Protestant?
They
No.
found Jesus.
Okay, let me help you out, friend. So let me help you out, since you don't seem to be tracking. Okay, they were an atheist, and then when they realized the Earth was flat and it must have a creator, they're no longer an atheist.
So when they no
Therefore,
longer were an
Jesus.
atheist, did they become a Protestant?
I don't know.
Do you know what a theist is, buddy? Have you ever heard that
No,
term,
you
theist?
don't.
Yeah, I understand.
There's
what a
only
theist is.
Protestants, bro. There's only Protestants and
Yeah, I
atheists.
mean,
That's it.
yeah, no. My
That's it.
only enemy is
Goodness
Zionists,
gracious.
and most Zionists are Protestant. So
Bro.
Okay, we'll keep
There's
that to yourself.
non-denominational. There's non-denominational believers.
non-denominational evangelicals are the
Yeah.
biggest group.
And
of
what about
evangelicals.
Hindus? What about Hindus?
The majority of them aren't even Zionist. Some of them are, but
Yeah.
like they're pretty 50-50.
What about Ganesh
Like 9
and
out of
Krishna
every
and all
10
those guys, right?
evangelicals is pro-Israel. 9 out of
Hey,
every 10
friend,
to one
evangelicals.
hold
God.
on, brother. Hold on. Speaking of Zionism, which you don't like, and speaking of Jewish fables and mysticism, which you don't like,
Oh
do you
no,
know
I
that
like
the
Jewish faith. I just
Kabbalah?
don't like Zionists. Most Zionists are Protestant, by
Oh,
the way.
okay.
Just to make sure that's clear. Like 99% of Zionists are
Okay,
Protestant.
let me help you out, kid. Let me help you out, kid. You're boring me. So either get to the topic
There's
of
2
flat
billion
Earth or get
Protestants.
yeeted from
There's
the.
2 billion
Hey,
Protestants. 15 million Jews.
Hey, friend,
Do the
get
math, bro.
yeeted. Sorry, bro, you're getting yeeted. Goodbye.
Up yours, you Protestant piece of shit.
Wow, that guy hates Protestants.
I know, right?
It's crazy.
Don't make
bro.
another baby, you Catholic.
Hey, I got a joke. Methinks thou dost Protestant too much.
That's a funny one. That's a funny one. That's not just a joke. That's punny. That's real good. Oh shit, friends, tonight's the night.
Man, for a second I thought I was going to get him with the Kabbalah and the Zohar and the floating magical mystical balls of the 7 Sephiroth, and he was going to have to deny the globe because he hates, a certain group of people. But he weaseled out of it.
Good job, buddy. You're sharp. Religion talk. God damn it, I hate it.
Well, we could have brought it into flat Earth if he wasn't so weird about it.
Yeah, I mean, I hear the religion thing in Geo's server all day. It sucks. There's this Christian fucking city there.
But why is it restricted to Judaism or like Hebraic faiths? Like if someone suddenly stops being an atheist, that means they could have started believing in Krishna, right?
Yeah, or just be just a theist in general. Just like, yeah, I know there's some type of
Exactly.
theistic entity. I just don't know what about it.
Yeah, or they can even invent their own. Give it their own name.
Well, yeah, it was also like that guy Anthony Flew before he died. He was a famous atheist, and before he died, he basically said all the evidence for design makes me know that there is some kind of theistic entity. Can't this atheism that I had believed in my whole life is just nonsense retardation. My favorite one, T Dub, is I'm an atheist. Can you disprove it? I'm like, so you want me to disprove? You want me to disprove that you don't believe in something? Like, what the heck?
The mind of a leftist. It's funny. It's crazy.
All right, I gotta go back to work, but that was funny though.
Hey, our newly flat Earth buddy. Are you there, buddy? What's going on? Oh yeah, he said he went to go to take a shower and he's coming back. Got any Globers? Except you, Jesse. I don't want to talk to you.
Oh.
I mean, he keeps saying the same shit over and over. It's just boring. 10 years, couldn't find something new.
I'm working on something new.
Hey, yo, so you think the Artemis missions are pretty real or what? Or you think they faked it?
Me?
Yeah.
I have no way to know personally one way or the other. I'm really more into personal things that I can measure and observe and record myself directly.
Blah, blah. I'm asking you just by the fucking videos and the shit on the media. What, you don't have an opinion?
Well, I don't watch TV, so I don't know anything about whatever's
You
on
don't.
media. But
Well, I
just
mean,
let me
it goes
finish.
on
I'm
the
answering your
internet.
question.
Listen,
I'm answering your question. Just let
I'm
me.
not saying, fuck, man. It's not just the TV. I'm saying in general, because the information that's on TV is also on the internet.
Well, my question is the same. From what I've seen, I have no evidence one way or the other. What do you want me to say if I have no evidence one way or the other?
Oh, but if it was really nice and proper, like, you know, you Globers would be like, fuck, look at how real this shit is done. The fucking moon or the stars look so fucking fantastical, you know? Like, the footage would be fucking epic, but, you know, you guys, it seems like fucking be like, you know, I don't know. So, I mean, obviously, if you guys are on that fence, right, that means it's kind of fake, because on our side, we know it's fucking all bullshit, right? And if you guys think it's like 50-50, then the percentages are swinging our way right here, buddy. Just like the fake moon landings originally happened, this whole fake mission is also fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, why didn't they land on the moon?
Yeah, whatever. There's a million questions you can ask these fucking assholes, right? Fuck, this delirium's getting harder, friends.
The moon is not necessarily a place you can go to.
We know that, man. He's so like, oh, friends, this is crazy.
All right, Jesse. T Dub
Yeah.
was doing some research on AI. And I just want to read out what it says. Because I think that quite often the globe earthers think that AI is conspiring against the globe for some reason. All right, so or conspiring against the anti-flat earthers, maybe. So is 7/6R used at mountain height over such large distances? I guess he was talking about 105 miles, 75 miles, etc. So it says, no, the 7/6R refraction coefficient is not typically used for mountain height measurements over large distances like 105 miles. Standard surveying and geodesy apply more precise atmospheric models as 7/6R. A simplified refraction rule of thumb works best for short to medium optical leveling under average conditions. So why not for mountains / long range? Variable refraction. A mountain scales, example over 50 kilometers, temperature gradients, inversions, and mirages vary wildly. K can hit plus 0.5 plus or go negative, not fixed 1/6. Because it was saying in the one above that 1/6 is actually what they use. Okay, so not standard practice. Real surveys use Hamza, Cotta, or full ray tracing models with real-time meteorological data, temperature, pressure, humidity, GPS, or trig nets bypass optical entirely. Your context over 105 miles to a mountain peak, 7/6R might explain 18 foot if tuned, but pros dismiss it for lacking gradient data, optical paths shimmer, and fail reliability. So to directly answer your previous question, no, the 7/6R refraction coefficient isn't the standard for mountain height measurements over such large distances. It's a rough rule of thumb from 19th century leveling surveys, assuming average atmospheric refraction, but it falls apart over long distances. The bottom line, no professional surveyor relies on 7/6R or any fixed K for peak-to-peak geometry at 105 miles. It's for short leveling runs. Real mountain mapping uses control networks, solving curvature / refraction simultaneously. Yeah, there's a bunch more, but I won't read it all out. But yeah, it's interesting when you look this stuff up on AI. I'm not saying it's completely correct, but it does seem to consistently say that the type of testing that you're doing is not what surveyors would do, and that it is very highly unreliable, and that you can absolutely have negative refraction or heavier refraction, and that it would be pretty weird if you were always to get 7/6R. And when
Well, I never claimed it was exactly. I said it was way
it's within
closer
a
to that than to
yeah,
flat Earth.
yeah.
So if
no, you said it's within a very small margin of error. You can apply 7/6R and it pretty much matches up with the globe.
Yeah, within a margin of uncertainty, which is
what percent?
Well, it's like when compared to the flat Earth prediction, straight line geometry, it's much closer to the 7/6R.
Okay, right. So within what percent margin of error approximately for the globe? Don't worry about flat Earth.
Well, so I guess we could look at my 36 shots from at 75 miles over that hot road, or that highway at different times of year, and that water and that tree and those trees. That the average of those was like, I don't remember, 500 some feet off before applying the 7/6R, but it was within like 3 feet of the 7/6R. The average of them.
3 feet.
So it's like, yeah, I'm not claiming it's perfect. 3 feet is an error. Even at 75 miles, 3 feet is an error.
Yeah. So you're saying you did 36 observations and they were within a few feet over 75-mile distance of it matching up with the globe with 7/6R. So basically,
the average of all 36 was within 3 feet of 7/6R prediction.
Yeah. So I mean, that doesn't. That's kind of that's interesting. I mean, that seems like it's shouldn't be the case that it would be so consistent like that.
Oh, one thing you cited AI saying there, that there could be these wild variations for high altitude lines of sight. You should try to get a citation for that, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually have a citation for that. It's just kind of filling in the blanks. And I also encourage you to talk to some geodetic surveyors. Yeah, I'm not making the stuff up for sure.
Yeah, no, that's just AI must just have it in for you guys.
Well, it just goes off of what it scrapes off the internet, and
Right, so it's scraping up like geodetic surveying manuals and mainstream information generally, isn't it? I mean,
well,
usually if I use AI, usually I'm using it to like get me sources, and then I'll look at what the source says and blah blah blah.
right. So, but like nowadays, nobody does. Geodetic surveying is almost exclusively done with GPS now, because it's so much faster, and you can go survey a point by yourself. You don't have to have a guy on the other mountain peak that you're surveying to. And so now, just because GPS survey is so much more suitable for mountain, for long range stuff, that's just typically what's used. Whereas theodolites are typically used for like doing property lines now, because that's just because they're cheaper, and using it, getting the GPS system out there, which costs so much more, isn't worth it for just staking out a little property boundary or something. So it's not that the instruments can't do it, and in the past weren't used to do it. Just on popular supply and demand with the current technology, it's the use, the statistical use is going to be different, and AI is going to be reading into that. But I challenge you to get it to give you an actual human written citation that actually claims a wild variation from 7/6R for a line of sight that is entirely high above the surface. I would be extremely surprised if there's actually such a citation.
Right. I mean, you can type in mirages in mountaintops, and you get tons and tons of images of miraging effects when you're looking over mountains at high altitude.
Oh,
So it does
I never
happen.
seen that in my area. Maybe it's a thing from other areas.
Yeah, maybe.
But anyway, I still would really like to read the actual human written paper where they claimed a wild variation from 7/6R with a high line of sight. I would really like to read that if you can find it.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
I've certainly never experienced anything like that.
All right, I'll look into it.
Thank you.
No, what it says is at mountain scales, example greater than 50 kilometers, temperature gradients, inversions, and mirages vary wildly. K can hit 0.5 plus or go negative, not fixed 1/6. That's what it says.
Say that. Do you see it?
I'm pretty sure what the literature would tell you is that it would be very unreliable to go out and do a single test over such a long distance and say that that's conclusive in any way of anything. I don't think any surveyors would agree that that would be a good technique.
No, I'm definitely an advocate.
Maybe from the 1800s or something. But
that's why I took 36 measurements of that one.
Right, but 16 of them were at the exact same time, basically. Like you did 8 in a row. And obviously it's not going to change much over the span of an hour or two. I mean, if you're also, I mean, I'm sure you could also find citations that it would be a terrible idea to do the observation in the situation that you did it when you have a hot highway and 3 kilometers of land right in front of you. That's, that's it's not far below the height of theodolite. I mean, that would probably be frowned upon against as well, and the results would be deemed obviously inconclusive. What do you think? Yeah.
Well, I mean, part of surveying, and I wish you did know a geodetic surveyor. I wish you could learn more about this. But anyway, part of surveying is doing repeat measurements and then doing statistical analysis on it, doing a standard deviation and that kind of stuff. Because by getting a large enough sample set and then doing your standard deviation and an average, then that gives you a pretty good idea of what your margin of uncertainty might be.
Well, not if you make the same mistake every single time. And then you're just averaging your mistakes.
Okay, let me correct myself. It gives you a good idea of what your random margin of uncertainty is.
Yeah, that's right. I fucked up by it's within a certain margin of error 36 times in a row. And my average fuck up rate is X.
And somehow it just happened to be what was needed to match the Glober's globe prediction within 3 feet when averaged. So it's like something's causing this phenomena. It's not just random chance. It's not just in that one location. It's not just at that distance. Something's causing it. And it's in all the surveying manuals. And I think it would be really good for this whole community to recognize that it's actually a phenomena and then start working on how to explain it on a flat Earth.
Would you have any infrared that
Not
match
yet.
up with the globe?
I don't have any in infrared at all.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not through a theodolite, but I mean, this one that I was showing earlier, it doesn't match up with the globe at all. And it's, I think it's 1000 nanometer wavelength. It's extremely clear. We have extremely, this one here in the side chat. Wait, it's 30 megabyte file. So just take a second to upload.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, like I just put, I mean, I need to go over it thoroughly so I can get the numbers exactly right. But this is the numbers that I'm going off, that other people are saying are the correct numbers. So the observer height's 9,824 feet, apparently. And the target distance is about 250 miles. Now, these could be a little bit off. I need to check. I need to double check it myself. And then the target is about 9,000 feet high. So the horizon should be at about 120 miles. Here's a screenshot. Right, so if you zoom in on that, you can see one of the mountains is called Grand Ferrand. But the horizon should be where that waterline is. That's where the geometric horizon should be. So even with standard refraction taken into account, it still doesn't match up with the globe at all. I mean, so basically only the top, I think, well, hold on, let me double check.
And actually, I wish, like anything, they had measured the actual elevation angle on this one.
Yeah, it would be nice, but basically, look, if it's a globe, then only the top 835 foot of that mountain should be popping out from behind the horizon. You shouldn't be able to see any of that land underneath, right? All of those mountains below it, that entire shoreline, should all be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and you should just be able to see the top 800 feet of that 9,000 foot mountain sticking out from behind the horizon. That's with standard refraction taken into account. And it's a huge panoramic image as well. But that's not even the full image, or maybe that is. It's a huge field of view. I mean, and we can see so many different landmarks across the entire way. We can see the whole shoreline. We don't see any sign of the horizon whatsoever.
And
So,
I have shown that
I mean-
own phenomena in that picture I gave you.
Right. But this one is super clear. It's in infrared. And like you said that all high altitude observations match up with the globe with 7/6R, but clearly that's not the case. And if you had some where you could see properly,
I believe I said that all high line of sight vertical angle measurements match up to the 7/6R much closer than to flat Earth.
Okay, but what about the geometric horizon that should be there? Where's that at?
Well, if the water was colder than the air, there's going to be.
Dude, what the heck is a vertical angle measurement?
Didn't we have this exact discussion the other day, and I explained it
That would be
meticulously to you?
that would be an elevation angle.
Yes, it's an elevation angle measurement.
Okay,
Just
dude,
like I said yesterday.
that's not a vertical angle measurement, dude. Holy crap. Vertical angle measurement.
Ask a surveyor. That's all I can say. That's the terms they use. In fact, if you look even on my total stations or theodolites, a lot of times on the readout it says VA for vertical angle and HA for horizontal angle.
Yeah, okay. So if you're rotating the device horizontally, then it's going to be called a horizontal angle. If you're rotating it vertically, then it's going to be a vertical angle, right?
Right.
Right. And so the optic rotates until you sight what you're looking at. So the only thing it measures is the rotation of the device itself. Right?
That's correct.
Relative to level or plumb.
No, relative to the base plate.
Actually. Exactly. According to what it's designed to say is level, right?
Well,
yeah, it assumes any reading that you get, you're going to assume that your base plate is perfectly level. Whether it is or isn't, the device itself doesn't know. Unless it's got an algorithm in it where it has like a self leveler and it pings that. If it doesn't do that, then it wouldn't have no way of knowing before it gives you the end reader output data. So yeah, it only measures the angular rotational difference between the optic plane and the base plate. That's it, bro.
Actually, the one I usually use.
kind of proved this hundreds of years ago, like Eratosthenes with his little experiment with sticks out in the desert.
What?
Sounds technical. So scientific.
Actually, the total stations and theodolites I usually use do have a liquid leveler built into the upper part of the head, attached to the same piece of metal that it measures the vertical angle reference to. So they actually are measuring in real time to a reference of a little liquid surface inside there.
So I posted it in the site. This is what Eratosthenes was working on, right? I thought this was common knowledge, bro. This is like hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, we're not unfamiliar with it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, dude. Way to just interject yourself into the conversation.
Yeah, with something that's totally irrelevant. Well, it's not irrelevant ultimately, but I mean, it's not what we were talking about.
Did this old man make this whole conversation irrelevant? Like this old man.
No, he didn't. Yeah, that's a cool story, dude. Why don't you go in the corner and hug your Eratosthenes plush toy while the big dogs have a conversation?
Yeah, just provide where Eratosthenes documented this, and then we can move forward.
Could I talk about Eratosthenes' experiment a little?
Please,
it's like,
dude.
When we argue about it, we're like arguing at the entire wrong end of it. It's like the real false assumption that he made was that, and when we recreate this experiment, advancing into the 3-peg test, the real false assumption is that the sun is a thing in a place and that geometry holds true to the sun. That's actually the one false assumption, and once we recognize that, then we don't even have to discuss around it any, because we can say, well, look, even on a flat earth, a light bulb would create a shadow with an angle. Duh. The difference is we can say, okay, well, we will send another guy out with another stick and we will measure the angle of the sun from 3 locations. That no longer fits a flat earth. That does not follow the geometry that a flat surface would give for a sun anywhere, especially if we did, say, 4 points. So, because there's a difference between linear and nonlinear. So, the assumption is that because we watch the sun throughout the day and throughout the year, and we assume it's a thing with a size, that we know that it's beyond a certain distance because of how much angular size it maintains throughout the day. We know that the ratio between the sun, the distance of the sun from day to night doesn't change that much. And then we do all this geometry. But the weak point is assuming that the sun is a thing in a place. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, right. So if the sun's not a thing in a place, what is it?
It's there. It's something you see, but it's not there.
So it's not physical.
That would be the flat Earth approach. If the
Well, no. To be
actually
fair, Jesse, even in the globe model, it's not there when you look at it.
Right.
That's fact. That's a fact of their model. It's that when you look at the sun, you're seeing something 8 minutes ago. So it's not where you're looking at it.
But that's irrelevant to the point I'm making.
No, it's relevant to the point that the other guy was asking about when you see something, it's not there. Yes, that's the case in that model. Go ahead.
But thank you. But for using shadow angles, that it doesn't have to be where it was when we see it. If it's true, here on Earth, we take a basketball, we put it, 1 mile from us, we take a picture of it with a full zoom camera, we put it 2 miles, we take another picture with the same zoom, same camera, it's twice as far, it appears half as big. Geometrically, we know that if an object...
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I allowed to sing the Jewish anthem in here?
Just
no,
bro.
Kolot baleva.
There we go. There's your answer.
Hey, read the topic. 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 interrupt with some nonsense. All right, continue.
Basically the same thing.
So, geometrically, we know that if something gets twice as far, it looks half as big. Or we also know that if something that doesn't change size appears to stay the same size, it's still the same distance or very close to the same distance. So if it's true that the sun is actually a thing with an actual physical size, and we watch it throughout the day cycle, and its angular size does not change appreciably, we know that its relative distance from us did not change appreciably.
No, we don't. Because we don't know confounding variables that could be involved.
I mean, just based on geometry, right? And of
Yeah, but
course,
you guys ignore the way perspective works. And if something's already moved a long distance away from you, and then you're just seeing it appear to go down due to your own personal perspective, we would not expect it to appear to change much, right? You guys completely seem to ignore perspective because the globe kind of hijacked perspective. So you guys can't have that and the globe at the same time. I can show
Yeah.
you an
Also,
example of exactly what I'm talking about.
faked going to the moon twice. So what's up with that? Like, I really want to know that one. Forget
Well,
flat
Jesse,
Earth.
just
Like, why?
It was
Just why?
7 times, not
So
twice.
obvious. Dude, 2 times?
7
Like,
times.
come on.
Well,
You guys are
we know what he
embarrassing.
means, though, Matthew. We know what he means.
He should be precise
see-
if he's going to give numbers. That's all.
Right,
Yeah,
see
he's
these
just
two balls.
just counting Apollo as one.
All right, so this is something that's close to you. Right, so let's say these balls are what, 3 meters apart. Just guessing. Okay, it looks like it's giant, and then if you were to roll it away 3 meters, it's going to look like it gets tiny because of perspective. Now, if you change your angle, right? If you move away further from that, okay, so here's the same 2 balls, the same distance away from each other. Now we don't have that drastic perspective change anymore. Okay, all the person did was stand up, and because they moved further away, right? That close ball already shrunk in perspective size, right? So when you move it away now, it's not going to look like it changes much because there's a difference between perspective when it comes to terrestrial objects and when it comes to celestial objects.
I think you're making my point better than I could. So like
No, your point is that it should shrink as it goes away, isn't it?
Well, due to geometry and perspective, if something in the distance gets twice as far, it basically appears half the size, right?
You're ignoring the way our perspective works, though.
Well, what's the formula then if that's not it?
Okay, so what's the difference?
So,
How come?
Let's do an experiment instead. How about that? Let's do an experiment, Jesse. Have your friend stick their thumb right in your eyeball, then have them walk all the way to the other side of the room, then have them walk to the left and walk to the right. Right. So as they're walking away to the one side of the room, their thumb is going to shrink dramatically. But when they walk to the left and right, it's not going to shrink much at all.
But we agreed the other day that the formula for this would be the arctangent of the rise over the run, right? Or if it was width, you can turn it on its side, right?
Listen, Jesse, irrelevant. Okay.
We did
If your
agree. Oh, that
friend,
was India.
if your friend travels an arc from your left side of your view to the right side of your view after having traveled away from you, their thumb is going to be almost the exact same size, even though he's going to leave your field of view. I mean,
Right.
dude, this isn't that complicated.
That's my point. If he maintains distance, he'll maintain size, right? And if I'm
Right, so the sun traveling over your head, dude, it's going to look, if it's traveling over your head in an arc, it's going to look roughly the same size. What's your problem?
Well, it depends on if I'm at the center of that arc in 3D space.
Holy crap, dude. Listen, I'll make it simple for you, Jesse. The medium that the sun is in and the sun's position relative to you is a sufficient distance away that its size doesn't change as it travels through your field of view till you can't see it anymore. There you go. Problem solved. Now what?
So, is there some magic bending going on, light bending going on, or is it
it's
just
the way our perspective works? Does it not make sense what he just said? He just articulated that perfectly. It should make sense. You understand how perspective works.
Well, I think I do, but
you've
I don't
proven
think
that you kind of don't. I mean, you did deny that the ground appears to ramp up.
Well,
so clearly you
So-
don't understand.
No,
The
he
basics
thinks
of
that the sun. He thinks that the sun is like 100 feet over your head, and then it goes 17,000 miles to the right, so it's much further.
So just let me clarify this about the ground ramping up. Somebody, I don't remember who, but somebody had told me that my 2.5 arc minute upward angle to the surface of the water was due to perspective ramping. That is what I had an issue with. Once Indio explains to me that it was just up to eye level but never above, then I have no problem with perspective ramping. I got that.
Okay. But what about what AI just said?
Well, I've got some questions. I don't understand exactly how he's framing this. So, like, are we kind of on the same page that on a flat Earth, the sun moves above the surface of that Earth in a rhythmic pattern at a generally constant height?
No.
How about AI? How about you? He's the one that gave the example.
Yeah, true. Sorry.
Jesse, go back and listen to it and find out that it's sufficient what I said. I don't need to explain it any further.
Well, here's my problem is no matter what height you pick for the sun, such that it has any chance of moving horizontally far enough to set, it's going to have to change distance from the observer significantly because it's not moving in an arc centered on that one observer, because unless everybody has their own sun that's orbiting themselves, right? So if the GP of the sun,
I think he's standing on his last statement.
Who's that?
AI and request statement and request. So he's asked you go back and listen to it.
Oh no, I heard what he said. It just geometrically was incoherent.
Well, as I pointed out, we also don't know what other variables could be at play. I mean, you guys are all too happy to treat the air as if it's a lens to produce one effect, but not another effect, where it could, like, magnify things. Like, potentially magnify celestial objects.
I don't know if I've ever seen the atmosphere magnify things. Maybe a tiny
No,
little
what
bit.
if that's
Does it
what you are
say?
seeing? What if that's what you are seeing?
We would expect the moon to do the same thing, or the
Well,
constellations. but
it
they're,
does. What if that's what you're seeing?
Hey, you know what doesn't
Yeah.
happen though? If I'm not mistaken, somebody told me, you know, this thing where you can like supposedly go on the bottom of the Burj Khalifa, then go to the top and see a second sunset, or climb a tree and see a second moonset or whatever. But supposedly that doesn't work with the stars.
Stars, yeah.
Which it
I
should.
think
Which
they're
it
too dim.
should.
I think it's too dim to see right as they set.
Okay, well then do it anywhere. Do it somewhere where the angle is sufficient where it wouldn't be too dim.
Yeah, but at the horizon, you're always looking through lots of atmosphere. So even if you're on the top of Mount Everest, I think you would probably still
Right,
be
and if the
looking
Earth
through
was
lots of.
flat, right, and if the Earth was flat, you'd be looking through a lot of atmosphere. And at range, the diagonal would be essentially a fence that's opaque, according to the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient, which would subsume more stuff as stuff moved into. Oh my goodness, dude! I know I'm that good, bro. I'm sorry. Freaking made that guy come live on air. Good grief. Anyway, you'd have essentially a fence
Yeah.
that you can't see over, and you know how things work when they go over a fence. Is the further away they are, the more it gets cut off. Right? Couple that with some little atmospheric enhancement, and kabam! Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, so I would say in both models, we can't really see the stars way down at the horizon.
No, you can't see anything at the horizon, dude.
Well, the sun and the moon we see go all the way down.
No, you don't.
Well, I mean, they appear to go all the way down.
Oh yeah, now you're starting to get it.
It is on my
Oh,
to-do
but-
list to take my night vision scope up to a mountain peak and see if I can see the stars on the horizon.
I think there's something that Globers and Flat Earthers can agree on, right? The sun appears to go down, but it doesn't actually.
Well, I think globe earthers think that it just sets uniformly from the bottom to the top, where if you look at any footage of a sunset zoom that doesn't have a local horizon, then it squishes into the horizon just about every time. If that doesn't happen, there's some other wacky effect that takes place.
Yeah, it looks like a mirror, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes.
it compresses into the horizon and squishes. It's crazy. I
You want to know something funny, DJ? DJ, I get that same effect on my 1,000-foot lake with the boat on the other side of the lake. Same effect.
Yep.
Also saw this interesting video the other day. Someone shared with me. Who was that? Sorry if I can't remember. And you're here. This guy's like filming the sunset shadow on the wall inside of his house. I think it's like shining through some like an arched window with some like divisions, and it doesn't. It sort of starts moving up the wall, and then it doesn't seem to like it stops at this point and then just fades out. Like, it's really interesting. I don't know if it's actually proof of anything, but like apparently Globers are really like getting his in his messages and get upset about it and stuff.
No, that's it. The Earth is flat. That's convinced me.
No, I'm not saying it
The shadow
proves
on the
the
wall.
Earth is flat. I'm not saying it proves the Earth is flat.
Yeah, listening to Matthew Learns will fucking convince you it's flat. Hey, Matthew, do you believe the Artemis missions are real?
I do.
Okay, see, there you go, friends. Even Globers deny it, but this guy will fucking just because he needs to fucking nigh on that cross, he's all in, friends. The one guy that's all in is Matthew. Oh shit, friends.
Hey, I watched a rocket launch tonight with my own eyes.
Oh, congratulations! What the fuck does that prove?
That something happened in the sky when they said
Yeah.
that there was a rocket
Russia
launching?
sends rockets all the time. Fucking Iran's starting to send the rockets up in the sky too. But you know what the funny thing is? These rockets that go up in the sky that are used for military purposes, they're like fucking really fast, like because they need to go that fast, right? But for some reason, these NASA rockets are kind of fucking slow, and it's weird.
This was SpaceX launching 24 new Starlink satellites tonight.
Oh, congratulations!
See, rockets can go high or they can go fast, but not both at once.
Oh yeah, are you sure? That's kind of the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
No, the reason is because if they don't have to go very high, they can have a high initial thrust to weight ratio, which allows them to accelerate very quickly, but they can't do it for as long. So if they have to go really high, then like their initial thrust will be hardly more than their initial weight. So they'll start out a lot slower, but they do that in order to have more fuel per payload to get higher.
Interesting.
Don't globe earthers believe in escape velocity? So you actually need high velocity to escape the atmosphere?
To escape the gravity well, to put things in orbit, you don't have to get up to escape velocity.
Friends. Contradictions, left, right, and center. Contradictions, friends.
Yeah, which one is it? Do you need escape velocity or not?
You do not need escape velocity to put things in orbit. You do need escape velocity to escape the gravity well for like missions going to Jupiter or something like that.
Wait, what about the moon? The moon mission just happened. What did they had to go through it too, right? Or what?
Yep.
Please indulge us.
The Artemis 2 had to reach escape velocity to reach the moon.
Shit, no fucking way.
close enough to it.
How fast did they hit?
I don't know.
You don't know how many G's were hit? Come on.
G's are acceleration. I don't know how fast they went or how much they accelerated.
Oh, fuck me.
I haven't memorized the story they're trying to tell us.
Sweet. So you need to reach orbital velocity, don't you?
Yeah, which is different for different altitudes, I think. Like it's
so because if you're going too slow, you'll fall back down too fast. If you're going too fast, you'll go off. You'll break gravity and go off into space, right?
something like that. I don't know the story exactly.
So there's an optimal speed at which your tethering will remain somewhat stable.
Hey, what's the escape velocity of the moon?
Lower.
You guys remember that stupid lunar lander where there's like a firecracker explodes underneath it and it just gets pulled up by a string?
Matthew believes it's real.
No.
Yeah. So who here is a flat earther?
Pretty much everybody. What's up?
So you're a
My
flat earther.
it's a little different than the other guys. Though.
Friend,
So you're a
I
flat
know
earther.
I know that the Earth is a stationary extended plane
Okay. How do you prove that?
by measuring it.
By measuring it.
Yes,
Elab-
finding deviation from horizontal would be fucking great. Using lasers.
No. So hold on. You said the Earth was what? A
An extended
stationary
plane.
flat plane,
Yes.
extended
Yes.
plane.
Yeah.
Okay. And you've how have you surmised that?
Buddy, I just said measurements. Holy fuck. Are you you must be stupid.
Yeah, elaborate. What does that mean, measurements?
Using lasers across large bodies of water, we're looking for deviation. If the fucking thing was curving, the water would be fucking deviating from the laser, but it doesn't. Simple.
Oh yeah.
Did you understand it?
Oh yeah. You did this?
Yeah, I did it other ways, yes. I did it across Lake Ontario if you want to Google it.
You shot a laser across Lake Ontario?
No, I did it another way. I didn't need a laser. All you need is a light source. Lasers are for other shit.
Okay, so you shone a light across Lake Ontario.
No, there's do you know what Lake Ontario is?
I mean, I've been to Toronto.
Okay, so what's the size of Lake Ontario?
Pretty big.
How big?
I
What's
don't
the
know, bro.
shortest part? What's the shortest part, man? Come on, man. Okay, fine, it's big. It's like 30 miles the shortest part. 33 miles across. Shortest part.
Okay.
Right, so if you apply the curvature formula of the ball, there should be about 600 feet, 606, yeah, something like 600 feet of drop, right, from where you're standing.
Per how many what?
What do you mean? That's your answer. 8 inches
Wait,
per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared is the formula, right? Figure out your drop over distance. That's the standard little thing. And yeah, so if you apply it over 30 miles, right, you should have 600 feet of drop. But when you go there is no fucking any kind of drop because you can see the lights right across.
So wait, hold on. Every 30 miles, there should be a
Hmm
600 feet drop, according to.
No, well, not every 30 mile, bro. Listen, that 30 miles specifically. We're looking at that specific fucking 30 miles.
What's different about it?
What do you mean? I'm saying but I'm not saying every other 30 fucking miles. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that specific
You
30
said this
miles.
was related to some sort of like mathematical
Yeah.
constant.
The formula, 8 inches per mile squared. That's the formula. Remember that one. Google it. It's there.
So
They'll
what's
tell
that a
you. That's not this formula is not my fucking formula. This is NASA's formula, friend. Okay?
So you disagree with this formula?
Yeah. Well, I don't disagree that it's the math is not disagreeing. The math is correct. Applying that math to reality is what's fucking up. Do you understand that or no? Applying the math they gave us, right? The bullshit that they constantly fucking feed us, right? When we apply their shit to reality, it's not fucking working, buddy. Do you understand that?
I'm just looking it up. I'm trying to run it myself. So you got to give me a minute.
Go ahead. Oh, you know what? I like that. See, beautiful. That's what we like. We don't like fucking people that fucking yap 100 fucking times. We like people that are like, wait, hold on, what? Let me see this. Go ahead. And once you start going down the rabbit hole, you'll find some fun shit. Go ahead. I like that. I like that. Go ahead. Just like the other buddy. We had another buddy. I think he's back. Or, anyways, he went to go take a shower and he's gonna come back. but he's also on the verge of becoming a flat earther, friends. Unlike Massey, that doesn't learn anything.
Yeah, I'll try to convince him not to be a flat earther.
Well, go ahead, man, Massey. You don't convince nobody. You know, nobody wants to fucking take advice from an incel, you know? Shit.
Wait, why are you insulting me based on my beliefs?
That's not beliefs, man. That's like just fucking reality, bro. You know what an incel is?
I do know what it is, but what does that have to do with me being against flat Earth?
No. I'm just saying, in general, it's not about flat earth or anything. I would just, me personally, right? I would never take advice from a fucking incel, just saying. In anything.
So wouldn't that be committing the genetic fallacy? Like you're basing
I wouldn't even
truth
give
on...
two fucks, because guess what? All incels are, for a reason, are fucking incels.
How is listen? Someone who's abstinent isn't an incel because they're choosing to be celibate.
No. Some people are using that as a fucking excuse, my friend. I'm just saying, you know, from
I'm
my
not gonna lie, but
personal
your
experience.
math checks out. Your math checks out exactly the 600 feet. So.
Oh, right. No way. I'm not bullshitting, right? All right. So when you apply that math, right, you know how tall 600 feet is? Pretty fucking tall. The thing is, I see St. Catharines across the lake. And there ain't no fucking buildings in St. Catharines that are fucking like 600 feet at all. St. Catharines is like a small village with like townhouses. You see all the lights, all the fucking street lamps and shit. Full
So you're
horizon.
like on the other side of Lake Ontario, and you know that this is like 30 miles apart, and you're
I
staring
live here.
like
Okay,
basically.
listen, I live here. Listen, I live here, and I walked Lake Ontario for like years, like, and I'm talking about 8 kilometers across every time. It's like at nighttime, especially, right? So the conditions, right? Sometimes, depending on how humid it is, right? Sometimes you won't see shit because of light attenuation, right? Because light does not pierce as far as some people think. Light doesn't travel forever, right? Light is fucking attenuating as it's going further away from its source. So a lot of the times I don't see shit. But when the skies are nice and clear and it's just a fucking wicked condition, bro, like the whole horizon is lit up with lights. You can see further than fucking even that. Sometimes actually, depending on a day, you can see past that, which is in the daytime. And when I take a little elevation, I see hills behind the fucking city. Anyways, go ahead.
Give me 1 second.
The problem is, okay, so this is not just the only observation. If you're gonna do this for real, apply it yourself in reality, right? Find yourself around a large body of water and then see any kind of landmarks that you can know for a fact that it's like a certain distance away from you, right? And then just do the math and apply it.
Okay, so you're at Lake Ontario, right? So the CN Tower, if you can imagine
Right.
that. Can you see that?
No, I'm on the side of CN Tower, friend. I see
Okay.
St. Catharines. I see St. Catharines on the other side. Look at on
So
the other side of Lake Ontario. There's a little city called St. Catharines.
okay. Because I
So
was just
I'm
gonna
I'm
say,
just
if you're on the other side,
I
you're on the
know, and
other side.
I'm explaining to you why I'm not on the other side because I know the fucking height of the CN Tower, my friend. And even if that was the case, you wouldn't be able to see the Rogers Center if the Earth was curving. And guess what? People have video of the other side too, so don't worry, it's covered.
All I'm saying is from the other side, you should, because I'm getting that the CN Tower is
No, man.
1,000.
Okay, I'm looking at St. Catharines. Go locate St. Catharines, friend. If you're looking at the map, it's on the west side of the lake, southwest.
What's like a St. Catherine's like monument or building you can make out on a bright day?
I can make out the whole skyline.
Okay, like what's like a building you can like put height to?
There is no building. These are like fucking like townhouses, my friend. Go Google If you want really know, go to the street view. Okay. And here's the kicker too. I don't just see St. Catharines, right? I see to the west of it and the east of it, right? So that whole bend through, if I'm standing in Toronto, right, I see Mississauga, Hamilton, all that shit. That whole bend, I see it, right? And it's all lit up, right? So if we were living on that ball, right, that whole bend would not be straight on the horizon, right? That whole fucking landmass, right, that's bending as it's moving away from me, that curve would be fucking, you would see it actually like going in towards the horizon and disappearing. But none of that happens. Guess what? I see the whole lights from the right side of me, right? And as I'm panning my head across, I see St. Catharines, and then past St. Catharines, I see fucking street lights like 75 miles away sometimes. Obviously, depending on the conditions of the atmosphere. And I am street level, like right on the lake, like water. Like my feet, I go down to the shoreline.
I'm just saying, right? It's actually like it's kind of a nice metric you've got, right? Because the CN Tower is basically 1,800 feet. So
Yeah,
with the 6 feet
we see
drop
the base of
per 30
we see the
miles,
base of it. Listen to me very carefully. We see the base of the CN Tower, my friend.
yeah. Because like, I mean,
We see the
this is.
base of the CN Tower. The height of the tower doesn't fucking matter if we see the base.
I mean, do you see this? I'm just linking this. Like, maybe you have a
Yeah.
photo ID.
Yeah, there's better ones. That's garbage. It's not zoomed in. See, the thing is, there's people that took like P900s and P1000s on the other side, and they zoomed in more and more into the horizon. And as you're zooming in more into the horizon, you pull out more and more of the what's in the horizon because how optics work as things go further away from you, right? There's like a convergence point where the sky and the land meet. So the further that the shit goes, it starts sinking downwards because the landmass or the water is starting to obstruct what's in front of it.
Is that what's going on in this photo? You think?
Yes, yes, it's exactly. It's just a perspective issue, right? Because I told you, there's cameras and videos, not just fucking still images like you're posting, actual videos of them zooming in, and you can see the Rogers Center.
Okay, okay. I'm just saying, like this photo, because it's like the metric you've given.
It's irrelevant to what I said, because I'm on the side of the fucking tower. Now
Just
show
let
me
me get this
pictures.
out, bro.
Now show me. No,
Just let
shut the
me
fuck
get
up.
this
Now
out.
show me pictures of fucking St. Catharines now. Go Google that shit.
God.
Because you're completely trying to obfuscate my fucking point, and that's pissing me off.
Like, what do I search up? St. Catherine's skyline? Like what? Because this is what I got when I searched up St. Catherine's skyline, Ontario. I got like, this is the view of Toronto from St. Catherine's. And I'm just saying, like, if the tower's 18,000 feet and this is 30 miles away and there's supposed to be a 600-foot drop, that is basically a third of the tower. Like, that's pretty much bang on 1/3 of the tower should be missing. And in this photo, pretty much 1/3 is missing.
Checkmate.
Oh, I wasn't muted this whole time. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Thought it was an auto thing.
Yeah, can you ready up?
Ready up, he says.
So where do you guys stand Earth flat or round?
Flat laptop. Lesson 1. No
Don't
curvature.
everybody talk up at once.
How can it be a ball if nothing about it is round? Lesson 2. Half the earth is covered in flat water. Do you hear the way that sounds? Lesson 3. Take a look at the stars you see at night. Same constellations you've been seeing for all your life.
See, if everything was round in 3D, why would we be able to like draw them? Because the drawings are flat too, and they look just the same. Checkmate, liberal.
Fuck.
I like how liberals are like trying to pretend that they're not liberals. Checkmate,
Woody
liberal.
got me.
Ooh,
Yeah,
ooh,
checkmate,
ooh.
checkmate, donut. Ooh,
Oh wait, you're already in. Shit, my bad.
Nah, I was in before you fucking knew it.
No, not you. Talking to
Well,
the
fuck
goat,
you.
Tupper. He's the
Tupper
biggest
is
flat
not
earther.
the goat, okay?
Tupper's the biggest flat earther.
None
Here,
of you. You guys are
Tupper,
all globers. You guys look
Tupper.
like globers, bro.
Tupper, tell them your opinion on the Earth.
Oh man. I mean, why are maps the way they are? Like, look at how maps are fucking like made
Yeah,
out,
see,
and
maps are
especially
flat.
flat land, water, like flat water. Like exactly, it says flat water. Why is it called flat water, guys?
Because it's
'Cause it's
flat, because
still.
it finds its level. Water always finds its level. If it was,
How can it be level if it's round? If there's round, how can it be? How can it be level if the Earth is round? There's no such thing as level.
If we
And,
weren't
and
flat,
no
then
no
how?
such thing is actually leveled. We will never have precision.
friends.
There would be no such thing as
Friends, Tupper's
precision.
going off. He's losing. He's
There would be
spiraling.
literally
Tupper.
no such shit as precision
Friends.
if the Earth wasn't flat,
Somebody
guys.
needs to
Because then we
fucking
couldn't
kinda
have
stop
something
Tupper.
straight
He's,
because
like,
it would bend.
spiraling.
Lock it, Tupper.
Tupper, why are you
I'm
spiraling,
locked in
bro?
on Fortnite. I'm sorry.
Dude, we'd all fall off the Earth if it
Yo,
was round.
yo, friends. If Tupper is your goat, you guys are fucking a lost cause.
Why? What's wrong with Tupper?
What the fuck is wrong with what he just said? Tracks to me.
I'm about to use the hard R on him, bro.
Whoa, whoa,
Whoa! I know you guys are liberals and stuff. That's why I had to kind of hold it back. But I am
hold
known
on.
to use the hard R, friends.
Yeah, there's no need to do any of this.
Fucking cracker.
Oh.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Ooh, I said it.
Dude,
I said it, guys.
not
It's
cool.
okay. It doesn't offend me. It's fine. I don't take
No, it
offense to
doesn't
racist
matter
comments.
if it
That's fine.
offends you
I'm
or
cool.
not. It's like the how like
It's cool.
why would you say that?
I give him a pass. It's fine. You can call me a cracker. It's fine.
Okay, thank you, Honky.
All right, that's fine too. That's
Hello.
fine. That's fine. Hey, whoa, that's different. That's different.
Listen, I'm just saying
I
racism
like
should not be
like being white.
tolerated.
Don't worry. No, I'm cool with being white. That's fine.
I know, I'm cool with being white too.
I'm extra cool with being white. But
I feel
listen,
like this
I love being
conversation
white.
is heading another direction than we
guys,
wanted
we
to.
need to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, we need to talk about flat Earth. Let's keep it on topic, guys.
Yeah, but you guys are globers.
How do you know? We all.
You sound like globers.
Yeah. If I can't see the other side of the Earth, then how the fuck does that work?
Hey guys, is it okay for Muslims to smoke weed? I mean, to me, it seems
Wait,
like
what'd
either
you
way
say?
they're going to get stoned. So.
Hey, I came in right on that.
No, I just wanted him to light up again so I could mute him.
Yeah. Good job. That's funny.
All right, listen. Knock it off with the racial words.
I didn't say anything. Yo, bro, I was trying
I didn't
to call
tell you.
in.
I didn't say for you to do it. But
Okay,
listen,
cool, thank
if you other guys actually want to talk about the topic, like Tupper seemed to be, let's unmute Tupper and see if he, represents.
Yeah, he's their goat, just so you know.
He did say bring it back to the topic, so let's give him a chance. All right, go ahead, bro.
Dude, so like I was saying, nothing would be considered level, like at all. Like, there would be no precision. You could never say that anything's truly like, if the Earth is flat, then there's no such thing as precision.
What?
Like, quite literally. No, like, look, there would be no level. You can't find ground level. It would not, if the Earth was round, there would be no such thing as level. So like, why do we have that? Why is there such thing as level? Why
Because
do
you
people
said
say
round
level this out?
before.
Why do
You
people?
said round before.
I never said round. Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah.
about like if it was round, then there would be no such thing as precision. But there is thing as precision. There is stuff as level. We use levels. We do measure things. There is precision. So it has to be flat, you know? There's such thing as precision. We can keep things level.
I mean, this is like
Sounds
so
good to
close
me.
to it. I mean, it's not perfect, bro, but it's so. But go to another point, please. This one's just like so fucking. Okay, another point. Copper, let's go.
Wait, why do I have to hold the conversation?
Because the first point is kind of not. No. You wanted
And
to
then
fucking
also
do this.
you were talking about how like if you like see the same stars, you literally see the same constellations you see every day. Like I agree with that. Somebody mentioned that earlier, and I agree with that. But like,
But okay. Here, let me
and then
explain to
also
you
like
like
when
as
they
an
show
advanced.
maps,
Hold on.
when they show maps, why are they showing
Before you
maps
go on the
like?
map thing, chill. Before you go on the map thing, as an advanced person that's been doing this for a while, when you guys or anybody starts talking about the sky and then trying to correlate the sky with the ground, that's a fucking problem. Because I don't care what's going on in the sky, right? It could be all kinds of crazy shit going on in the sky. Doesn't mean anything with the ground. Like it doesn't mean fuck all. It has nothing to do with the ground. Okay, so like your second point is like also like kind of like eh.
And then somebody was talking about how if you take cameras and how you can continually zoom in, you can still see like certain points. Like,
Okay, long distance observations. Okay, that's something you can talk about, right? That's just say it like that. It's a long distance
yeah,
observation.
and I'm like, I don't know. I didn't really graduate school. I don't know. A lot of this stuff I haven't really done research into. I'm kind of here to learn more and like hear more people's opinions.
Listen, amazing. Listen, amazing. But when you guys, as a group of 4 or 3 of you motherfuckers, come in here, start making all kinds of noise and disturbing, we consider you motherfuckers trolls, or at least I do. Until you start acting like that, you know, whatever. You guys stay muted. But you know, if your friends are gonna talk just like you, and you guys are cool and none of this fucking EI shit, you guys can all participate, right? AI. The AI is fucking gone again. But anyways, just saying, Tupper, like tell your friends not to be fucking assholes, and you guys can all learn what we're fucking trying to tell you.
Gotcha. I'll tell them to keep it cool.
Because you're their master for some reason. They think you're the GOAT.
No.
You don't think you're the GOAT? Your friends think
Hey,
you're
I
the
just
GOAT.
think I'm some loser.
Okay, cool.
I just think I'm
That's
another
fine.
loser on the internet.
That's cool. Are you like Matthew Learns? Oh wait, he's gone?
Huh?
Good. Thank God. No, never mind. No. Don't mention his name. He might come back. Yo, AI, you there or no? It's not. But anyways, Tupper, you want to know more? No, okay. Tupper agreed that his friends are gonna keep it cool just like he is. So if you want to unmute some of them, so they can start conversating.
Let's
They have
start with one. How about one?
Yeah,
Pick
they
one.
all have
Tupper.
to. Yeah, Tupper, pick one of your friends.
Donut.
The cat and Donut. Who's Donut?
Cat. CET.
CET. Yeah, that's who I was gonna do. Good work, bro. You picked what I picked. All right, go ahead.
I don't deserve to be picked. I'm just cool to Tupper. That's all there is.
Okay, that's cool. No, as long as you keep it cool and no fucking trolling shit. You got any questions?
No.
You want to keep
Cat's
it
kind of
moving,
here
AI?
to just listen. He kind of wants to just listen.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool too. We have a lot of listeners, as you can see. We might even build up more. The more people, like, cause you know, sometimes
So
this channel pops off so fucking hard, you guys don't even know.
Oh, so what's like your guys' actual stance? Like, What do you like
Um,
verbatim, word for word believe in? Like, don't just
it's
one
it's it's
sentence.
it's not
I
it's
believe the Earth is flat,
to
or I believe the
to
world is round.
it's knowledge and belief different, right? I generally don't believe anything, right? Knowledge is what I strive for, and I know because I measured with certain ways, because there's different ways of measuring, right? I measured and I've found it was flat.
How did you find it was flat? What measurement did you do?
Using a reference of light across a large body of water and seeing whether I could see it or not. If you don't
Reflection
see it,
over a large body of water.
no. Let's. I was just talking about this a minute ago to some before you guys came in, but yeah. So Lake Ontario is about 30 miles wide across at the shortest side, right? From
Yeah, I've
Toronto,
never
you
went
can.
there.
Yeah. From Toronto, you can see St. Catharines, which is like a small village or like a city with really, really like no buildings that are tall as fuck, right? So you can't, you should not be able to see the light across that lake if it was curving, right? So there'd be like 600 feet of drop from where you're standing, right? But we can see all of the horizon and all of the lights. So
Yeah, but
Not
you
it's
realize
either
that
it's
either
light
one or the
light
other.
from the city
Huh?
travels in all directions, correct?
if that was the case, you'd be able to use like super strong telescopes, and you'd be able to see England
Well, slow
from like
down.
New Jersey.
Slow down. Okay, so telescopes only pick up a certain type of light, right? See, the thing is, we have things that we've seen very far with, and now it's using infrared, right? Because infrared pierces further through the atmosphere than just regular shit. Because you have a thing called attenuation of light, you got opacity in the atmosphere, you got all kinds of shit that'll fucking obstruct your light from passing through it, right? So there is a limit to your vision. There's always a limit to your vision. That's why when you go on the news or whatever, right, they'll tell you, oh, you got like 10 miles of visibility or whatever the fuck they say every day. There's a daily visibility chart, right? So that always changes. And in order to pierce through that atmosphere, you're going to have to use infrared. And yes, we have used infrared, and we've seen a lot further. A lot further. If you in the side chat, if you guys see the side chat, there's these guys that are listening to us right now, and they're always constantly posting what we're talking about, right? So if like I bring up a subject, right, somebody will post a picture or a reference to what I'm talking about. Generally, I don't do that stuff.
So do you agree that light from the cities travels in all directions?
Well, how does it travel to your eye? Are you in
So why
all
are you
these
asking that?
directions?
Why are you
Are
asking a
you
fucking
able?
question to my question?
Well, because that fucking question you're asking is fucking stupid, and I like to ask fucking stupid
I'm going somewhere
questions
with
to
it.
stupid
It's not a
questions. Yeah,
stupid question.
I'm also going somewhere with this one. Why don't you answer my fucking question?
Well,
You
your
guys are
question
bullying
is
somebody.
You're a very rude and sad person.
You're a fucking incel, straight up.
Well, he has
So
a good point. He's talking about light refractions and everything.
I was just gonna say
Yeah,
that
just
obviously
mean for him then.
light from cities travels up, it travels sideways, it travels in all directions generally. And light that
Yeah.
travels upwards can also bend downwards. So even though you can
Oh yeah,
see the light from the
you have an
city,
observation.
that light is actually
Show me.
traveling up and then coming
Show me.
down to you. So yeah, you
Show
can
me.
see further than you think.
Show me.
Stars. Look at fucking stars. How do you be able to travel to our eye?
Friends, this guy said that the light is going upwards, and all of a sudden, drastic angle change and shooting right down towards you, friends. Straight up.
Yeah, do you want the measurements that light can bend upward and downward?
Go ahead on the side chat. Post everything you're talking about.
Can y'all
Yes.
unmute Game Wordy?
Yo, bro, are you on my side? The Earth is round, yeah. The light refractions that they're talking about doesn't make sense because the Earth is round.
Jesus
Hey,
Christ,
AI,
bro.
would you be able to unmute Game Wordy?
Seriously though, like I honestly, truthfully believe that the Earth is round.
Great. Nobody gives a fuck about you.
You don't have to, but that's what the debate was about.
All right. Anyway, I just posted the refraction measurements that show that light can either bend upward or downward. So the positive numbers are light bending upward, and refractive gradient of negative is bending downward.
Then why is it when you look at the
Go ahead with
moon,
your
it's
response.
so
You respond to
round?
this.
Yeah, my response is a cool little fucking picture. Doesn't do shit to me. What the
Okay,
fuck does
so
that
you just
even
don't give
prove?
a shit about data.
Nonsense,
Awesome.
nonsense. Oh
Annihilated.
no,
Fucking
I know what
obliterated.
data is. Hey, stupid! You're talking to a fucking engineer. Go fuck yourself, you dumb fuck.
Stupid.
Yeah,
I'm not looking
yeah,
at your data.
yeah. Listen, that fucking little cartoon
It's
to me
part
shit
of
to
the
me.
diagram. What the fuck?
Wait,
That's what I'm
Mr.
trying to say.
Engineer,
This guy's
are
trying to
you
fucking
pro or
what?
against flat Earth? I'm confused.
I'm playing my fucking league game, guy. I'm not even gonna read your fucking
I'm a
data.
round earther, man.
But I have two fucking screens. I can see your orange and yellow garbage. 10 years of data from 124 stations of dumb shit. You fucking twat.
Hey,
Legends is flat.
Jesus fucking Christ. These fucking little numpty fucking twat fucks, bro. It's crazy.
Hey, Mr. Engineer, are you
Yeah.
pro or against flat Earth? I can't tell.
I know the Earth is a stationary plane. Yeah, what's up? Measure.
You know the Earth.
What's up?
Is that so? A plane, so flat.
Yeah. Plane. Yeah, we're using technical fucking terms here. Yeah.
Okay.
No, because flat. No, because no.
Right.
The problem is when people use flat, right? When they use flat, like a lot of people think like fucking a 2D image and everything's fucking 2D and stuff. So no, we live in a 3D fucking world on a plane. You know what I mean?
Okay, so why haven't we found the edge?
Well, go ahead, try do it. And when you do it, tell me.
Yeah, why
Go
hasn't
ahead.
anybody else done it?
Well, think about no. You just think about how would you go about doing that, please?
There's
Let me know.
currently a man that has walked across the entire fucking planet, and if humans have that level of determination, do you really think we
He
wouldn't
walked across.
try
He
to
walked
find
across
the
the
edge and prove
Pacific,
it?
and he walked across the Pacific. He walked across the Atlantic. You're saying, right? He walked across all this, right?
No. He started in England, and then no. I think he started down. I forgot his exact path, but he started from one point, illegally crossed in Russia, got arrested, and went throughout Europe.
Okay, how far did he swim?
He's been getting like assistance from the. Let me search it up. Let me get you the exact name. Man that walked around the world. Carl Bushby. Yeah, Carl Bushby. Yeah, he's about to finish it. He's almost done.
Okay, what does first of all, how does he swim across the fucking oceans? Number one, and number two, it's like, bro.
Oh, people have been
Who gives
following
a
this
fuck?
for a while.
No, but hold on. No. Who gives a fuck? I can walk anywhere I want.
I'm not saying that's proof. I'm not saying that's proof.
You're asking your original question was where's the fucking edge, and I'm like, you go find the edge for me, please.
It's not. It's a very factory statement.
Who asked? Who gives a fuck?
That's
like,
just
dude,
making a
are you seriously asking who gives a fuck?
That's just
making.
How
Okay,
else
listen.
are you gonna cross it?
Mute that. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Kitty, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Kitty.
You asked the question. Okay, please, friends. I like to be fucking satirical, funny a little bit when we're doing this conversation because I hate it when it's. I just okay, Mr. Kitty. Back to Mr. Kitty, friend. So you asked the question, how do I get to this edge, right? And I'm really seriously posing the question back. Is like, okay, please, can you do it for me? Like, think about it logically of how you would do it yourself.
No, I cannot.
You can't. Why not?
Because there is no edge. We are on a sphere.
No. But okay, if hypothetically you thought it was flat, or you didn't prove one or the other, right? If you didn't know if it was one or the other, how would you hypothetically try and find the edge?
You'd go in one direction.
Okay, so everybody at once said we'll go one fucking direction. Okay, let's do that. Let's me and you right now, right? Try and do that. What's gonna happen?
I'm sorry, I don't get where you're going with this.
No, just think about it. Like logically, we're in a physical world, right? And I'm trying to fucking head one direction. I live in a certain place, right? In a country, right? And I start heading one way. What's gonna happen first? Most likely, there's two things that most likely will happen.
You're gonna hit a body of water. I don't know.
That's okay. That's chances are you're gonna hit a body of water first, right? Or what's the other chance? Is you're gonna hit a fucking country, right? And then you have to cross that fucking border. You're gonna have to go through all these paperwork, and there's people at these borders, right, stopping you or asking you for shit, right? And then you're gonna keep going, and there's more people are gonna be asking you for shit. And you keep going, and there's gonna be a point where there's people that are not gonna ask you for shit anymore. They're gonna just fucking stop you.
Why is that?
I don't know. You go try them. Ask them for me because I don't want to try it. But you want to know. And if you want to know, that's how you can do it.
So is this your process of testing your theory? Your what is it? A scientific? I forgot
No,
the name.
no. You asked the question, and I'm giving you the answer to your question about, okay, what happens
That
if you go
you're gonna
through
get stopped by people. That makes no sense considering
Brethren?
we've had thousands of years of documented history proving that we have explored plenty. And if there was
Okay, hold
textbooks
on. Do
saying
you
on
believe
a flat
CNN? Do you
plane,
believe CNN? Friend, do you believe CNN?
I don't believe many news sources.
Okay, so imagine that. You're saying thousands of years ago, these
Also,
fucking news sources, 1,000 years ago, fucking wrote some shit down on some fucking stones. And now I believe that because CNN right now that's fucking telling me shit ain't fucking real. I know for a fact I can fucking go double check. But now, from 1,000 years ago, these sources that I'm fucking pulling out of straight up my fucking ass, I believe that. Really? Come on, bro.
dude, there's been thousands of years of scholars. Like we've had
Yeah. So
plenty of
CNN's
documentation
a
of
bunch
things.
of. Listen, there's a bunch of
Why
CNN
are you
fucking
bringing up
scholars too.
CNN?
I'm
Why are you
just
bringing up
telling you that
CNN?
your sources are fucking retarded.
Where are my
1,000 years
sources?
of fucking
When did I?
1,000 years of scholars. That's your fucking source. It's like fucking citing CNN.
What's your source then?
Fucking the physical world, physical measurements. Do it yourself.
What measurements have you done?
Oh, buddy, 30 miles across Lake Ontario.
No, I'm just asking. I'm not being accusatory.
I'm not, because if you were listening, because I've been doing this for like fucking an hour and a half, maybe. I don't fucking know. It's losing track of time at this point. Probably 2 now. Right? If you were listening, I mentioned that. Okay, now you know. Okay, so I'm sorry because I'm a little on edge because so many fucking trolls, bro. After 2 hours, you gotta fucking smoke a spliff and relax, bro. Fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. So, Mr. Kitty, did I answer your questions, or I got you to the point where you like kind of started thinking better?
No, not at all. No, I'm not gonna lie. Personally, I'm
Critical
gonna be
thinking.
real with you.
Critical.
I'm not trying to be like insulting about it. You sound extremely insecure in your own answers.
I'm not insecure at all. What are you talking about?
How hyphy you get immediately, like there's
No.
immediate split second hyphiness, just like immediately getting defensive when I
Well,
try
dude,
to like
continue the question.
Listen,
and then
friends.
and you're
Hold on,
causing a
friends.
lot of fallacies that are supposed to put me in a
Friends.
spot where it sounds like I'm wrong, but in reality, you're just manipulating words in a way to make it sound like you're onto something.
That's what.
But in
That's
reality,
exactly what you're projecting right now. That's exactly what you're fucking doing. You're projecting that shit right now, using liberal fucking tactics. I'm a fucking
You're
victim.
all
Blah
like
blah
this.
blah.
You're all like this.
When you're the one that fucking said it
that's up.
originally.
What am I using?
This whole community is like that.
Oh, buddy, who's this fucking kid crying? Oats, you cry too much.
Okay,
Friend.
let's move on. Let's get to the crux of
bleed.
the issue. So, guys, you Glovers, you guys who believe that the Earth is a planet, do you know of any time that anyone has ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? And what was the method of how they did that? Where, when, how?
The
Go.
ancient Greeks did an experiment with shadows.
Sticks and Shadows. Oh my god, Sticks and Shadows again. Oh my
Sticks and
god. Let's
Shadows.
do this again. Fucking 15 years of this shit. Let's go.
What did they do?
Well, I saw somebody recreate that recently, and it came out with the same result.
Yeah, what did they do?
Sticks and shadows.
So they measured the Earth with sticks and shadows?
Well, you can measure the curvature if you assume a global structure and
Okay, well,
a
that's not a good
heliocentric.
place to start.
Well, I mean,
So
you
they
kind of have to assume
Assuming-
that you have to assume something at the
No.
beginning. That's what a hypothesis
Speak for
is.
yourself.
A hypothesis is.
I thought you were supposed to be discovering the curvature, not assuming it.
You gotta assume something to work off of anything else. If you assume, they could assume the Earth is flat, but to do the experiment to test if this one kind of experiment works, you would have to assume a round Earth. They could go into the experiment assuming that the Earth is flat, and they're trying to
So this
disprove
wouldn't be a
the
measurement of
global Earth.
surface curvature drop then.
But it would.
No, it would be an assumption of the. It would be an assumption of the ball in the first place.
Well, that's yeah. It wouldn't have to. That doesn't change the results at all.
That you confirmed your assumption?
You can confirm your assumption. That's still the scientific method, but you could do that without changing the results. If the Earth was flat and they did this exact same experiment, they would find that the Earth was flat.
I have another question. This is just a question. If the Earth was round, why do we have precision? Like I said this earlier, why do we have levels? Like the Earth has to be a plane for us to have level, sea level, you know, everything's level, flat. That's what that word means. Level equals flat. So like, why do we use that? Why is that the main words that we use, especially in construction and all that? Like, why is that?
On such a small, on such a small like scale, things are flat, yeah. But on a larger scale, they're not. The Earth is really, really big.
At what point
I think
does
it's
the
worth pointing out
level?
that the same question can be asked about the word stationary, because they say we're on the surface of the Earth is a ball, it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, that the Earth is orbiting the Sun at 66,600 miles per hour, and that the Sun is orbiting the center of the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. So, in the heliocentric model, nothing is stationary, nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
So you could ask the question in regards to the word stationary as well.
Well, motion is relative in a vacuum.
What?
Yeah,
Lovely.
well, it's relative anywhere, really. So when you're on a train, and you can stand up on the train despite the fact the train's moving at like 100 miles an hour. So you are stationary relative to yourself when you're on a train, but relative to somebody who's not on the train, you're moving at 100 miles an hour.
But you know the train is moving.
Yeah, exactly. So we know the Earth is moving.
The Earth is.
Well, we know that the Earth is
Do
moving.
you not realize? Hold
thousands of
on!
miles
Don't
an
go
hour.
deeper into what he's doing. Help your fellow man. Do you not realize that you basically, when you're saying, you know, relative, you know, he just said that. So it sounds like what was the point of him saying that? Should you have responded to what he was saying? Because I'm sure the reason that he was telling you that nothing is actually stationary, I'm sure he was telling you that for a reason too. But you don't have to tell us. We know what relative is, and that's what he just explained to you. In other words.
Yeah, well, he explained it to all of us. Somebody else said something like, "How does that make sense?" And then I was kind of going off of that.
How does it make sense that motion is relative?
Yeah,
we know how that makes sense.
Yeah,
but I think
somebody else said something else.
I think the question is, when you don't know something, you can't kind of just fill it in with a story that's possible.
Well, what's your point?
My point is, just because you can describe that you can barely feel yourself moving in, I don't know, for example, an Amtrak train, that doesn't mean that's how the world operates and that's how your reality is. You're just describing to us what it would be like if we were actually moving but not able to feel it. You're like, it'd be something like if you were in a train that was going the same miles per hour. You wouldn't feel. Yeah, we get that. That's that's describing something that is analogous to the thing that you're trying to prove. It doesn't prove it. So don't be confused. We want Proof. Not the thing you're giving.
Well, you can prove that the
No, you
heavens are
can't.
moving
You
around
can't
us.
prove.
You can prove
We
it
know
by
that
looking up into the
movement is
sky.
relative, but
Jupiter isn't in the same position
you
as
can't
the Earth.
prove that the Earth is moving because we can't prove it because of relativity. That's retarded.
No idea what anybody said for the last 10 seconds.
I know. You cannot prove anything, especially when Einstein says there's no way to prove it because it's relative. My point is, you're begging the question. It makes the answer to the question. It could be anything because we would actually never know because it's relative. How do you know it's relative?
So is the Earth not moving? Is the Earth stationary in space?
We're trying to figure out how you prove that the Earth is moving, being as somebody's just pointed out it's all relative, putting themselves in a corner.
Okay. So what's your guys' stance? Is it that we are or we aren't?
Still want to know the answer to this
Yeah, that's
fucking
what I'm trying
question,
to.
dude.
Well, what does it matter?
I just want
I'll tell you what, just so you can move out the bloody way, I think the Earth is stationary. Now it's going to be up to somebody else who says that it's all relative to prove that the Earth is actually in motion.
Okay, so if you're saying it's stationary, you're claiming that.
I wonder if it wasn't you that was talking.
I'm just kind of bouncing off what he was talking about. We're saying that we're stationary.
We're not
and
trying to do. We're not. We're
to
not
the other
doing this
guy.
in an accusatory way. We're trying to understand where you're coming from, and we're trying to explain where we're coming from.
Yeah.
Of course. If it explains that it's relative, how do you prove that the Earth is in motion?
Okay, let me speak. So, if the Earth is stationary, you're telling me that all of the stars are rotating around the Earth in the perfect formation, because we can use our telescopes to track the stationary points of the stars because they are stationary in their own relative spot in the universe as slowly move through the universe.
We've spent the last 10 minutes pointing this out that it's either they're in motion or we're in motion. So, how do you prove which one is in motion again?
Not saying that. I'm saying
I'll go
how
make coffee
do
then.
you? It goes right back to what you're saying to us. How do you personally prove that we are stationary?
Yeah,
dude, I've got no measurements
It's the
of the Earth.
experience.
So the experience of the Earth being stationary, no measurement on your side proving that it is.
Okay, so
real quick, I think let me put it this way.
Seems like we have the upper hand.
So if the Earth is stationary, how do you explain when you look up in the night sky
They
and
moved.
all of the stars
We
and all of
don't
the
have to
planets
answer the
are
question.
moving? How do
We
you
can
explain
just kind of reroute them like they reroute us. I
no.
wonder why flat earthers never got that. Because that's what I'd be
Fucking
doing.
annoying. Sorry, Elijah, but trying to answer that question about relativity, and then all of a sudden I start getting 10 fucking questions. No, we're talking about relativity and how you prove your premise.
Well, how am I supposed to prove it when you just say it's unprovable and
Well, dude,
you
then
just
we need you
stonewall?
to understand and fucking high fives all round it. It's the problem of relativity. You can't prove one way or another unless you're outside the reference system.
Okay,
Just get some funding from the
Well,
government and you
every
guys,
time we
dude.
try to explain it, you just say no,
So-
that's impossible. That doesn't explain it, and then
Is it
you
going to
move
be
on.
an observation from the Earth?
Yeah, I gave
Okay,
you
then
one.
it is going to be because it's
With the
relative.
Amtrak.
Remember?
With the Amtrak train, you stand on a train, you're relatively moving. You're moving 100 miles an hour relative to somebody who's not on the train, and then you say that doesn't count because it's small.
Well, how do you know that applies to
No,
the Earth?
no, that's not why it doesn't count.
Because we can observe the heavens moving around us, we can assume that the Earth is moving.
How do you know that's a good example to describe what you think the Earth is doing?
I can give you another
They're
example.
both moving relative to something
Yeah,
else.
that's because you say so.
Well, that's how I feel about what you're saying.
If we
Because you
no.
say so. It's impossible because you
Would
say
you
so.
understand that you are just saying so, though?
I will admit that I have never
making
done.
the
I have never done
Do you
my
not
own.
understand what it means?
I've never done my own
Do you not understand what it
experiments,
means?
and I have never written on a chalkboard a whole bunch of crazy numbers.
Do you not
to
understand what
prove.
relativity means?
I understand what it means.
So why are you upset that you can't prove either way?
I'm not upset. I'm kind
Well,
of
then why are you
enjoying
having
it.
a go at us like it's us that's tripping you up? It's not. It's the
Game.
position of
Well,
relativity.
you're not tripping me up. It's just
All right, then
anytime I
stop
try
acting
to
so fucking
explain.
defensively
I'm not.
and remember that
Listen.
it's inbuilt within the argument of relativity. It's not our
Hey,
fault.
game.
I
Game.
try to explain it the way I understand it, and you just say no, that's impossible, and then you move
Oh
on.
my God, it's like you don't actually understand the argument then.
Well, it's like you
Hey,
don't
game.
You should go
understand it
back and read
either.
a book, dude.
How is it
I-
impossible then? How is it impossible? Explain to me how it's impossible.
Because
Hey,
you have to
game.
be outside of the
Hold
reference
on.
system, dude.
How is what impossible?
How is relatively impossible? How is the Earth moving impossible?
Nobody said that.
You
Yeah,
did.
see, now you're not listening.
Okay, hold on,
Okay,
hold on,
okay.
hold
If
on,
I'm not
Relativity's
understanding,
hold
if
on.
I'm not
you
understanding, let's
deciding
explain it.
which
Right,
thing is in
right.
fucking motion.
Let me get a one-on-one for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, no worries,
Okay.
dude. What the fuck? This guy's not even listening.
Can I jump in after?
Yeah.
Just 3. Yeah, I just want 3 minutes against. I don't care how many Glovers, but I need y'all to just let me fuck with them for a second.
Okay, well, I have a
Because
counterpoint, so I want to hop in after you're done.
okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
And then I have
so
something for the flats.
y'all could wait 3 minutes
I want to
though.
say
Can you?
points. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Just yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't think that was a lot.
Good. Stage is yours.
Well, I'm asking. So
They
what?
already
What is
said
it?
yes.
I didn't say what you said. I said about
Can you
relativity.
just talk, bro? Just talk.
3 minutes.
Who said that?
I
Just
said
me.
you said just go on. Forget everything
So I
else. Just
didn't
talk.
say. So I didn't say what you said. I said.
We're waiting.
Holy crap! Somebody do something.
Yeah. No. My response. My response is I didn't say what he said. I said. Nobody said what he said. Anyone said because nobody said relativity. Relativity is impossible. It's not what was said
Okay. So
to him. So
so we
are
were
we gonna
talking.
pretend to not deal with that, or what do we do?
Well, that's what we're trying. That's what I thought you were trying to do.
No, you need to stand on your balls and say what you have to say. I didn't say the thing that someone thought they were quoting me saying. Now it's their turn to respond to that.
Okay. Who quoted you for saying what?
I don't know. You all sound the same.
Okay, they misspoke.
Yeah.
Can we move on?
Please. We're
Maybe
not even talking
because
about
the
flat Earth
point,
anymore.
maybe the point is about relativity and the fact that you can't prove that the Earth is moving or not moving
Because you
if
have
you
to be
believe in
outside of the
relativity.
reference system to be able to
These
refer
guys,
to it.
what's happened is they don't understand that their train in motion
It's being I at
claim
least
is being addressed.
right,
They don't hear it.
and the other person that is being really obstinate right now.
All right, listen. If we're going to talk about whether they're obstinate or not, I'm just going to kick them out of here, and nobody's going to talk to them. So boring.
Well, I mean, if he's
Can
not
we
talking,
talk about the
then do
topic?
what you got to do. I'm
Well, then,
I'm
well, dude.
literally talking to him. He's not talking back. So kick him out then.
I'm
They're
just
not.
talking.
Why would
We're
he
just
ask
trying
that?
to talk about flat Earth. I
I
feel
know,
like
right?
I'm just being put under.
Hey,
Okay,
listen,
and
bro,
maybe
bro,
he can
bro,
talk
bro.
to him. If
Just.
I'm talking to him, he's not talking back. Kick him out, and then let's move on. Like you
All right,
said.
We
bro.
do every time.
I'm going to give you a chance to ask a question. Elijah will answer your question, but you got to answer. Just ask a simple question. Don't make a claim in the question. Just ask a question.
Yeah, because I'm happy to answer.
No, you're the one asking the question.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't. Listen, I'm not. I was being asked a question. I don't. They
Oh,
were
okay.
asking me about relativity. I'm trying to answer to the best of my ability.
Was that towards
All right.
me,
No,
or did he just?
okay. So what's going on? What are we talking about? We're talking about? We were talking about relativity.
We're talking about how the Earth is experienced as stationary, and the only thing the other side has is an excuse as to why we can't feel the movement,
Okay.
even though we experience it stationary. But there's no way to
let-
prove that. Hence, why we were talking about relativity.
And I brought up the example of walking on a train.
So you do know what we're talking about.
Well, I knew what we
We
were
don't
talking
need a
about.
rehash.
Okay,
I didn't repeat what I said. I'm talking about the point. The
so
point
we lost
is.
our train of thought. We're back onto
So
it.
the point is,
Mhm.
if I'm saying the experience is that there's no movement, and you're saying, well, there is movement, we just can't feel it because it's relative. The response to that is, okay, do you think that's provable? That's the question to you.
Okay. So let me ask you this. When you're on a train, right? You
Did
feel
I just
no
ask you a
movement.
question? Did I just ask you a question?
I don't know. I kind of.
So I mean, AI. Maybe
Yeah,
you
let
want
me
to.
help you out. Let me help you out, bro.
Yeah, let me
Let me
ask you a
help you out.
question.
Listen, bro.
Okay.
Okay, check it out. So your train analogy is already said and gone. Now, what he said is the analogy is talking about the Earth. So can you prove in the example of the Earth that it's similar to the train? So even if you go back to the train, you'd still have to prove from within the reference frame of the train that you're actually moving. So pick one and prove that it's moving. That's what he's asking. Now he prefers you'd prove the Earth is moving because that's what we're actually talking about.
Yeah.
Do you know what to do now?
Well, yeah, I was going to ask him a question along those lines. I was going to ask.
No. See, he
let
asked
me
you
ask
to prove it. He asked you to prove it. So you just need. You don't
let
need
me
to ask
answer
him
his question
anything.
with a question.
You just
Let me
need to
answer his question with a
offer
question.
the proof. Wow. Okay. Good luck.
Okay. Well, real quick, Ket is telling me he can prove that the Earth is spinning. So there's that.
Okay,
But I
that's
just wanted, I just wanted to ask, if you can be on the train and not feel it moving, but know it's moving. If that's something that you can personally experience, and we can just acknowledge as a truth.
Okay, may
Why
I ask
is
you a
it? Why
question?
is that? Why is that
No,
not
Horace,
possible
God
on a
damn it.
larger
If
scale?
you're going to interrupt him, at least respond to
All right,
him.
no need to damn God over it.
Because I wanted to tell him that shit is dumb. Like, I don't know if you guys try to sound smart. Just,
No, dude, I was trying to tell him it was dumb before you were.
I'm not talking to you, old horse, right now. I'm talking back to the Glober. I'm responding to him because you weren't. So the thing that I picked up on is when you said, the train's moving.
Yeah.
Exactly. We don't know the Earth is moving, though. That's the problem. Or if you think we do, tell us how. Because it can't be the train moving.
So, but would you say that it's possible that the Earth is
No,
moving?
in the train analogy, like I'm in New York City. I
Can
go to New York all the time. I know what being on a train without actually feeling it moving feels like. So if you're asking me if that's possible, stupid. It's an experience. It's you don't.
Can I explain it to him? I don't think he's kind of understanding. I don't think Game's understanding. So
That being said, when you're asking, so do you know what that experience is like when you know you're moving, but you can't feel it, even though it appears like the things on the outside of the train are moving, but it's actually you? Yes, I understand that. Oh, okay. Well, that's what the Earth is like. Oh, how do you know?
Well, you can
explain it to Game because I don't think he's understanding.
Well,
I don't think Game's understanding.
I understood what he just said.
So what we're saying is your analogy is you're saying you're on a train. The train's moving. The Earth isn't moving. So you're trying to explain something with motion that's already in motion. You can't explain that. You're not explaining that the Earth is moving by explaining that you're on a train when the train's moving. That's not explaining your point, dude. You're just saying something. You're just saying the same thing over and over again. You're explaining to us that the train is moving. You're literally saying it in your fucking example, and that's what we're telling you, is that you're saying it's in motion. That's the experience. We are in motion on a train. That's why we feel motion.
Yeah.
Hey,
So you can,
I have a game wordy.
No,
Let
I
me
think
ask this question. I've been trying to ask this question 3 minutes now,
sure.
and I think it'll end your confusion. So
Okay.
you're saying you're walking around on a train in motion, not noticing that it's not in motion, correct?
Yeah, like you're
Okay, what
moving
would be the
alongside the train.
difference? What would be the difference then of walking around on a train that's still at the station that hasn't left?
The
Is it
difference
the
is,
same?
well, to you it's the same because you're
No, I'm
moving at the
asking
same
about to
speed as the
you
train.
because when you're moving, you're telling me you don't notice motion.
When you're on the train, you're moving at the same speed as the train.
It's all
So the
relative.
train is
So
not moving
so if the
relative
train's
to
not
you.
in motion, would that be the same experience?
It would be the same experience
Okay, then
mostly
why are you even using it as an example?
because it would be the same. If you're on a train that's
So
moving,
which
you
one
can't
isn't?
experience
That's
it.
what we're trying to
Well, let
figure
me
out.
explain. Well, let me explain. If you're on a train that's moving and you're moving at the same speed as the train, it's not moving relative to you. It doesn't feel like it's moving. When you're on a
Oh my
giant
word,
rock
dude!
floating through
You're not
space that's
explaining it.
moving,
You're
then you're
going
not.
back to square one when we had
Well, you're
unraveled
stopping me at square one. I can't continue if you keep interrupting me. If you're on a planet like the size of the Earth that is moving at 500,000 miles an hour through space, and you're moving at the same speed as it, you're not going to feel that it's moving either.
Okay, and if it were stationary, would you feel it's moving?
If it was stationary, it would feel the exact same as if it was not
Okay, there you
stationary.
go. Ding, ding, ding.
So what's the
Yeah,
difference?
I'll help you out. I'll help you out. No,
how'd you
I'll
prove
help
it
you
then?
out. Since nobody's proving anything here, I'll prove something. Okay. So
Can you, or real quick, can you
no,
unmute? Can you
no,
unmute Cat?
listen, bro, listen,
I
dude.
am
I
listening. I
talk
just wanted to say one
uninterrupted.
thing.
Okay, that's how it works. Thanks. So, if I'm the only one with any proof here, I get the stage. So, how this was done: the Earth is allegedly moving, the stars are allegedly moving. We definitely look up and see the stars moving. So, if the stars are moving, then light would be coming from the stars to us. If the Earth was moving, we would be moving into the light. Now, if you've ever been out in a rainstorm, you know that if you're running, you have to tilt your umbrella forward because the way that the drops come, they're now coming at you at an angle greater than they were if you were standing still, right? Likewise, if you put light through a telescope and you tilt the telescope, it's either going to come in straight or it's going to hit the sides of the telescope. So Mr. Airy set up his telescope, and if the Earth was moving, he would have had to have tilted his telescope. He didn't have to tilt his telescope because the stars are the thing moving, not the Earth. So he proved that the Earth is stationary and it's the stars that are moving.
Well, light is a lot faster than water.
So
No. Listen, he filled his telescope with water. Let me help. Yes, good point. I left a part out. Let me help you out.
Okay.
He filled his telescope with water to retard the speed of light because in the direction of a medium that there's motion, the light will move in the direction of the moving medium. It's called Fresnel drag. So he set this whole experiment up and he proved that it's the star.
Oh shoot, my bad. My thing just crashed. My bad.
I think that was
All right.
everybody.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah, let me reiterate. So it crashed while I was in the crescendo. Is that with his setup, he proved the stars were the thing that's moving, not the Earth. So there you go.
so real quick. Is there documentation of this? Because I'd like to see it.
Yes. It's called Airy's failure. It's a very famous experiment.
You could
Okay.
probably find it on
Well,
Wiki or something like that. I can find it for you if you want to find it.
I'll look into it later, but I
Okay.
do want to bring up a couple of little things.
You do want to continue to argue. Go
Well,
ahead.
it's kind of branching off of it. So going off of
Well, you
what
can't
Gabe,
branch off of something that you're ignorant about because he
but
just responded to
let
the
me
thing
speak,
that
buddy.
none of us have actually been charitable enough to give to you.
Buddy, let me
He
speak.
actually gave you
Just meet
something.
him where he's at.
He said, "I'll look at that later, but let me continue."
Yeah, well, you want me to just go silent in here and just focus on
AI.
that instead of trying to say what I was trying to speak
Let's just
about?
meet him where he's at. What's up, Seth?
Okay, first of all, The train experiment he was talking about is a crude example because we are on a surface where there is friction. We are currently battling friction with that train. That's why you feel turbulence and whatnot. When you are on a giant rock going through space, a vastness of nothingness, there is no friction because there are no
Sorry.
molecules to interact with.
No,
Therefore, our experience, our
no.
travel is
Silence.
That's a nice
Can I
religious
answer
story.
this before
We
That's
get,
not.
we get
people
it.
jump
There's
in?
no
That's
drag in
No,
space
all right, you
can
all jump in. That's a good
determine
day.
the
no.
vacuum of
I'm.
space. We get it.
I'm
We get it.
finishing. I'm continuing my
No,
thought.
we get it. We get it.
I'm not saying that proves we are on a spinning globe. I'm just
But you're
saying
not
that
really
also.
saying anything. You're
I'm also.
saying there are things
Let
that
me
have
fucking
drag
speak,
and then there
bro.
are things that don't. We
Holy
get
shit,
it.
you are the grade A interrupter, dude. Like, holy shit. Let somebody speak. Let
But
somebody
someone
spit
else
their
was
point
making a
out.
better point. Like
I am just going,
Keep
like I
it
said,
simple.
I'm just going off of what he was saying earlier. I am kind of just expanding what he was saying earlier to make it a little bit more understandable on every side.
what's not under? I just explained it in way less words than you did. What is there to understand?
I am just explaining that that the fact that we feel stationary on Earth doesn't disprove that we are not. Look, it doesn't disprove us being on a spinning globe or on a moving globe
It doesn't prove it
space.
either. That's the point. It's a
Exactly.
nothing burger. That's the point. It's a nothing burger.
Because
Meanwhile,
it is expanding
meanwhile,
on an experience. It is
there's no
expanding on an
listen. You
explanation.
have the experience of not moving, and then someone proposes
No, I am
we're
not
moving,
disproving. I am
but
no. I
you
am
wouldn't be
actively.
able to. All right. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Maybe I
I am
interrupted you
actively.
too much. When you're done,
No, because I'm
I'm gonna
speaking.
continue saying what I was saying. Finish what you were
The
saying so I can respond.
the claim is that if we were, I don't know who said this. I'm not saying it specifically you. I'm just saying the claim was that that we don't feel the movement of the Earth. So that's a point. That's a proof that we are not on a spinning globe. But I am disproving that by saying we wouldn't feel it because we are not battling friction on as a population on the globe. There is no friction to battle because we are our own isolated
So there's no
atmosphere.
air then. Congratulations, you haven't debunked anything. Continue.
But Cat, it was Game Wordy's claim. It was Game Wordy's example of why he knew the Earth was in motion. This started with Game Wordy.
No, I'm just
He
kind of
brought up the
explaining
train.
what he said specifically with that train analogy. I
Well,
am
tell him.
explaining that I know.
You're telling them it wasn't a good thing to bring up.
Well, I'm kind of. I like his analogy because his analogy is a crude analogy. It's still an analogy. It's still trying to make it
Yeah,
more
but how do you know it's an
understandable
analogy? That's the point.
Yo, Fluff,
because
what happened to let him speak?
his relative
No,
motion.
how do you know? Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. How do you know
Yo, is this rush
that the
hour?
Earth? How do you know that the Earth is analogous to that?
That's because he literally said so. Like you're,
No. How do you
he's
know that the Earth is somewhat remotely, crudely analogous
He wants you to say
to
that
the
you
form?
assume that the Earth is moving.
So I'm asking again. How do
Simply
you
answer.
know that the Earth is analogous to the things that you're saying is analogous to the Earth? How do you know that?
Can I ask, are you specifically searching for me to try to give an answer as to why the Earth is spinning?
No, how do you know it's spinning?
With pendulums. It's very simple.
Well, now we're
Pendulums
getting yes.
pendulums are a perfect example of why the Earth is spinning, or how we know the Earth is spinning. Because if
So
it
how do
wasn't spinning,
pendulums
if it
prove
wasn't,
this?
I'm in the middle of talking. And with pendulums, if the Earth was not spinning, you can bring it up and let it go. You letting it go has very little to no inertia in enough to make it move more than just back and forth. But because we are on a spinning Earth, we are not only
I
able
don't think you
to
understand
prove
what you're
that
saying.
the Earth is spinning, but we are able to prove how
Hey,
fast it's
Seth.
spinning.
Well,
What
let him
happens when the
fucking get to the
pendulum
end
goes
of
the
look.
wrong way?
I have
Let
not heard
Fluff
him make
go.
that statement yet, and because he hasn't made it, I'm letting him get to the end of it. I'm usually interrupting when someone is either putting words in my mouth putting words in the room's mouth or something to that effect. He's saying that
interrupt.
he's finally giving us something. Why do you have to interrupt that part? Just respond to it after.
Hey.
Yeah, Kat, just make the claim. Make it concise. It was getting a little long-winded. What is the
No, it
claim with
wasn't.
the
No, it
pendulum?
wasn't. It was like
Just
under
okay.
6
Just
seconds.
well, what I'm saying. Okay, never mind. Just repeat it. What's the claim?
Pendulums
Make it quick or
prove.
repeat it.
I
Make
am
No,
trying.
just go on. Just say what you're going to say, dude.
I'm gonna make it quick.
I
Pendulums
didn't say
prove.
make it quick. I said
Just let
make
me
it
fucking
concise.
speak. Just let me speak.
say
Just let
it.
me speak. I started speaking and you keep on interrupting me. Pendulums, they prove exactly why we know the earth is spinning, because if pendulums were to stationarily swing back and forth, then yes, we'd probably be on a flat plane, or not a flat plane, but specifically a non-moving plane, because the movement still has gravitational pull that causes it to turn. That's why when you swing a pendulum, when you let go of a pendulum from a point, it will swing back and forth, but slowly rotate as it does it. And you can mark that with, I guess, like a dripping paint on the bottom. And you can show that exact curvature, which actually you can mathematically prove how fast this Earth is spinning.
Come on, guys, interrupt each other.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I think
the
that's
exact same thing.
bullshit. I don't think that's proof, bro. That's bullshit.
How so?
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah, they have one. They have one in France called the Foucault pendulum. It's been going
Cool.
for
So if this is
150
correct,
years.
then the Earth is a separate reference frame spinning underneath the pendulum. So all things that leave the Earth show a 15-degree apparent deflection. Is that what this is showing?
Can I ask you to elaborate?
I was on mute, god damn it, and I swore I was in front of you, but you beat me because I was on mute. Go ahead.
Elaborate.
Flurf.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking for elaboration on what your
I
claim
just
is.
basically still
question
manned
for
your
you.
position.
My
So
man,
Foucault's
it's to you, my
pendulum
brother.
shows a 15-degree hour drift, which shows there are two separate reference frames, the
that's-
Earth and the object above. Why is this idiot talking through me?
That's wonderful, Jedi. Flurf.
So there's two guys. One of them's gonna have to be on mute because that's what most of the interruption is coming from. There's Set and there's Game Wordy. So they're gonna have to talk one
We're
at a
talking
time.
to Seth.
No. Game wordy. I know Game wordy. I'm talking, he'll let me speak, and if he's talking, I'll let him speak. So don't worry about it. I promise.
No, but don't need him speaking through me when I'm answering a fucking question now, do I?
Well,
Keep it
I'm
going.
just gonna say I'm gonna point out when one of you need to be muted if you make an offense. But how about that? So now moving forward, I'm gonna respond the way that I was gonna initially respond. Okay, so the the pendulum is essentially showing that the Earth is turning underneath it, right?
Not necessarily. It is
Not
proving.
Hold on. The Earth's movement is necessary for the pendulum claim you're making.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Sorry, I thought you were
Two
saying something
separate
else.
reference frames to the Earth.
It is the effect of gravity in the Earth's rotation.
It's got fuck all to do with gravity, dude. Let's just stick to the Earth's rotation, please.
What do you mean it has fuck all to do with gravity? It would be impossible without gravity.
No, dude, it's not even included within Foucault's experiment. None of the paper, none of the literature. You've just added that word in. But it's fine. It's irrelevant to the actual point of spinning reference systems. Now, again, still man in your position, you're saying there are two reference systems, the Earth and the one above the Earth. Anything that enters the one above the Earth is going to appear to drift by 15 degrees an hour, as demonstrated within the pendulum. Is this correct, sir, for the third time? Oh, God.
I'm going to
I'm
be
trying to
real.
still man your position before I rip it apart, mate.
Yes, I guess so. I'm just
Okay,
trying
so
to make
does
sure I truly
everything that
understand what you're
leaves
saying.
the Earth display a 15-degree per hour drift?
No, because it is not attached to said Earth.
Okay, neither's the pendulum supposed to be, dude.
No, the Earth is still the pendulum is still connected to the Earth because it's connected by pegs to said Earth, connected from a string that is still connected to said Earth. That's the point of the pendulum.
How many reference systems
So
are in
that
this
things,
experiment, mate?
so things that are connected to the Earth and thus in the same reference frame will show a 15 degree an hour shift. Then, so is
Yeah.
that what you're? Yeah, that's what you're saying.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
It sounds like that's what you're saying. So you're saying that the pendulum is connected to the Earth, therefore being in the same reference frame. Therefore, things in the same reference frame touching the Earth will appear to show a 15 degree an hour shift.
No, it is a control point. It's because it is connected to the Earth. It is a control. That is a control to said Earth. So if because of that, if the Earth
So
was
I'm
not
moving
moving,
15 degrees
that
an hour.
control would prove that the pendulum is moving only back and forth, proving we're on a stationary Earth. But since it doesn't, it proves that since that control is accurate to the relative to the position of the Earth, then yes, it does move in a more circular rotational pattern, showing the
This
curvature.
doesn't prove.
Into
It was
separate
interesting to let you get
reference
this out.
frames.
It was interesting to get this out, but this is this. But I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna trick you. It's the only
Okay.
way I'm gonna use these words. So this is an experiment, right? This is an experiment that's done on the Earth to prove that the Earth is moving, right? Because you said this proves the Earth is moving. Yes.
Yes.
Right. Einstein said there's no terrestrial experiment that can do that because of relativity.
That's not true at all.
Oh, well, Einstein's a dummy.
Never said I was a dummy. I like pancakes. You hate waffles then? I never said that. That's what I'm getting at. Just because I'm not saying specific things doesn't mean I'm believing the things I don't say. You saying that I think
Yeah.
Einstein's a dummy
What
is
I'm saying is that Einstein is saying one thing. You're trying to borrow from relativity, from the father of relativity, and you're saying the opposite of what he said.
not necessarily.
He never
No,
talked to
it is
Einstein on anything.
necessarily. You cannot prove by any way of because we live on the earth. We live in the system and everything is relative. Therefore, there's nothing we can do as earthlings to prove whether it's actually happening or not. And that's what they all describe being that's when, people say that's the most amazing thing that you'll never be able to prove it. Like this is
That's
what
not true
dream.
at all. Just because you're relative to something doesn't mean you can't
No,
prove it's
what
going
I'm
on or not.
saying is 100%
You know
true.
what it
I'm
means?
just recalling what people have said. That's it. Like you can't tell me what I'm saying is not true. What
I'm
I'm
saying that what I'm
recalling
saying is
is
that
an accurate
self-esteem.
recalling of what people have said, and you're trying to tell me that Einstein is incorrect about his idea about relativity.
Why? If I am incorrect on that statement, I believe then you are taking that statement in a very broad way, which is not, in my opinion, a very intelligent take.
Well, that's not true. You got to prove that. You got to prove that what I'm saying is broad, but you won't be able to do that. I think what you're looking for is maybe cherry pick, but that wouldn't be true either.
How is it cherry
I got
picked?
something to say to him about the pendulum. You got a moment. So, buddy, you're saying that the pendulum does X, and the cause of that is the Earth spinning, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and you're saying this is a cause and effect relationship, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in order to establish a cause and effect relationship, you have to be able to manipulate the cause. You realize that, right?
Say that. Okay, wait. Repeat what you just said. I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
In order to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship to be true, you have to manipulate the cause, be able to manipulate the cause.
So, in this example, what are you claiming?
Well, is my sentence true or not that I just said? Start there.
What do you mean you have to manipulate the cause?
So there's this thing called a scientific experiment,
Yeah, I
and
know. I've done plenty.
it establishes
when you
It
have
establishes cause and effect relationships, and the cause that you manipulate is called the independent variable.
correct.
So in this experiment, the independent variable would be the Earth spinning. So can you stop the Earth from spinning and observe the pendulum not doing X, and then start the Earth
Yeah, you
spinning
can.
again, and then observe the pendulum doing X? Can you do
Yeah,
that?
you can. Yeah. So the reason we know the pendulum is legit is because it follows Sine's law. So if you're at the North Pole,
Science law? What's
the
that?
pendulum will complete 24.
I wonder what science law is. You can let us know later. Thanks.
I was interested in
What
what he
was
was
that?
saying. Did he mute himself or did he get muted?
No,
No, he
you
got
just
muted
keep
by
going.
another
You keep
moderation.
going,
We're not going to
Seth.
sit here for fucking 10 minutes talking about it.
I was curious about what he was saying.
Yeah, well, like I said, he'll get back and have that opportunity in a couple of moments.
That's not
I
fair at
mean,
all.
just even the first word he said is just fucking absurd. He said yes, and then blah 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 blah. Blah. Like, no, you can't stop the Earth from spinning and then make the Earth spin again. Like,
You
what a
can't
stupid
say
fucking
these
answer
broad
that is.
terms and then just mute the person. That is just
All right, I'll
blatant
tell you what,
censorship to
just for your
protect your own
fucking benefit, you're
ideology.
starting to piss me off, Sunshine. So, debate daddy, I'm going to unmute you. It wasn't me that muted you, by the way, but I'll do it. And then you can tell us what scientific law is.
No, no, no,
Scientific
no, no.
law.
No, no, no,
Yeah, we
no, no,
skip
no,
right
no.
here
That's
Oh,
sometimes.
not
no,
what he
no, no,
said.
no, no.
That's not
Okay, sorry,
fact.
no, no, no.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's not what he said. I'm just trying to help you
Okay,
out.
right, start again.
He said the law of signs.
Oh, the law of signs. Okay.
Bless you.
How would you be using the law of signs on the surface of the globe?
Yeah, so depending on where you place the pendulum, it will complete a full circle in 24 hours. If you're in the mid latitudes, it might be like 32 hours. If you're by the equator, the pendulum does not rotate at all, 0 degrees per hour. So that's how we
What
know that
about the
it's a globe.
poles? How are you supposed
It's
to
very
rotate the
predictable.
poles? How are you supposed to rotate the poles?
Yeah, if you're at the North or South Pole, it'll spin full circle 24 hours. Very
Cool.
predictable.
Can you
There's a
show me that?
formula.
Can you show me that?
Can I show you
Yeah, can you show me the
where
full
they
court
are? I can
pendulum
show
doing what you
you. I
said?
mean, yeah, these are
Where
at
you said it?
various universities. You can
No,
use
no,
Science
dude,
law
dude, dude,
where
dude,
the
dude, dude,
universities
dude,
are.
dude. You said at the North and South Poles. I want to see it.
Yeah, like
Not
just
in a
look at the
university that's
universities
not at
that
the
they're
North and
at.
South Poles. You said it does
Hold
this at the North and South
hold on,
Poles. Show
Jedi.
me doing it at the
Jedi.
North and South Poles.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, go to the
forgetting Jedi.
universities. You can time it
You're
yourself.
forgetting North
Oh,
Pole
I'm forgetting.
University where Santa Claus is. Holy crap, dude.
I'd have to.
Yeah, that's how you prove it. You can prove a globe with this.
Your joke
Well,
landed
hey,
in.
I kind of
Yeah,
got
just say I don't believe
Game
you.
Wordy to like answer your question. So, Game Wordy, you were saying that the Earth spins, and that's the cause, and that X is, the pendulum doing X. So,
Oh,
can you manipulate the cause, turn it on and off to demonstrate that the cause does lead to the effect?
I like. Yeah, I don't know why you're asking him specifically.
Can you turn on and off the Earth spinning? Yes or no?
No. I
All
believe
right.
not.
So, do you see how this isn't a scientific experiment?
Well, it's still an scientific experiment because you can still interact with things that you cannot control.
What's the dependent variable?
The dependent variable.
Yeah.
The independent variable.
The
No, I want
independent. Dependent
sorry.
variable.
I want to start right at the fucking beginning. The dependent variable, the observed phenomena in nature. Where's that?
The Earth spinning.
Okay, so we don't have that. Where do you observe the Earth spinning?
This wasn't my argument.
I know this is where it falls apart. If this is going to be a scientific experiment, you're going to need valid, dependent, and independent variables. So if your dependent variable is that the Earth is spinning, that's an invalid dependent variable because you haven't seen that. You just
Where does it
suppose
say
it.
that you have to be able to manipulate it? Where in the
Dude,
scientific
we're doing science
experiment?
here. I
Yeah,
presume we're doing
where in the
science here.
scientific theorem does it say that you have to be able to manipulate it?
What, in the scientific method? In the scientific method that
Oh, it's
establishes
just
the
right.
dependent and independent variable.
So you have to be able to manipulate the
Yeah.
variable.
In science, we're definitely going to be manipulating independent variables to see if they force a change in a dependent variable. We're definitely going to want to isolate the dependent and independent variable, and the most definitely better be physical and valid. So if we just making stuff out of our dependent variable,
who's to say that you can't do an experiment where you don't have to do this?
then it's not a scientific. Then it will not be a scientific experiment if it doesn't follow the method. Will it?
So it's not a scientific experiment is only
follows
valid.
the method. Yeah.
When you're not
if it doesn't
observing
follow
something,
the scientific method,
it's
it's
only
pseudoscience.
valid when you're not observing something that you cannot control.
Wordy, chill for a second. All right, Wordy, had to mute you for a second, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't doing anything.
It's all right. I want to read something. So let me read this is from Ranger College Library, rangercollege.edu, scientific method. Yes, a core requirement for a true experiment in experimental research is the researcher must be able to directly manipulate or select different levels of the independent variable to observe its impact on the dependent variable.
Yeah, such as the equator and the poles.
The equator and the poles is not. Yeah, exactly. You're assuming that you're spinning differently, dude. I mean, good grief, dude. Amateur
What do you
hour.
mean? I'm giving you your answers. What do you want from me?
It's that the answers you must understand are not correct. Right? We're talking about science here, and that is a specific methodology. So when we're trying to isolate our dependent and independent variables with full quartz pendulum, we understand that it doesn't follow the category of science. If it did, it'd follow the methods, wouldn't it?
You were asking for the ability to manipulate in different intensities of said variable.
You don't even have independent and dependent variables.
What I am saying is that what Homie said earlier about the northern, southern pole and the hemisphere is completely true, and your exact
Then show
request.
Then show it.
Yeah, I can.
This is why I asked earlier. Sorry if anybody wants to interrupt me, but it's going to get annoying. This is why I asked earlier. I don't mind what the claim is, but if you could show it, that would be awesome. So being as this was claimed, this happens at the North and South Pole, I think it's reasonable for me to ask to see it then.
Wait, can I say something to this guy? So
No, I'm not
if you were
no
to
worries.
hold on, if you were to, as he was trying to say, moving the pendulum from one part of the Earth to another part, that's varying the independent variable. Varying, turning the manipulating the magnitude of the independent variable, be changing the speed of the Earth.
And I kind of don't know because he kind of started with his thing, and then we kind of got off that. To be fair, so when he came back with it, I was annoyed, but then I was like, "Oh, but this is where we were." So, well played. But then, so you can. I mean, but we got to do one or the other, Orion, because are you servicing Jedi and what he just did for the last 5 minutes with what you're saying, or are you just trying to? Because if you're doing that and your point is going to make Jedi's point land, then my bad. Keep going. But if not, we can't keep trying to have two different conversations, fam. You understand that?
Yeah. I'd like to say something real quick.
Not yet. No, you can't say nothing yet because Jedi is still trying to get his point addressed. But now we have Orion. I'm just trying to figure out if Orion is actually listening to his fellow Jedi and is going to actually add to what he's saying in some kind of way.
I was just pointing out something quickly.
All right, can you do that? Like, if you're going to point out something, don't let Jedi jump in and take over and then try to come back 10 minutes later. Respectfully. Because I don't want to say you can't say what you were doing. You were doing what you were doing first. So do that if you're doing that, but don't let us take over and then try to come back in. And it's weird.
Here, I'll just
We're trying to
reiterate it now,
one
I guess.
Conversation's flowing in a certain direction.
Jedi literally. You want to repeat what you said?
Fuck, dude. You guys are such.
If not, okay. Jedi was
Man,
talking.
got too much background noise.
Jedi was
Take
talking
it, man.
about you going. Oh, go ahead.
If he's gonna take a break for a second, I'd like to say
No,
something.
he's not. All right, if he's taking a break, he was saying, "Can you show it?" Because you're talking about mm, um this movement.
What I want to say though is it's important to the conversation. It's a little bit off topic. It's just real quick though. We were talking
No,
about
not right now.
scientific method.
Not right now. Then we got all the time in the world to do all that other stuff. Can we
Nobody's
just
talking
take a
that now.
moment
Let
to
me just
stay
say
on
this.
topic, though?
Yeah, it
Can we
is.
just take a moment to stay on
It is.
topic?
It is.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it is.
My phone's dying. Lucky.
All right.
I'm gonna get my
Real
other.
quick though, we were talking about the scientific method that there needs to be an independent variable. You need to be able to put in input and get out a different output. With the experiment that we're talking about though is a little different. It's not technically an experiment, but it still follows the scientific method just as well. What we're talking about is a study instead of an experiment. There are no independent variables because there is no input. We are studying the behavior of pendulums and how they
Just contradicting
react
yourself.
in relation to the world.
So it doesn't elucidate anything as a good experiment should. Thank you very much.
Well, it's not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's different from an experiment. We were getting down into the nitty gritty, the technicalities of it. It's an observational study, not an experiment. It still leads to an interesting outcome. It's just that we cannot change the outcome.
Which leads us with problems with the outcome, as I was trying to address that. If Foucault's pendulum is true and shows two separate reference frames where the pendulum deviates at 15 degrees an hour, then everything that isn't attached to the Earth would show the same thing. Does it?
When
No,
they're
because it's not
attached to
attached to
a
the Earth.
single focal point suspended from the Earth, then yes.
So I posted the South Pole one. And guys, they want you guys to actually say the independent variables. It's pretty easy. Just think of the independent variable as the factor that you change, and the dependent variable is the measurement that you get from that. So the independent variable is the location, and then the dependent variable is just like the rate of rotation or from the pendulum.
Other way. The independent is what
So
changes.
yeah, in this experiment they found on the South Pole was 24 hours, just as I said, to be clear. I substantiate my claim. Now, it does
Have
follow
you,
the law of sine.
has anybody looked into the Elias effect? Does anybody know what that is before I tell you what it is?
Educate me.
The Elias effect is an effect that happens apparently to Foucault's pendulum. This is observed when there is, for example, I think it's a solar eclipse. During a solar eclipse, Foucault's pendulum starts spinning backwards. Why is that?
Where the fuck did you find? Wait.
Oh, this
because
is going to be good.
during an eclipse, the Earth rotates backwards, right?
Yeah, man.
Well, it is.
Are these before I look into it, are these all of the results from the South Pole? These are ones that will be included when they didn't get the 15 degrees, when they got it going the wrong way. They had to set it up several times before they got the result that they wanted. Is that
I was
this
going to
one?
mention that.
It's like we know about Foucault's pendulum, been here for 10 years, so at least listen to the reasonable discharge about it, right? There are several factors. One would be the Elias effect. The other one would be the multiple experiments, quote unquote, that were done inside the Antarctic Circle, not at the South Pole. Multiple different results. It's lucky that we get the ones that are cherry picked from the experiments, not experiments. But yeah, it's not a scientific experiment, though. This is what we're trying to prove.
I'm
At best,
reading.
you're going to be affirming the consequent and begging the question.
I'm reading on it right now. The veracity of the Elias effect remains controversial among the scientific community as its testing frequently met with inconsistent or ambiguous results over more than 5 decades of observation.
Right,
So there
it's
is
the
no
same results as the Foucault's pendulum as well. So, what percentage of Foucault's pendulum results are correct? Right. So you got to look at that as well. Because if you really want to go deep into the studies, there's It happens sometimes, and then when it doesn't happen, they claim, it wasn't set up properly because they didn't get the right result. Right? That's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. So you got to look at these things. It doesn't happen if it was the Earth's rotation that was getting measured, it would happen the same time every time. It would give you the same results every time, but it doesn't.
I've got a challenge to these Globers. Can you present a logical syllogism that proves, the Earth is spinning?
I gave you one. You choose not to believe it.
So does it go along the lines of this? The pendulum does X, thus the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, I think our example has failed to convince you, and you have failed to convince us that our example
I
does not.
got a question.
Sorry, one second.
Okay, so
you didn't present. Sorry, one sec, dude. You didn't, Gameworthy. You didn't present any evidence.
Well, we presented.
plenty.
Yeah, we presented a study that was done that we believe is sufficient, and then you said that's not sufficient, and then we said, well, we think it is. That's basically how that conversation boils down.
Which is also backed by the scientific community all over the globe.
Yeah.
No. That's the problem. What you've got is a belief.
A white man, a white lab coat said it's true.
And you have a belief that this study doesn't work.
I believe this study works.
And the reason we know this, is quite simple, because when we go to measure the Earth, there's no measured curvature.
So where did you post
there's the space and shadows experiment, but you guys.
So you're claiming it's a ball spinning.
I'm not going to talk
is
over
false
the top
straight
of
away.
you. All right, where did you post the study? What time?
We both knew the study we were talking about, so we didn't post it.
You haven't posted it? Can you please post it for me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What study are you posting?
Where's the Wikipedia article on the study?
What study are you posting?
The Foucault pendulum.
Yeah, with it, not just. I don't just want a rundown of what the Foucault pendulum is. I want data on the one that you were talking about, the one from the North Pole.
He already posted it. Let me see.
Yeah, what time?
12:51 a.m.
12 past. So 51 past the hour. All right.
Yeah.
Laser gyroscope. That one? No.
The South Pole Station Trivia 2000 right. South Pole Foucault.
All right, thanks. Cool. Go ahead. Sorry.
But yeah, I think that's the extent that we can talk about that. I think we've exhausted that dialogue. I'd like to ask Sugar Free. What was your question?
I had actually like two questions. So, how does a solar eclipse work? Like,
I think it's quite.
Like I'm not.
I think some people would say the moon gets in front of the sun.
Okay. So then, how does a lunar eclipse work?
No idea. Do you?
Well, I'm asking you, buddy.
Yeah, no, I've answered. I have no idea.
That's not an answer.
It is. It's just not one that actually is satisfactory to you. But it's an honest, sir. I don't know. It's an honest answer.
I'm going on to
awesome. 50 people are talking now. Brilliant. Well done. This is going to be fucking fun for the rest of the day. Don't need you talking through me or 20 other people speaking. I literally just answered the question. I don't know.
Okay. Yes, I agree. That is actually a correct. Not a correct, but that is an answer. Okay. So, a lunar eclipse, and this is scientifically proven.
Okay.
The Earth getting in front of the moon and the sun.
Okay.
How does this work with a flat Earth?
Oh, maybe there's another mechanism. But are you saying, sir? Yeah, but are you saying, sir, that we know the true shape of the Earth because of how the lunar eclipse operates?
For example, we can see the shadow of the Earth upon the moon. Yeah, I know. This is what, dude, don't need you talking through me. Right? When I finish, you can point it out. I'm literally trying to make the best steel man of your position that I can. If I fail to do so, you can tell me at the end, can't you? So you'll give me an explanation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Now, how can I verify this explanation to be true?
I don't know.
If it's scientific, it will be falsifiable, won't it?
Falsifiable. Oh yeah, the NASA scientists.
No. With regards to the eclipse, you said scientific. Whoever brought it up. If it's scientific, it would be falsifiable. At the moment, it seems like an explanation. Are you saying that this explanation is actually a hypothesis, a scientific hypothesis that I can test? Is that what you're actually saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying at all. Were you not
Okay,
listening?
cool. No, I need you to repeat it then. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So my repeating gained what?
Your explanation of the causal mechanism of the Earth being in between the sun and the moon, causing a shadow upon the moon. That's an explanation. I'm asking you if I can test this explanation, or do I just have to believe your explanation?
Oh, yeah,
I thought it was scientific.
You can wait when they say that there's going to be a lunar eclipse, and then you
Yeah,
look
but
up
that would
at
be
the
me
moon
just
and you're-
pointing out to the phenomena and saying, hey, look, that's because the Earth is in between the sun and the moon.
Well, then,
How could I test that?
How
is there any phenomena within a lunar eclipse that's going to help me?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is there any phenomena within the lunar eclipse that's going to help me determine that this is actually the Earth in between the sun and the moon?
Well, that would
Isn't there a shadow on the
therefore
moon?
have to prove that there's something else in between the moon.
No. How do you prove it's the Earth between the sun and the moon? Is there a phenomena taking place? Like, for example, the shadow shape upon the moon, which is curved, showing that that's the Earth, because as we all know, the surface of the Earth is curved because it's a three-dimensional spherical object. Would that be the phenomena?
I don't.
What's the observation?
Well, hold on. Do you need to be reminded that you said it was scientifically proven? Shug for free?
That's not
that
how
was
you
you.
pronounce the name, buddy.
What, Betty? That was you.
That's not how you pronounce the name, buddy.
Okay, close enough. For free.
Hey, Jedi, can I just read you something from this guy's study?
Please, thank you.
The opening picture shows the three of us kneeling next to the pendulum with the weight hanging in a vertical configuration. The air resistance against the weight caused the pendulum...
AI, whatever you're doing, dude. It's giving me a headache. Thanks.
It's a drill. The air resistance against the weight caused the pendulum itself to rotate. This gave us spurious results with our first attempt. Later we fashioned the weight so that it was hanging horizontally to the plane of the floor and got results consistent with what we expected. Our second attempt showed, so they adjusted the weight. Our second attempt showed the Earth rotating in the proper direction, but an angular velocity twice that of expected. 12-hour day instead of a 24-hour day. We suspected some kind of government conspiracy, but decided to make it further modification to try it again. Our last attempt showed the Earth spins on its axis once every 24 hours.
Are you guys still talking about the flat Earth?
Sorry. So, did you hear me talking?
Sorry, it's
Why'd you fucking talk over me, dumb cunt?
Yeah, why'd you fucking talk over him, you damn cunt?
All right.
Right,
So
you're going to get seen too as well in a minute.
So in the first attempt, they adjusted the weight because the air was making it rotate itself. In the second attempt, they got 12-hour day instead of a 24-hour day. So they made adjustments so that they got 24 hours in a day.
Okay.
This is retarded, man.
Do you remember earlier when you brought up the Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
I love this fallacy. If anybody doesn't know what it is, I'll explain it to you. We've got a sharpshooter and he's got a barn and he's going to shoot loads and loads of bullets at this fucking barn. And then he's going to go up to the barn and notice the closest bullet
entry, and then he's going to circle those because those are the ones that he likes. Forgetting all of the other fucking bullets that he shot at the fucking barn. They're irrelevant. He only likes these ones. Same thing with full court's fucking pendulum when you don't get the results that you want until you start changing the experiment until you do get the results that you want, and then you circle those ones. Those ones will do we like those. Brilliant.
We have scientific peer-reviewed studies, which means they're never wrong, to confirm the curvature of the Earth. And government
peer
documents
reviewing is so awesome.
Peer-reviewed study. That
government
would mean that
documents
it's
confirm
falsifiable then.
curvature. I'm sorry, I wasn't done speaking.
Sorry, I do apologise. You said peer-reviewed study. I got excited.
So we have a peer-reviewed study, which means it's never wrong. That confirms.
No,
quote,
dude, that's not true.
I wasn't done speaking. I wasn't done speaking.
That's gold. Peer-reviewed
I
studies.
wasn't done speaking. Thank you.
You will be in a minute.
Graphically, sorry.
Matrix, he's done speaking.
Oh, you're going to be a
The
little
fuck?
faggot, are you?
Oh, you're just going to get removed from the server.
Oh,
now 'cause
that's
you can't
the
choose
wrong
your words
word.
correctly. Unlucky. Bye.
I'm just gonna say this because I'm gonna go to bed. Regardless of what you believe, I'm not gonna try to go on another tangent
Wait,
about what
Chet,
is wrong. I just
Chet,
yeah,
that study you posted. Did you hear what I said about it?
I didn't post any study.
You or the other dumb cunt? Which one?
I'm
I was
gonna
the
say
dumb
this.
cunt.
I'm gonna say this.
Okay,
So
game's wordy. Yeah, no, you shut up,
let
mate.
me
Game wordy. So,
Yeah.
did you read the study that you posted?
No, I didn't post it.
Was it
So
Debate
who
Dad who posted it?
Oh, I didn't realize that's what you were asking. My
So
apologies.
you guys, when I asked you guys before, I said,
Debate Daddy.
what study?
Debate
I
Daddy.
said, what study were you referring to? And you pointed me to that one. Correct?
Yeah, it was just posted, and I referred you to it.
Yeah. Did you hear what I read? Did you hear what I read from it?
No.
No. So what they were doing was they were making adjustments to the pendulum to make it match the 24-hour Earth. So the first time they did it, the wind was moving, the air was moving the pendulum, and then the second time they got a 12-hour rotation instead of a 24-hour rotation. So they made adjustments to the pendulum so they would get a 24-hour rotation. Do you think that that's a good study?
No, I didn't post it.
Yeah, but do you think it's a good study?
I don't know. Sounds like it was flawed to me.
Yeah, good. Well done, mate. All right, sorry.
Could you unmute Ket? I don't know. He was
No,
just trying
because
to.
he's going to give some
Yeah, no.
rambling speech. Whatever.
Fair enough.
We don't
There he
like
is.
wrong
Go ahead,
goodbyes.
Ted. What say you,
No,
Ted?
I'm not trying to give like a rambling speech. I just simply just want to clarify to the people that argue their point. Your approach means a lot. If you actually want your point to be taken seriously,
Okay,
you must
tone policing
focus
noted.
on
Thanks.
knowing.
Snores.
Am I doing a good job, Kat?
Should we pass out some kind of
This would not be a rambling
questionnaire at the
speech.
end of the day?
Okay, yeah, no, I'll end it on this. Last
Seth,
guy was right.
why
As
don't
a
you call out the people who are who are pinning stuff to the wall and prancing around proudly, only to concede that it's a bunch of gobbledygook 15 minutes later. Address that.
I don't.
I didn't prance around anything.
Well, figuratively speaking, you did. Go back
I
and
didn't
listen.
do anything.
You sound drunk.
Fry says you sound low IQ, Ket.
I know he personally DM'd me. Oh no, he didn't. He didn't DM me. He added me. That's cool.
Seth, there's been progress. So I mean, why like bellyache? Presentation means a lot. Well, the presentation that occurred is what got us to where we are.
No, I just been speaking at a flat, reasonable tone this whole time, and I had multiple people lose their shit towards me, which makes me not really want to be inclined to listen to your point if you're being erratic and unreasonable with your approach and your argument.
So you are going to ramble.
So, Seth, before you brought up that the pendulum proves the Earth's spinning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear what I read out before about the study that you guys were claiming? Because unless you've got another study, have you got another study? that you can show
I,
us that
I don't
you get
remember
the.
exactly what you said like 30 minutes ago after all
But
this
if you
talking.
get, no, it wasn't 30 minutes ago. It was 5 minutes ago. But have you got a proper? Have you got a study that actually shows them getting the same results every time? Because that's what you'd need if it's measuring the
Well, what's
rotation of
so
the Earth.
hard
It
about
needs.
getting
Sorry,
a
did you hear
consistent?
me? I didn't
What's
finish.
okay?
So that's what you'd need. If it is measuring the Earth spinning, then it would be consistent, right? Right?
On the Earth when it's a 50, it's when it's a 510 million square kilometer surface. It's extremely hard to get very pinpoint accurate results by
Okay,
getting
so
the
why would it
perfect
measure
location
different
to get the result.
rotations then? Okay, why would it measure different? If you do it from the same location every time 100 times, how many times is it going to be in the same? How many times is it going to be what you're looking for, or showing that's the right degree of rotation for that position on Earth?
Well, getting the
Every time.
exact same
I
result
just
Every time.
asked you a
time.
simple question, mate.
I know, and
Okay,
I'm.
so
Can I answer it?
debate.
Do
You're
you want
back.
me to answer
No,
it, or are you
I don't
just
want to talk to you anymore because the guy that posted the study's back. So,
okay?
all right,
Okay.
debate.
Well, like I said,
Logan.
I'm going to bed,
He
and I
posted a
just want to.
study on the pendulum from the North Pole.
Yeah, so quickly let me. It was the South Pole.
Yes. No,
Let me
no,
quickly
no. I'm
defend
the
the
one asking
paper.
the questions, dude. So, did you read the paper?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can you point out where it's where it gives accurate results?
Yeah, at the end.
At the end, after they made
Their conclusions.
adjustments.
Mm-hmm. Their first
So
one.
do you think that? So
There
do you think
was.
that's a credible study? If they're
Yeah,
making
they
adjustments
show.
to the
Yeah, they show the problems with the first one, which was wind. Wind was pushing it, so they changed it so that the
and
wind
then the
couldn't
second
affect it.
one showed 12-hour rotation.
That
So
and
they
that
made
problem
adjustments to it to get
and
24
that
hours.
problem was that when they released it, they didn't release it like properly, right? You have to be careful when you release it.
Okay, so how do you know if you're releasing it properly? Is it only if you get the 24-hour result?
No, I would assume. Well, I mean, I don't know what their method
So
was.
how do you
Actually,
know?
you can go find that. But if you
Because
release it
this is the
with
problem, right? So
pushing it in
you
any
get different.
direction, it'll be
Sorry,
wrong.
you get different results, and then as soon as you get the right result, then you say, okay, that study was done correctly.
When the wind wasn't a factor, and when they released it correctly, they got the correct results.
They added weight to the ball to adjust for the wind.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Do you think that's a credible study now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So an unevenly weighted ball is a credible study to show rotation of the Earth. It should be a 24-hour rotation, yet they got a 12-hour rotation and then made another adjustment until they got 24-hour rotation, and then they said, look, we did it.
If you push it in a circle, it'll swing like an ellipse. So it's
Did you
invalid.
listen to what I said at all or not?
Mm-hmm.
So
No,
when
you
you
didn't.
get the same result, when you get the result you want, then it's a good study, right?
No, you're misrepresenting it.
No, I'm not. So can you show me a study where they get the same result every time or close to it?
If they repeat the release correctly and they factor out all those things like we talked about, the wind, etc.
Oh,
Then
so
yeah,
when
you
they
will.
get the right result, right?
When you factor in the covariates, you get the consistent results.
Okay, can you show me that study?
That's how science works.
Can you show me
And
it?
show that slowly then.
You could go to the universities and look at it yourself.
We have. This is a
These are all over
motorized
the world.
pendulum. This is a motorized pendulum.
Yeah. And what they do is they adjust the magnets so that they get the rotation that they need to. Otherwise, it's not working properly, right?
The magnet doesn't affect the spin, though.
Okay.
It
So if
doesn't
you've
affect
got
which
one
direction it's going to go.
all right, so you've got two magnets, right, on either side. So the computer's telling you that it's pushing out the same power out of each magnet, right? So that should give you a consistent swing. But then it doesn't work. So what they do is they put more power into one of the magnets until they get the correct spin. And then they say, okay, now we're at 0 because the Earth spins at this speed, this degree per rotation. Per day, sorry. So now we're at 0. So their 0 is a rotating. That's dumb.
How convenient of an objection.
It's not a convenient objection. So how do you get 0 then with a magnetized pendulum? How would you get 0?
I'm not at a university conducting this. I don't know.
Oh my god.
I thought I don't know was not an acceptable answer earlier on. Someone had a sook about that.
I think I don't know is a fine answer. I mean, it's honest. I don't know.
It is a good answer. You're fine. It is a good answer. But when people grab things and throw them into the side chat and say, "Ta-da! This is evidence," and we start questioning that person about the evidence that they've given them, and then they start saying they don't know, that's a point for that person to start looking at the evidence that they've given.
So you guys are counting points.
Well, did
this isn't point counting.
Wait, did the other Globers bring up the Fulcrum pendulum because I posted it?
It's not point counting, it's demonstrating how the argument falls apart. You can take that however which way that you want if you want to be sad about it and think that you've lost points. But ultimately, it is what it is. This is a man's world, dude. If you don't like being challenged on your issues, then fucking, I don't know, go cry in a corner.
Yeah, some of us can't immediately come up with a rebuttal. So
Well,
we're
that's
trying
fine
to
then.
work
But that's
out how
down
we're
to the
trying to respond
person
to your question.
But then that's down to the person to go away and get a better answer. It's their evidence.
Yeah, and you can say you're wrong too. Like I admit it when I'm wrong all the time. So, oh, I was wrong about that. It's not a weak thing.
And this is why we ask questions like, show me. It's not like we haven't seen it before.
Yeah, we know the
we want
claim.
you to see it. Sorry, T-Dub. We want you to see it for the first fucking time because you haven't.
It's Timbo, by the way.
I don't give a fuck.
Bloody Australians all sound the same.
Not used to you being back yet, man. What the fuck?
And I'm very sporadic.
Hello, everybody. Can I, do you guys mind if I bring up something from earlier? It wasn't talked about very much.
What's that, man?
I don't know who talked to Sugar Free or Sugar for Free or whatever you guys want to call him, but he was bringing up the point about the lunar eclipse and all that. Who was talking to him?
I think it was me.
It was you? So what I would like to ask, I would like to kind of add on to what he was saying because I know he was asking some questions, but I don't think he fully elaborated. Basically what I was going to ask is, he was like, if it was you, then your response was that you don't you think it might be an external factor causing the lunar eclipse.
I think I said
it may
I didn't
not be
know.
the Earth itself.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said I didn't know. Yeah.
And what I was gonna say is that if they are to be able to predict the solar eclipse, then they must know the cause of the solar eclipse or the lunar eclipse.
No,
Sorry, I'm getting them mixed
that's
up.
not true. Do you want me to explain why that's not true? Don't need to know the causal mechanism of the phenomena that we witness in the sky daily, monthly, and yearly. So, for example, the sun always does the same thing throughout the yearly course, right? We've seen these things for thousands of years. Same with like the phases of the moon, repeating every 28 days. Don't need any globe geometry to predict that. It just does it when we observe it for 28 days. Same things with like eclipses. Lunar eclipses, they've been observed for thousands of years by the Babylonians, Sumerians, and so on, and we still use our technique for making predictions about them today. This is called the Saros cycle. There's many different Saros cycles with regards to the lunar cycles, but they are post-dictions about what the moon has already done before, and being as it's repeating those patterns, it will do those same things again. So just to be clear, there's no globe with geometry coming around, and we didn't finally make these predictions when we had a ball to figure it out with. We were making these post-dictions with regards to the things in the sky for thousands of years because they've always done the same thing.
You're saying that it always does a lunar eclipse at the exact same time throughout history.
Yes, so there's a cycle called the Saros cycle, Saros, I believe. I think it's the same cycle that NASA even used today with regards to, lunar eclipses and predictions and when they're going to be and so on. Now, the predictions are more accurate today because of how we keep time and shit like that. And obviously, we know better our location on the Earth because of the coordinate system that we use. But ultimately, these things have happened in the sky, and they're always going to repeat those patterns. Saros cycle. Check it out, dude.
Okay, so you don't believe that's possible to predict when a lunar eclipse would happen based off of the positioning of the planets and the moon and the sun?
No, we can make these post-dictions. No one's claiming that we can't. We can.
Okay, and if you can make that prediction, so we can make that prediction. If we can make that prediction, then and I'm saying that it would be based off of the positioning of everything, not the timing for thousands of years. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the position and time. Yeah, the resetting of position over time. Yeah.
Okay, so then wouldn't that imply that we would know what's causing the lunar eclipse?
No.
So if we can predict it outside of the pattern, not using the pattern, just purely off of telescopes, wouldn't that mean that we would know what's causing it?
Okay, well, this is the question that I asked the gentleman earlier. How do we know that it's the Earth causing the shadow on the moon? How do we know it's that?
The curvature of the casting.
Okay,
it's
good.
based
Thank
off of
you.
the positioning and
I
casting
appreciate
and
that.
whatnot. But I'm asking you more specifically, without the cycle, how would we be able to predict it without knowing the cause? Can you answer that?
I'm trying to take your cause away, and I don't think you're following what I'm saying. It's an observer-centric system. Now, if you've got some kind of 3D model that you want to throw, then you can 3D model anything to show phenomena.
That's not what I'm trying to do at
Okay,
all.
cool. Then
It's a
that's
simple
fine.
logic question. If you're able to predict something, you have to have enough knowledge in order to predict it.
Simple answer, it's not a prediction.
You seem to think this is a prediction. It's a post-diction.
What I'm
Do you know
saying
the
is that
difference between a
previously...
post-diction and a prediction, dude?
Okay, yes, but what I'm saying is
Okay, cool. So you
previously
understand that
said...
you understand this isn't a prediction then?
What I'm saying is that
No, dude, you
just
understand this
earlier
isn't a
you did...
prediction.
Okay, what I'm saying is that just earlier you agreed that we can figure it out without
I wonder if this is a fucking prediction or not. Like, I'm literally screaming up on my fucking ceiling, dude. Is this a prediction? Yes or no?
I'm not making any predictions.
Okay, so
No,
this
you're
isn't a
making...
prediction
I'm making
then.
a different point.
Yeah, you're making a point on the premise. You're making a point on the premise that it is a prediction in the first place. It is not. It is a post-diction. They are comparing cycles. So your claim now that you're going to tell us about predictions and how that we must know of how a certain thing works in order for the prediction to work is going to be null and void because we're not talking about predictions.
Okay. That's not what I was saying. He agreed that without history, without using history, we can figure out when the lunar eclipse is going to happen, not using the cycle. And the only way that we could do that is... I remember you agreeing to that.
I didn't. I would not agree to that, dude. What the fuck?
Okay,
and
then
if I
you
did,
didn't
I
agree to it,
definitely
then
misspoke.
whatever. But I do remember you agreeing to that, and that's
Okay,
what the
Dad, I
point I was
definitely
making.
misspoke because the way that you said it the second time, I definitely wouldn't agree to that. So I misspoke. I might have misheard you, but no, don't agree to that.
I don't think you would have said that, Jedi, and the reason for that is it was you that told him of the Saros cycle.
My second question / point is if you guys are denying that it's the Earth casting the shadow, if you guys are denying that,
yes. Do you
what
want to know why?
do you hold on? What do you have to replace that? Because
Don't need to
the
replace anything.
hold on,
I
hold
just
on.
need to falsify. Falsification is independent of replacement, dude. I just need
Hold
to
on.
pull apart your supposition, and
Let me
on
finish
that
real
credit,
quick,
it can be demoted.
please.
I don't have to replace it.
You
Now, do
said
you
what
want
you
me
were
to
going
pull it
to
apart?
say.
Hold on. No, I didn't. I didn't finish. Well, what I was in the middle of saying is that if you are denying that and you replace it with nothing, the burden of proof is on your shoulders.
No, it isn't.
You must prove
You're
that there is
making a claim.
something else than the
No, I don't.
pre-established assumption.
No,
Not
I don't.
assumption. Whether you
No,
want
I
to call
don't.
it assumption is up to you.
No, I
What I'm
don't.
saying,
That's brilliant that you said that.
you're just completely
You haven't
denying
even
it
heard
without
the rebuttal
replacing
yet.
it with anything else. So what
You haven't
do
heard the
you
rebuttal yet. You
replace
keep
that
fucking
denial
talking.
with?
Please.
Okay, because I didn't finish my point. I'm asking
Because
you,
you keep
what do you
talking. Dude,
replace
shut
it
up
with?
now. Shut up now. I don't need to replace anything. I just need to point out that your model is falsified. That's it. Don't need to give you anything else. I can just prove that your supposition is incorrect. That's all.
Well, your
Don't need
claim
to
is
replace it.
very strong when you can't even theorize what would be replacing it. It's like
Okay, your
it's
claim
like
is sorry.
it's like
What's causing the shadow on
it's
the
like
moon? What's
it's
causing the
like
shadow on the moon, dude?
Earth. So what's your
And how
opinion
do we
on
know that, dude?
because we know the positioning of the Earth and the Sun relative
No, dude.
to
How do we know that that's the Earth?
because we know the relative position of the Sun and the
Okay,
Moon.
so relative position. Would this be at night time or during the day?
Both. You can see the moon both night and day. You ever look in
Okay,
the
can
sky?
I observe a lunar eclipse? Hold on. Dude, can I observe a lunar eclipse during the day?
No,
Generally,
because
they happen at night. Yes.
Sorry, I don't need people jumping in and fucking no and running away. I just want the fucking answer. Can you observe a lunar eclipse during the day, yes or no?
no.
Okay, yes you can. It's called a selenilian eclipse. It's also known as the impossible eclipse. This is where there isn't a syzygy, a straight line between the sun, earth and the moon. There's a fucking triangle if you draw it out geometrically because both sun and moon are above the horizon. It's daytime. This is a geometric impossibility within the heliocentric model. You just said it's impossible to have a lunar eclipse during the day. You need to look up selenilian. Now, how do we know that that's the Earth casting a shadow upon the moon?
I'm looking at the model right now. It still proves that it's the Earth.
How? That's a
you can be
model. What's the
standing-
phenomena we observe?
It still proves it's the Earth. Listen to yourself. The instantaneous answer after just learning about it's disturbing.
What he's saying is that if you're standing on the Earth,
Not
you
letting me
can
post a photo in the
you
chat.
can be at a specific angle where you can both observe the sun and the moon at the same time while they both while they both are lined up perfectly. Because they are
Perfectly?
very far away bodies in space, and they are
Okay, you're
very
gonna get
large.
a shadow from that.
It's reflection of light. The Earth is still in between both items, the moon and the sun. It's still in between the two. It's just the
No, it's not. That's the
atmosphere
problem.
causes the reflection of the light.
Why is the
Not the
shadow on the top
refraction.
of the moon? In the observation of the selenilian eclipse at 27 minutes past the hour, why is the shadow on top of the moon?
Because it is a refraction of light. It is still
It's it's refraction of light. Okay,
Yeah,
so
because
this
the atmosphere-
this seems really, really fucking complicated all of a sudden. You're now invoking fucking things that are changing the observational phenomena. This is now refraction? What the fuck? How do
Yeah,
you know
hold
that it's
on.
actually not it's in its true position?
I'm trying to
Have you
find
demonstrated
data
this?
you're requesting. Prove it. That's all you've been saying, and I
It's
found.